Blood mist coming from the east, demonic qi covering the sun, and yin qi soaring into the sky, these signs were all good omens for demonic cultivators who were transcending their tribulation. It seems that this time, it is pretty certain that I will succeed. Demon Monarch Anzhi smiled slightly. The heaven and earth, the land, and the person were all in the proper place. 8 dragon patterns are in sight. In the next moment, Demon Monarch Anzhi stretched out its hand, and the demonic qi buried in the ground spewed out, forming 6 huge pillars. At the top of each demon qi pillar stood the statue of a demon god. Above the pillars, there was a black true dragon roaming around, continuously drawing energy from the tribulation transcending formation to supply the pillars. The 6 demon god pillars soon enlarged. Boom, there was the sound of muffled thunder in the sky, and the first wave of the heavenly tribulation slammed down towards Demon Monarch Anzhi. Normally, the first wave of the heavenly tribulation was equivalent to an appetizer, and it was also equivalent to formally reminding the cultivator that the trial had begun. Generally speaking, as long as they were prepared, few cultivators would die in the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. Demon Monarch Anzhi was very calm, and its mentality was very stable. Years of preparation, years of planning, all for this day. Facing the first wave of the heavenly tribulation, it only needed a thought, and one of the demon pillars spewed out black mist, which blocked the first wave. The power of the heavenly tribulation seems to be a little stronger than expected. It seems that my potential is greater than I guessed. But this increase in its strength is completely within an acceptable range, Demon Monarch Anzhi assessed inwardly. The power of the heavenly tribulation, to some extent, showed the potential of a cultivator. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the better the potential of the cultivator. There were 6 bolts of lightning in the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. Every time tribulation lightning descended, a demon god pillar spewed out black mist to resist it. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning, 6 demon god pillars. Such a coincidence. Demon Monarch Anzhi became even more assured in its heart. It felt that the will of the heavens was standing right beside it. The 6 bolts of tribulation lightning were all blocked by the black mist. The heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the black mist was similarly neutralized. At the same time, there was a portion of blood mist that was drawn into the heavenly tribulation, and was then destroyed emotionlessly. Perhaps I can even acquire the legendary 9 dragon patterns. Demon Monarch Anzhi thought about beautiful things in its mind. Although it knew that 9 dragon patterns was something distant and hardly achievable. It was normal to dream. What was the difference between a demonic cultivator and a salted fish if they had no dreams? If a person was just like a salted fish, it was absolutely impossible for them to tread further on the path of cultivation. Demon Monarch Anzhi murmured, "Let's go and transcend this heavenly tribulation." It looked up at the sky. The tribulation cloud condensed and brewed. The second wave of the heavenly tribulation was about to come. From this wave onwards, it was the real heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang was multitasking with 3 things at once. He commanded the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber to return first along with Broken Tyrant and the invisible saber insect. At the same time, he controlled Tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades, and had each blade pursue the scattering blood mist. The 2 blades followed the blood mist, chasing it all the way. Finally, they gathered at H-City, near Jiangnan University town. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "It looks like this is where the celestial will gather itself through the blood evasion technique." He could only wonder whether these remaining 4 to 5 wisps of blood mist would still be able to ultimately allow the celestial to recondense its body. Hopefully, it could stay alive. If it died, its value would greatly plummet. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking this, the blood mist in front of him suddenly escaped into the range of an illusion formation. After a while, the blood mist was extinguished by the tribulation lightning. There weren't even any ashes left of the celestial. Song Shuhang. He raised his head and looked out the window. In the direction of XIII, there was a strange thundercloud and a loud rumbling sound. This is a heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. This scene gave him a feeling of familiarity. Song Shuhang thought to himself, right, when 16 transcended her tribulation, this was also what it looked like. Even the location of this tribulation cloud was very close to where 16 had transcended her tribulation back then. Thinking of the scene of 16's tribulation at the time, Shuhang's heart warmed slightly. In the beginning, it was precisely because of the combination of 16's tribulation, medicine master's pill, and soft feathers medicinal materials that Song Shuhang was able to completely discard his past worldview and truly step into the world of cultivation. Recalling how 16, who had the hobby of being cabinet, the corners of Song Shuhang's mouth could not help but rise. 16 really was cute. Especially the scene where she would utter a humph as she left after dealing with the youths that cabineted her. Song Shuhang softly said, unexpectedly, there's a fellow Daoist who has chosen to transcend their tribulation here. This is fate. Afterward, his consciousness attached itself to the tyrant Cultivish's twin blades, allowing the scene at XIII to be relayed to his mind. The scene of the heavenly tribulation appeared before his eyes like a live broadcast. The tyrant Cultivish's twin blades were floating in the air, but they did not approach the tribulation area so as not to be involved in the heavenly tribulation and cause harm to both parties. The entire tribulation area was enveloped by a large illusion formation. The illusion formation was divided into several layers, all of which were distributed outside the heavenly tribulation range to avoid being destroyed by it. This illusion formation could isolate ordinary people, and prevent them from accidentally entering the area where the tribulation was taking place and interfering with the process. At the same time, the large illusion formation was also a reminder to cultivators, there is a fellow Daoist transcending the tribulation ahead, please take care and avoid it. After all, getting involved in someone else's tribulation was not fun. It would become a disaster for the person transcending the tribulation and the one who had gotten involved. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would avoid the area after seeing such an illusion formation. At most, they would watch from afar and learn from the other party who was transcending a tribulation. Because of the huge illusion formation, Song Shuhang could not see who was transcending the tribulation. He could only vaguely see 6 pillar-shaped things within the illusion formation. Looking at the power of the heavenly tribulation, it should be one of the 5th stage, right? But then, the celestial's blood mist entered the area, would that cause the tribulation lightning to increase in power? I hope that the fellow Daoist's heavenly tribulation hasn't been affected, Song Shuhang speculated in his mind. After all, he was someone who had dealt with a heavenly tribulation every month in the past several months, so he was quite familiar with the good old heavenly tribulation. Since it was a 5th stage heavenly tribulation, should he bring Doudou over to watch from a distance? After all, it was also soon going to transcend its tribulation. As he was in thought, Song Shuhang opened the 9 provinces number 1 group while multitasking, and sent a message in the group. By the way, seniors, there is someone in XIII who is crossing the tribulation. Does anyone have any information as to who is transcending their tribulation? Northern River's loose cultivator quickly replied, the city near Jiangnan University town. I seem to remember that it was where little 16 had transcended her tribulation back then, am I right? Song Shuhang said, yes, that's the place. The location is also very close to the area where 16 transcended her tribulation. Su Clan 7, that is indeed a good place to transcend one's tribulation. I searched quite a while before I was able to find that place for 16. I didn't expect that there would be a fellow Daoist with the same vision as me. However, 16 had failed to transcend her tribulation back then. I'm afraid that the place might not be as good as you think it is. Thrice reckless Mad Saber appeared, rending Seven's heart fiercely. Su Clan 7, it seems that the training session I had with fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless was far from enough. I shall go practice the saber with him again in a few days. A busy person like him was actually setting some time aside to help Thrice Reckless enhance his saber technique. Thrice Reckless would definitely be very moved, right? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I haven't received any news about our fellow Daoists transcending a tribulation. Which stage is it at? Song Shuhang said, in terms of power, it should be at the 5th stage. However, when I was chasing a celestial that used the blood evasion technique, it ran into the area where this fellow Daoist is transcending their tribulation. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, is there a guardian by the side of this person transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage? Song Shuhang replied, I haven't seen any, but it is possible that they have a guardian who is currently hidden. Fairy Lychee, it shouldn't be someone we know. I haven't heard of any 4th stage cultivators who are ascending to the 5th stage recently. Moreover, if someone is planning on transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage in H-City, they should first say hello to Song Shuhang. Confused, Song Shuhang asked, say hello to me? What for? Fairy Lychee said, because the area close to Jiangnan University Town is, theoretically, the place where the first sage in 1,000 years is experiencing a mortal life. For the juniors of the world of cultivation, if they were to transcend their 5th stage tribulation near Jiangnan University Town, they would definitely greet you first. This is a form of respect toward 8th stage seniors. Song Shuhang. Why do you make it sound like I'm so cool that others have to greet me when they're transcending their tribulation nearby? When the bright moon appears, I really envy you. Northern River's loose cultivator, perhaps it's a loose cultivator. If it's a loose cultivator, his current situation isn't good. Now that Celestials are hunting golden core cultivators, this kind of cultivator who is just ascending to the 5th stage from the 4th stage is the most suitable prey for them. Su Clan 7, in other words, there will be a big wave of Celestials who will be like sharks that have smelled blood and go there? Wonderful. Unfortunately, I am not in the Jiangnan area now, and it will take some time for me to get there. Song Shuhang, wonderful. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. It looks like you are also very interested in hunting Celestials, little friend Shuhang. In that case, you might as well protect the fellow Daoist who is transcending their tribulation lest he be immediately hunted down by Celestials as he finishes. Su Clan 7, this fellow Daoist chose to transcend his tribulation in H-City. To a certain extent, he has some fate with us. Shuhang, when you see who it is that's transcending the tribulation, take a photo of them and send it in the group for us to see. Senior 7 is interested in this fellow Daoist? Song Shuhang asked. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Hehe. I feel that with 7 being a fighting madman, his underlying meaning must be this. Shuhang, take a picture of the fellow Daoist who is transcending the tribulation when you see them so that we can know of their origins. If they're a wicked person, you can immediately cut them apart after they finish transcending their tribulation. This is definitely what he meant. Su Clan 7, tyrannical song, ahem anyway, I'll go and take a look. Perhaps we can take down another wave of Celestials. At Doudou Reborn, do you want to watch the tribulation from a distance and gain some experience? Chapter 1562. Isn't this Demon Monarch Anzhi, the guy who forced me to coolly fly in the sky? Woof Shuhang, what did you ping me for? I just got muted in the group. Doudou's voice came from upstairs, filled with unwillingness. If it weren't for him having been muted by stupid Yellow Mountain, he would have already spread gossip in the group by now. But now, this gossip was going to be buried in his mind forever. He would only be able to recall it every now and then, and find some happiness from knowing it. However, he would never share the gossip with anyone in the group. Tyrannical song, I know you're muted, but I also know that you're definitely reading the chat, which is why I pinged you since I knew that you would see it. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Doudou, who was upstairs, felt very tired. This time, couldn't you have just raised your head to reply to me rather than typing it? So, do you want to go? Song Shuhang wrote again. I'll be leaving immediately. If you want to go, then I'll bring you with me, if not, then you'll have to stay here. Nonsense, of course I'm going with you, wait for me, Doudou called out. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Doudou, make sure to pay attention to your own safety when you go to watch that fellow Daoist who is transcending their tribulation. You, yourself, have already reached the point where you will soon transcend your tribulation. Take care not to trigger your own heavenly tribulation. Yellow Mountain didn't even need to hear Doudou's answer. He knew that Doudou would definitely go with Song Shuhang, and so sent the reminder in the group. Song Shuhang replied, "Don't worry, Senior Yellow Mountain. I've had much experience in this area. I won't let Doudou get too close to the area of the heavenly tribulation." He was someone who had once experienced a group tribulation, which resulted in the participants all becoming sages. He would definitely be extra guarded against such a thing, and would absolutely not let Doudou enter the scope of the tribulation. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, then I'll be leaving Doudou in your care, little friend Shuhang. In addition, don't let Doudou play for too long. He has to go back in a few days to close up and get ready for his tribulation. Song Shuhang, okay, leave it to me. Please rest assured, Senior Yellow Mountain. Doudou looked at the chat log in front of the computer, and inexplicably became frustrated. He remembered that when he ran away from home and met Song Shuhang for the first time, Yellow Mountain had also asked Song Shuhang to take care of him. Doudou replied very disdainfully at that time, "How could you rely on a mere rookie to watch over me?" Unexpectedly, the reply came to bite him in the ass so quickly. Now, Song Shuhang could already pat his chest and proudly say to Yellow Mountain, "Please don't worry, Senior Yellow Mountain. Leave it to me." Doudou's heart became stuffy and heavy. Should I just break off relations with Song Shuhang? Song Shuhang was standing there unmoving, saying nothing and doing nothing, and this caused Doudou to feel like he was being mocked. Downstairs, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to retrieve the 9 virtues phoenix saber, the invisible saber insect, and the treasured saber broken tyrant. As a reward, Song Shuhang used the saber nurturing technique on each of the sabers. As for the celestials that were on broken tyrant, Song Shuhang sent them to the inner world. When Doudou went downstairs, he saw the 9 virtues phoenix saber happily spinning around Song Shuhang. The figure of the invisible saber insect was disappearing and appearing repeatedly, clearly very happy. Broken Tyrant had no mind of its own. It floated peacefully beside Song Shuhang, much more silent than the others. Doudou said, "Are your sabers on drugs?" Song Shuhang smiled slightly. "This is the saber nurturing technique, a technique I got from a senior. It can be used to increase the intimacy between a saber and its master. At the same time, it can strengthen the saber, ultimately allowing it to become a divine saber one day." "I've only heard of the sword nurturing technique," Doudou said. "Moreover, as far as I know, it doesn't have an effect like yours where it makes the weapon become like it's on drugs." Song Shuhang pinched his chin. The saber nurturing technique should be a modified version of the sword nurturing technique. Anyway, I'll ask Senior Su Clan 7 about this when I have the chance. When he entered the Dreamland previously, he had been wondering if he could learn the move, Heavenly Saber Burying the Starry Sea, from Su Xian, whom he suspected to be Senior Su Clan 7. However, he was also rather conflicted as to whether or not he could even use the move if he did learn it. He wasn't someone of the Su clan, so wouldn't he be hunted down if he learned this move? But during the Dreamland experience, he didn't get to come in contact with the Heavenly Saber Burying the Starry Sea, and instead learned the 3000 Sabers scripture and saber nurturing technique. Now, his saber nurturing technique was like a magic touch which was especially good at satisfying others. I have to find a way to confirm whether Su Clan 7's name is Su Xian. Doudou asked, "Ask 7 what?" Song Shuhang responded, I was just thinking, what's Senior 7's actual name?" "I don't know," Doudou said. After joining the group, everyone calls each other by their Daoist names, who still calls others by their real names? The only exception to this is when you don't have a Daoist name like how it was for you at the beginning, causing everyone to call you by your real name. As for what happened after, you ended up having too many Daoist names, and everyone felt very troubled regarding which of your Daoist names to use, so they habitually called you by your real name. Song Shuhang. Everyone, I'm so sorry for having too many Daoist names. Doudou continued, moreover, unless they're very close to you, cultivators generally don't like to tell others their real names. After all, there are things like witchcraft and curses. When you talk with others in the world of cultivation, it's best to use your Daoist name, just in case. Song Shuhang nodded silently. Doudou added, also. The spirit river Su clan is strange. The geniuses in their family will abandon their real names after inheriting a numerical Daoist name. This abandonment seems to be a ritual. So, even if you ask Su clan's 7 what his real name is, he might not know it. Song Shuhang continued to nod silently. Doudou, you know so much. In other words, 16 might also not have a real name? The Spirit River Su clan's rules are really strange. Of course. Doudou held his head high. Alright, let's stop wasting time and go already. Oh, how are we going to head there? Song Shuhang suggested, by immortal boat. Doudou waved his paw, and said, don't. I drove your mecha immortal boat yesterday and was exhausted. Song Shuhang said, then should we head over by saber flying technique or by riding my divine lobster's chariot? Doudou excitedly said, your divine lobster's chariot can do. I wanted to try driving it before. After a while, the divine lobster's chariot floated in the air, with a dazzling dragon and a shrimp pulling the chariot through the air. Doudou sat like a human being as he held and shook the reins. He happily exclaimed, prawns, let's go. They aren't prawns. Song Shuhang crouched in the chariot, with the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber and Scarlet Heaven Sword on his knees. The 9 virtues Phoenix Saber kept telling Song Shuhang, I want more saber nurturing technique, and it didn't want to go back for the time being. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword simply didn't want to go back, and wanted to stay outside for a while. As long as the virtuous Lamia didn't swallow it, it would rather stay outside. Aren't they all the same? Doudou looked very happy. One is a shrimp, and the other is a dragon. Song Shuhang defended his life-bound magical treasure. Despite their appearance, they weren't prawns but 2 different species. Doudou said, don't dwell on such trifling matters. As long as this dog is happy, it's all good. Song Shuhang. The divine lobster's chariot quickly arrived at the H city. Song Shuhang's other life-bound magical treasure, the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades, was floating in the air. After arriving at the area of the tribulation, Song Shuhang retrieved the twin blades, and rewarded them with a round of saber-nurturing technique before storing them away. The divine lobster's chariot also returned. Song Shuhang took Doudou, and floated steadily at a high point in the air. From this position, the fellow Daoist transcending their tribulation wouldn't notice them, and Doudou could avoid triggering his own heavenly tribulation. This distance would allow them not to influence the fellow Daoist. When it came to matters like transcending a tribulation, it was best for it not to be disturbed by external factors. Under the premise of not knowing which fellow Daoist was transcending their tribulation, Song Shuhang's every move was filled with kindness. Doudou shrank and squatted on Song Shuhang's shoulders. The two observed the tribulation lightning descend, and watched as the 6 pillars within the tribulation transcending formation blocked the waves of the heavenly tribulation. On the ground, tribulation fire blazed. Steam emerged from the tribulation transcending formation as the tribulation fire was neutralized. From the 5th stage heavenly tribulation, a wave of highly poisonous tribulation water came down. Soon after, the statues on each of the 6 pillars rose up and transformed into a cloth, completely absorbing the poisonous water. Dealing with attacks with the proper means, all in an orderly manner. Doudou said, "This guy is strong, and his tribulation transcending formation is very stable. If there aren't any accidents, the first few waves of the heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem for him." Song Shuhang sighed, and thought, this is the proper way to transcend a tribulation. This was how a cultivator was supposed to transcend their tribulation. They should set down a huge tribulation transcending formation, find a good location, prepare various magical treasures, and then orderly fight against the heavenly tribulation. The previous times he transcended his tribulation, he was very much unprepared. As such, he had to face the heavenly tribulation head-on, which was definitely not the proper way to proceed. Doudou said, however, with the heavenly tribulation having mutated, modern weapons will soon appear. I don't know if he would be able to resist that. Doudou took this very seriously. After all, he would soon transcend the 5th stage heavenly tribulation himself. At this time, he had placed himself in the shoes of the other party, thinking and deducing how he should go about his own tribulation. While they were talking, the tribulation had changed its form, and entered the modernized tribulation mode. In the air, the tribulation condensed into the form of a Barrett sniper rifle that was 10 times the size of the original version. Song Shuhang remarked, "The heavenly tribulation is doing as it pleases." Bang! The heavenly tribulation opened fire. With the power focused on a single point, the defense formed by the 6 pillars was destroyed in a single breath. Even the illusion formation that enveloped the entire tribulation area was broken in a short time. However, the cultivator who was transcending the tribulation still had a lot of backups. When the defense of the 6 pillars broke, a wall of bone shields floated beside him, blocking the attack of the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the defenses and illusion formation formed by the 6 pillars were quickly repaired with the help of spirit stones, as well as the power of evil chi, which were buried under the tribulation transcending formation. Oh! Song Shuhang's and Doudou's eyes lit up in the sky. Isn't this Demon Monarch Anzhi, the guy who forced me to coolly fly in the sky? Isn't this the guy who accidentally bumped into me, and was then chased and bitten by yours truly for a good while? You can do it. Back then, Song Shuhang was a young man who yearned for the blue sky. He had fantasized about himself touching the skies countless times. He fantasized about himself riding a plane, or perhaps an eagle, to cross the 4 seas. Or again, learning the sword flying technique, and then riding on a sword through the sky with his hands behind his back, looking natural and unrestrained. However, he had not thought that his first time realizing his dream would be after being kidnapped by Demon Monarch Anzhi, and then dragged away like he was a weak chicken. There was no natural and unrestrained look. Instead, there was only nausea, feebleness, and the feeling of wanting to vomit. Song Shuhang's first experience of touching the blue sky was a huge black mark in his history. Song Shuhang had even suspected that the reason he developed a fear of heights afterward was probably due to the trauma from that experience. All of these were the blessings of Demon Monarch Anzhi, who was currently transcending a tribulation below. Song Shuhang said, "Sure enough, it's fate. Fate is so wonderful." Doudou nodded in agreement. He. He. One person, one dog, their laughs especially synchronized and harmonious. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. F***ck, why are these two laughing so villainously? It suddenly regretted continuing to stay with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "I have to find a way to surprise him." XIII had sworn to kill young Master Hai and his group of 3. Now that Song Shuhang had a chance to accomplish a part of that, he didn't want to let the opportunity pass. Doudou asked, "I like messing things up, but what should we do? This guy is currently transcending a heavenly tribulation. If we get too close, we might get involved in the tribulation as well." Song Shuhang said, "Actually, we don't need to get too close. We just need to sit on the edge of the tribulation transcending formation, keep our distance, and then cheer for our old acquaintance loudly. Just think about it. When a person was transcending their tribulation, how would they feel when they found that two of their old acquaintances suddenly appeared and cheered them on as they watched and ate melon seeds by the side? Doudou responded, "Great idea. Song Shuhang has really been contaminated by the people in the 9 provinces number 1 group. He used to be such a simple and kind person, but now he has become the same as the fellow Daoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group." Song Shuhang suddenly said, "Doudou, I feel like you're slandering me in your mind." Doudou said, "F***ck, have you learned the mind-reading technique? So you really were slandering me." Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's because you had a bothered look on your face just now, but there was a smirk at the corner of your mouth." "Actually, I'm indeed quite bothered," Doudou said. "The 9 provinces number 1 group is really a big mess. You were just a little newbie when you first joined, yet now you've been tainted by the group style." "That isn't right, Doudou. My character has always been like this. It's just that I might have become a lot more lively compared to before." Song Shuhang laughed. He felt that he hadn't changed that much, he was still very kind to his friends and normal people. As for when it came to grinding boss mobs, he was still as passionate as before. Doudou responded, "Tui, shameless. If you want to seek death, then go ahead. Don't use an excuse like liveliness to cover up for your death-seeking actions." Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed. "Ha ha ha." The little dog's words hit the nail on the head. Its words were very much to Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's liking. Song Shuhang said, "Let's head down. If we're too late, our old friend's heavenly tribulation might come to an end." After saying that, he went and plunged straight down from the air. His speed was extremely fast, just like a javelin being shot downward in the air. F***ck, why are you going down like this? Doudou was taken aback. What happened to his fear of heights? Has it already been cured? Song Shuhang couldn't help but suddenly shout. F***ck, it seems that my fear of heights hasn't completely disappeared. He thought that his fear of heights had been cured, so he wanted to take the opportunity to try speeding downward. Unexpectedly, halfway through the jump, he started to panic again. It seemed that if he wanted to cure his fear of heights, he had to put the immortal boat in its mecha form, activate its crazy escape mode, and go back and forth several times. Doudou. He had no idea from where he should start ridiculing Song Shuhang. Bang! Most of Song Shuhang's body plunged straight into the ground, creating a terrifying crash and causing the earth to vibrate. Falling from this height was something that his physical body, which was strengthened by the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, could easily handle it. There wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. There aren't any injuries at all. My physical body is much stronger than I expected. It looks like I don't need to care about falling from such a height. Song Shuhang leaped slightly, pulling his body out of the ground. Doudou. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang had descended from the air with great momentum, attracting the attention of Demon Monarch Anzhi, who was within the Tribulation transcending formation. It had originally thought that it was an earthquake, so it didn't pay it any mind and even thought that it was a good sign. Unexpectedly, it was a human cultivator descending from the sky. While fighting the modernized Tribulation, Demon Monarch Anzhi glanced at Song Shuhang. Falling from a high altitude, but emerging unscathed, was this a cultivator who focused on body strengthening? However, since Demon Monarch Anzhi was blind when it came to human faces, it did not recognize Song Shuhang at a glance. For Demon Monarch Anzhi, humans were just like little rabbits. It could recognize their skin tones at best, but it could not distinguish between their appearances at all. It couldn't even distinguish between men and women. Even when it came to its two partners, young Master Hai and Zhengneng, it took a lot of work for it to remember them thoroughly. If it had been given some time to get a good look at the other party, it might be able to recognize Song Shuhang, who was the first sage in 1,000 years. However, it was currently in the middle of transcending its tribulation, so how could it have the time to spare to take a good look at the cultivator who had fallen from the sky? Demon Monarch Anzhi glanced over. After discovering that it was a 5th-stage human cultivator and a 4th-stage monster dog, it did not pay them any more mind. The other party might have just fallen there accidentally. As long as the other party wasn't seeking death, they shouldn't be stupid enough to break into its tribulation transcending formation. Did he just glance at us? Doudou asked. Doudou's dog eyes were shining at this time as he was using a kind of illusion-breaking magical technique. Song Shuhang replied. He hadn't learned any powerful illusion-breaking magical techniques, but he did have the sage's eye. The virtuous Lamia, who was currently listlessly attached to Song Shuhang's back, was summoned out to have his eye switched out. Now, changing eyes was just like changing glasses for Song Shuhang. He was very familiar with it. In the future, when his mastery of illusion techniques reached a higher threshold, he would be able to see through illusion techniques with his Mirage Energy Monster Core, without the need to use the sage's eye. Doudou said, "Is he ignoring us?" Song Shuhang replied, I remember now. This guy has facial blindness. When he was trying to catch 16, he caught me instead. Perhaps it had not recognized them. Song Shuhang suddenly felt a little lost in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the Sword Sage Sober King of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Fortunately, I have the Sage Seal. As long as I am willing, I can make use of the effect of nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me. You want to ignore me? Don't even think about it. Song Shuhang stretched out his left hand, brought out the tyrannical Song Sage Seal, then stretched out his right hand, and brought out the tyrannical Scholar Demon Seal. Fellow Daoist Demon Monarch Anzhi, please take a look over here. Do you prefer this tyrannical Song model on the left? Or do you prefer this tyrannical Scholar model on the right? It was said that you should not interfere in other people's heavenly tribulations lest you become careless and accidentally become involved in it. At that time, it would be a bad thing for everyone. However, it should be fine to stay on the sidelines and watch the show, right? While watching the show, I'm merely bringing out my 2 Sage Seals and 21 apes to cheer for my fellow Daoist. What's wrong with that? Fellow Daoist Anzhi, believe in yourself. You can do it. Song Shuhang yelled. Song Shuhang didn't know why, but because these lines went against his actual feelings, he felt very strange when he cheered for Demon Monarch Anzhi. After all, I am not a real actor, so I'm not really good at saying things that don't conform with my feelings. Woof! Doudou yelled in agreement, attracting Demon Monarch Anzhi's attention. At the same time, 21 holy apes appeared behind Song Shuhang. The 1 large and 20 small holy apes were arranged in an arrow formation with the large holy ape in the lead. At this time, they all opened the scriptures in their hands, and began reciting loudly. Their recital was catchy, mellow, and rhythmic. However, if one listened carefully, it was as if they were all just shouting 666. Inside the Tribulation transcending formation, Demon Monarch Anzhi heard the calls of Song Shuhang and Doudou. These guys know my Daoist name? Could it be an enemy of mine got word that I was soon going to transcend a tribulation, and came to surround me? However, are they thinking of stopping me with just a 5th stage human cultivator and a 4th stage monster dog? How naive. After I finish transcending this tribulation, I will have a golden core with at least 7 dragon patterns. At that time, I will absolutely have no problem escaping from a 5th stage cultivator even if I can't beat them. A mere 5th rank golden core cultivator, do you think that I would be afraid of you? Demon Monarch Anzhi felt very calm. After blocking a wave of heavenly tribulation cannonballs, it turned its head and looked at Song Shuhang and Doudou again. When it glanced over this time, it suddenly froze. Tyrannical. Tyrannical Song. Why is he here? I confirmed beforehand that Tyrannical Song had left the Jiangnan area. And I even quietly confirmed that the Tyrannical Song, who was in the school recently, is actually a monster tree in disguise. Demon Monarch Anzhi had repeatedly confirmed this for a long time, and it finally decided to place its Tribulation transcending formation in H City. Moreover, it had gone about this very secretively this time. Even young Master Hai and Zhengning didn't know where it would transcend its tribulation. Then why? Why was Tyrannical Song here? Boom, while transcending a tribulation, how could there be time for one to be distracted? While it was distracted, the heavenly tribulation took the opportunity to increase its output. And so, over a dozen cannons appeared in the sky, blasting violently at Demon Monarch Anzhi. If it weren't for the stable layout of its tribulation transcending formation, it would have been forced to kneel from this wave. Song Shuhang and Doudou simultaneously smiled as they watched this. This was the result they wanted. He and Doudou didn't have to do anything. As long as they sat on the sidelines, and let Demon Monarch Anzhi know that they were there, they could make the other party feel tremendous pressure. Moreover, when the inner demon tribulation phase appeared, they could perhaps become the other party's inner demons. This. Is it my inner demon? Demon Monarch Anzhi's heart suddenly thumped. Perhaps it was just the inner demon trying to damage its soul. Chapter 1564 Come and Fight Me. Right, this must be my inner demon. Demon Monarch Anzhi seemed to have an epiphany. This heavenly tribulation really was strange. Unknowingly, it had already sent the inner demon tribulation down on it. Moreover, it even chose to take profound sage Tyrannical Song's appearance, the person it feared the most. Fortunately, it had understood in time. As long as it knew that it was just an inner demon, there was nothing to be afraid of. Demon Monarch Anzhi said calmly, "Don't even think about using this kind of inner demon to mess with me. We were talking about Demon Monarch Anzhi after all, a genius who was dubbed the title of Demon Monarch at the mere 4th stage. Its will was as firm as iron. Let alone one profound sage Tyrannical Song staring at me from the sidelines, even if there were 10 or 100 more of him, my heart won't falter." Demon Monarch Anzhi roared and issued his own declaration. "I am Demon Monarch Anzhi, and I am destined to become the lord of all demons. I shall transcend this tribulation, and take my first step on my journey on the Great Way." After letting out this declaration, Demon Monarch Anzhi's imposing manner skyrocketed. At this moment, it seemed to have overcome its fear of profound sage Tyrannical Song, resulting in the firmness of its will to rise by a notch. It continued to manipulate its tribulation transcending formation methodically. The 6 demon god pillars rose slightly, bursting out even more powerful demonic energy. The evil chi beneath the ground became active. Outside the range of the tribulation. Song Shuhang, Doudou, Song Shuhang said, "Such a thing can actually happen. I wouldn't be able to learn this even if I wanted to." He had already brought out the sage seals for both Tyrannical Song and Tyrannical Scholar, yet Demon Monarch Anzhi had forcefully recognized him as an inner demon. Doudou said, "The plan has failed. I'm afraid that even if you cheer for him now, it won't have any effect. He might think that he's just going through the inner demon tribulation, causing his Dao heart to become even firmer." Song Shuhang said, "We're of different races, that might be the reason. This guy's way of thinking is too different from that of humans. It's also a lot worse than dogs," Doudou added. "What are you going to do next?" Song Shuhang lowered his head and asked Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, "Senior. Say, if I were to use the Impregnating Gaze on him, would it work?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said calmly, "Firstly, the guy would definitely become pregnant. Then, as the power of the sages I will be left behind, you will definitely be involved in the heavenly tribulation. As long as you use a magical technique against him, it would be considered as an interference. There would be no reason for the heavenly tribulation to let you off. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't want to get involved in another person's tribulation right now. He had no intention of becoming Song. Leave it to me, I'm a professional when it comes to dealing with heavenly tribulations, Shuhang. It was enough to experience a group tribulation once. This kind of thing where you practically treated your own life as a joke wasn't fun at all. Why not just wait for him to finish transcending his tribulation before using the impregnating gaze? Doudou suggested. At the most exciting point in his life, when he thinks that he has finally succeeded in transcending the tribulation and condensing a golden core, will send an impregnating gaze over, directly making his golden core bear a child. Wouldn't that be double the fun? Song Shuhang said, it is feasible, but what I'm more worried about is whether or not he has any means of escape on his person. Once he has successfully transcended the tribulation, and discovered that we aren't inner demons, he might directly activate an escape technique. He felt that with the personality of young Master Hai and his companions, possessing this kind of life-saving escape technique must be indispensable. Don't worry, I'm here, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly said. I'm full of energy right now. No matter what escape technique he uses, even if it is a spatial escape technique, I can cut him down with a single slash. The words of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword were particularly overbearing and made them feel at ease. The only question was, wouldn't it be too wasteful to use Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's energy on a newly ascended 5th stage demonic cultivator? At this time, Doudou took out his phone and began typing quickly. Song Shuhang glanced at Doudou and found that he was chatting in the group. Doudou, aren't you muted in the 9 provinces #1 group? Song Shuhang asked in confusion. How come he could already chat? Could it be that Doudou used Senior Yellow Mountain's account? Doudou rolled his eyes. I'm in more than one group. What group is this? Song Shuhang asked curiously, because when he glanced at it just now, he found several familiar avatars. Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Senior Creation, Senior Xian Nu Sect Skylark, and it looked like Senior White was also there. They were all people he was familiar with from the 9 provinces #1 group. Doudou said with a mysterious face, I can't tell you about this group for the time being as you aren't eligible to join it at the moment. In a while, you should be able to pass the assessment for joining this group. You are still in the assessment period, and when we feel that you have achieved the necessary qualifications, you will be added to the group. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Doudou sent a message in the group, at everyone, I discovered that one of my enemies is currently transcending a tribulation. How should I deal with him? Everyone, please use your brains. Invincible 72 Mad Saber Strikes, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, Doudou, didn't you go with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song to watch a cultivator transcend their heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage? Could it be that the other party was coincidentally your enemy? Doudou said, right, fate is so wonderful. This guy is the enemy of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song as well. So, everyone, please provide some insights. Since some members of this group weren't part of the 9 provinces #1 group, when Thrice Reckless and Doudou talked about Song Shuhang, they used the name Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. High-altitude escapology lover, Netherworld Shao, this guy can be said to have inherited the misfortune of 8 generations. He actually encountered Doudou and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song while transcending his tribulation. However, since he's transcending his tribulation, then this matter is very simple. Doudou, you and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song can just sit outside his tribulation transcending formation and cheer for him. It's best to have Profound Sage Tyrannical Song bring out his Sage Seal to put more pressure on the other party. Under such pressure, the other party's legs should go soft and he should experience stomach cramps. After another wave from the tribulation comes down, he will be reduced into ashes. Doudou rolled his eyes. Great Master Shao, your thoughts are the same as those of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. We've already done what you said, but the guy thought that we were a part of his inner demon tribulation, and he used that to deceive himself. Great Master Shao, ugh, most dazzling and trending, Venerable Tornado said, I want to ask, that cultivator is only transcending the tribulation of the 5th stage, right? Doudou, yeah. Venerable Tornado, in that case, when the other party is at the most brilliant part of their tribulation, can't Senior Tyrannical Song directly break their formation and kill them? For someone like Senior Tyrannical Song, the other party should be no different from an ant. As long as you kill the other party quick enough, the heavenly tribulation should end directly. Let me silently die of old age, XIII said, or perhaps Doudou wants to catch them alive and then train them after bringing them back home. Doudou has become increasingly evil recently. Doudou, Venerable Tornado's proposal is very good, I'll be going with that. Thank you. After saying that, Doudou turned off his phone and looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, Doudou smiled, and said, just be bold, don't be a coward. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, you can do it. What do you mean? You should know that I'm not really a profound sage. I've only recently gotten past a heavenly tribulation and reached the 5th stage. How am I supposed to? Wait. Song Shuhang suddenly pinched his chin, looking at the heavenly tribulation in the sky. This was the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage, and it had just begun, with only about 10 waves having come down. The power of the tribulation was at about the peak of the 4th stage. If such a low-level heavenly tribulation were to bomb his body, he shouldn't receive any injuries. Of course. This kind of direct intrusion into a heavenly tribulation shouldn't be done with his main body. At this time, it was time to summon his clone, Song Shuhang too. Doudou, go hide in my inner world, Song Shuhang said. He wanted to change places with his clone first. His main body would remain on the island and act as coordinates, waiting for Senior White to come out of the sealed space. During this time, the clone would break into the formation and kill Demon Monarch Anzhi. Doudou asked in confusion, are you not going to break into the formation? Song Shuhang said, I need to make preparations first. This kind of thing naturally has to be done by my clone. Anyway, just stay in my inner world and watch the live broadcast. As for me, I will switch places with my clone. Song Shuhang and Doudou escaped into the inner world. Afterward, his body exchanged places with his clone, who was still on the faraway Western Orchid Island. The restaurant on Western Orchid Island had yet to reopen. Chu Chu was still working hard to practice the immortal chef secret techniques she got from the sealed space and had yet to exit her closed-up state. The restaurant would reopen after she finished her practice. Song Shuhang's main body now sat idly at the cash register, habitually crossing his fingers and placing his chin on them. At the same time, his consciousness shifted to his clone. When Doudou and Song Shuhang disappeared, Demon Monarch Anzhi, who was inside the tribulation transcending formation, laughed. Ha ha ha, it really was an inner demon. After the heavenly tribulation saw that profound sage tyrannical song had no effect on it, the illusion finally shattered. In other words, the inner demon tribulation that worried it the most had already passed. The rest of the heavenly tribulation should be easy to deal with. Just as it thought this, the figure of profound sage tyrannical song reappeared. The inner demon tribulation isn't over yet? Demon Monarch Anzhi's pupils contracted. That's right. After all, this is the inner demon of a 5th stage heavenly tribulation. It shouldn't be so easy to deal with. However, it was all the same. Even if there were 100 profound sage tyrannical songs, it wouldn't be scared. Outside the tribulation transcending formation, profound sage tyrannical song got up and stepped directly into the formation. At the same time, magical treasures that would blind the eyes of ordinary cultivators appeared out of thin air, equipping themselves on profound sage tyrannical song's body. A floating winged crown. A domineering helmet. A set of battle armor filled with mysterious patterns. Rings, gloves. It was a complete set of armor and magical treasures, all of the 8th stage. Finally, a white cloak fell from the sky and draped itself on profound sage tyrannical Song's shoulders. The tyrannical Song, sage seal, and tyrannical scholar, demon seal both hovered behind him. The aura of a profound sage, which could leave people terrified and breathless, came bearing down on Demon Monarch Anzhi. Demon Monarch Anzhi calmly said, "Come and fight me. I won't lose to a trivial inner demon." Profound sage tyrannical Song stepped into the range of the tribulation. The rumbling tribulation lightning fell on his body, but couldn't hurt him at all. With profound sage tyrannical Song entering the formation, Demon Monarch Anzhi felt that the power of the heavenly tribulation had increased. An extremely bad premonition surged in its heart. Rumble, the lightning of the heavenly tribulation became a pool, descending on them. However, when these bolts of heavenly lightning fell on profound sage tyrannical Song's body, they felt like a layer of special light effects on him, making it such that his appearance brought about more pressure. Demon Monarch Anzhi murmured, He isn't an inner demon? You've guessed it right. Profound sage tyrannical Song had already been in front of him for an unknown amount of time. There had clearly still been quite a distance between them just now, but profound sage tyrannical Song suddenly appeared in front of it out of thin air, just as if he had crossed space. Was it a spatial ability? In the next moment, profound sage tyrannical Song stretched out his hand and placed it on top of its head. Demon Monarch Anzhi fell into despair. A mere push from profound sage tyrannical Song's palm, and it might actually die. However, the pain and death that it had been expecting did not arrive. Profound sage tyrannical Song simply pressed his hand on its head, before saying softly, "Do you yearn for the blue sky? Demon Monarch Anzhi?" In the meantime, the modernized attacks of the heavenly tribulation descended madly. However, they were all blocked by the shield beside profound sage tyrannical Song. Profound sage tyrannical Song asked softly, "Men all long for the blue sky. Even though they are without wings, they dream of touching the blue sky. I ask you, do you long for the blue sky?" I don't really understand what profound sage tyrannical Song wants to express. How should I answer at this time? Yes, I desperately yearn for the blue sky, Demon Monarch Anzhi replied. Profound sage tyrannical Song smiled, and said, "Great, I had not misunderstood you." In the next moment, profound sage tyrannical Song grabbed him, jumped fiercely, and then rose into the sky. He had not flown, it was pure jumping ability. The speed was incredibly fast, just as if they were a cannonball that had been shot upward. After they reached a certain height, a black lotus appeared under profound sage tyrannical Song's feet, on which he jumped vigorously once more, allowing them to rise even higher. In the blink of an eye, they were above the clouds. Profound sage tyrannical Song said, "Look, the blue sky." Afterward, he let go of Demon Monarch Anzhi. F***ck. If I fall down from such a height, I'll be done for. Demon Monarch Anzhi quickly brought out the limitless demon sect standard flying sword, stepped on it, and got the sword to float in the air. In the next moment, he saw profound sage tyrannical Song standing upright, heading to the ground. Profound sage tyrannical Song had left just like that. And, he had taken the large and incomparably sturdy shield with him. From beginning to end, this large shield had been the one blocking the heavenly tribulation for the two of them. As soon as the shield was gone, the entire heavenly tribulation directly enveloped Demon Monarch Anzhi's body. More importantly, when profound sage tyrannical Song took them to the blue sky, he brought Demon Monarch Anzhi away from the tribulation transcending formation which it worked so hard to arrange. Its 6 demon god pillars, its tribulation transcending formation, the evil chi buried underneath, and the blood god crystal were currently not with it. For Demon Monarch Anzhi, it was tantamount to facing the heavenly tribulation head-on and without support. Moreover, this was a strengthened heavenly tribulation after profound sage tyrannical Song had entered the fray. Demon Monarch Anzhi could not bear it any more, and so it cursed loudly, profound sage tyrannical song, ****. To hell with yearning for the blue sky. At the same time, it quickly reached out its hand into one of its pockets. In addition to the tribulation transcending formation, it had also prepared some other means. One should not place all of one's bets into one bowl, so it still had other options. However, when Demon Monarch Anzhi stretched out its hand, its face changed. What it had hidden in its pocket had disappeared without it knowing. Boom! Thousands of modern weapons containing 100 different kinds of powers from the tribulation opened fire, bombarding Demon Monarch Anzhi. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang's clone plunged straight toward the ground. This time, he had his entire body buried into the ground with the exception of his right arm. In the palm of his right hand was a cosmos bag. He'd just used the powerful, divine stealing technique of the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive that Lady Onion had learned. Just because Song Shuhang hadn't used this powerful technique much, it did not mean that he didn't know how to use it. When he had lived Lady Onion's life in the dreamland, this set of lost techniques had long become integrated with his soul, becoming part of his skill set. As long as he wanted to use it, he could do so at any time. Song Shuhang's clone shook his right hand, throwing the cosmos bag into his inner world. Afterward, he pushed hard and got himself out of the ground. Song Shuhang said, "I should learn the ground leveling spell from Senior White in the future. Otherwise, every time I plunge into the ground, there would be a huge hole left behind, which would be bad for the environment." In the sky, Demon Monarch Anzhi could not even survive 2 waves of the heavenly tribulation. Its scorched body soon fell to the ground. There was no vitality left in its body, and the tribulation lightning that filled the sky locked onto Song Shuhang's clone instead. But after a while, it dissipated. After all, it was Demon Monarch Anzhi who was transcending the tribulation. Now that Demon Monarch Anzhi had failed to transcend it, the tribulation would naturally dissipate as Song Shuhang had yet to reach the level for transcending his tribulation. And so, the heavenly tribulation was now gone. Demon Monarch Anzhi's scorched body had fallen right in front of Song Shuhang. Immediately before the corpse fell to the ground, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and gently lifted it. His spiritual energy surged, and he used his mental energy to control it, supporting the body. As it was no longer under Demon Monarch Anzhi's control, the tribulation transcending formation returned to its previous state, and the 6 demon god pillars sunk into the ground. The tribulation transcending formation was still intact, and one only needed to add the spirit stones for it to be activated again. It was a pity that this tribulation transcending formation was for the use of demonic cultivators. It was useless to Song Shuhang, and his disciples couldn't use it either. As the aura of the heavenly tribulation had completely disappeared, Song Shuhang released Doudou from the inner world. At this time, Demon Monarch Anzhi, who was on the ground and had no vitality, suddenly opened his eyes slowly and coughed violently. Doudou asked in surprise, He isn't dead yet?" It was very rare for a practitioner who had failed to transcend their tribulation to survive. In the past, it was possible for seniors to keep watch by their junior's side, and if the transcension failed, they could forcefully disperse the heavenly tribulation to save the junior's life. Such was the case for Su Clan 16 back then. However, now that the heavenly tribulation had mutated and could no longer be forcefully dispersed, it was rare for a practitioner to survive after failing to transcend their tribulation. On Demon Monarch Anzhi's body, tribulation fire was still ablaze. However, its feeble life remained, and, even more amazingly, the tribulation fire was slowly weakening. This was all thanks to the effect of the 7 Colors Wonder Fruit from the Immortal Farming Sect. The 7 Colors Wonder Fruit had a magical effect, having very strong healing properties when it came to wounds from the heavenly tribulation. The 7 Colors Wonder Fruit had been turned into 2 liquefied pills with the help of Zhengneng and young Master Hai. One pill was to be taken before transcending the tribulation so that even if they failed in transcending, there was still a chance for their life to be saved. The other was to be taken when they successfully transcended their tribulation, thus increasing the chance of a greater number of core patterns. Cough, cough, cough. Demon Monarch Anzhi coughed weakly and looked at Song Shuhang and Doudou in a vengeful manner. Doudou asked, "Shuhang, how should we deal with him?" Song Shuhang said, "Why don't you deal with him? Wasn't it you who he had offended?" Doudou replied, "Forget it, I'm not interested in this kind of half-dead guy." Song Shuhang chuckled, and said, "Then, I'll keep him in my inner world first." Doudou suddenly thought of the conversation he had with Venerable Tornado and the others in the group before, and the fur on his tail rose. "Shuhang, you can't actually be thinking of taming him, right? Just what is going on in that dog head of yours?" Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm planning on keeping Demon Monarch Anzhi, young Master Hai, and Zhengning alive so that I can give them to 16 later. After all, it would be more meaningful to give them to her alive rather than dead. 16 once vowed to kill young Master Hai and his companions. So, wouldn't this be like a big gift to her?" Woof. Doudou blinked and stuck his tongue out. Demon Monarch Anzhi slowly closed his eyes. "No golden core." Doudou said, "Although you don't have a golden core, if you want, I can ask tyrannical Song to send you a nascent soul. How about it?" Demon Monarch Anzhi tilted his head and stopped talking. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and sent it into the inner world, temporarily locked it in the Palace of Winter. Recently, he had been treating the Palace of Winter as a prison. He hoped that the Great Northern Emperor would not blame him for this. "Alright, let's summarize this incident and send a report in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group." Song Shuhang clapped his hands and said, "Afterward, we shall cover up this large formation using an illusion technique. I can then ask if any senior in the group is interested in this formation, and transfer it to them if they are. After all, it is a tribulation transcending formation of the 5th stage, and its power is relatively high." Doudou said, "My account is muted in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, so you should report it to Stupid Yellow Mountain and the others." After saying that, he squatted on the edge of the tribulation transcending formation, and fell into thought. And so, a pensive Pekingese appeared. "What are you doing?" Song Shuhang asked curiously. A pensive Doudou was completely off style. "I'm recalling," Doudou said. "I'm recalling the scene of Demon Monarch Anzhi transcending the tribulation just now and trying to learn useful things from it. I'm soon going to transcend the tribulation myself, so I hope to get some benefits from this." This earnest, eager to learn Doudou was very cute. Song Shuhang took out his phone and began to summarize his experience with Doudou in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Doudou continued to remain in a pensive posture. One should not judge him solely based on how he acted during normal times. When it came to his heavenly tribulation, he did not dare to take things lightly. He already had a small list of precautions for his heavenly tribulation. At this time, Doudou silently wrote a note in his mind: "When I transcend the tribulation, I must never have Song Shuhang by my side. The pressure would be too great, and it would be easy for him to become my inner demon. I would feel like he's always staring at me, ready to make me pregnant. More importantly, I must have a guardian, and I must not let anyone who I've offended know about my tribulation." He then continued to repeat the scene of Demon Monarch Anzhi transcending the tribulation in his mind and gained a lot of experience from it. Occasionally, a feeling of epiphany would emerge in his heart. There was now a feeling in Doudou's heart. When it came to his own heavenly tribulation, he felt like there was a 90% chance of success. On Western Orchid Island, Song Shuhang's body lay idly on the cash register. His consciousness was currently split into 2. One part was with the clone, and the other part was busy with the learning God system. Learning was not bound to a specific time or place. One must learn and grasp knowledge at any time. The sea of knowledge was limitless, and a mountain of books was without a path. One had to carve their path through diligence, and build a boat with their hard work. As Song Shuhang's body was roaming the endless sea of knowledge, he suddenly felt a gentle little hand touching his head. It was soft and comfortable. Wait a minute, this feeling of soft and tender hands stroking my head, isn't this the same one I felt when I was sleeping? Song Shuhang subconsciously felt that something was wrong. He raised his head, and opened his eyes abruptly. However, there was nothing in front of him. Rather than easing Song Shuhang's heart, this only made him even more anxious. What's wrong with me? Why do I keep on feeling that there's a small hand stroking my head? Did someone cast a curse on me in secret? While he was in thought, the feeling of a small hand caressing his head returned. This time, the little hand had become more excessive. It would hold his head and forcibly twist it. Song Shuhang was forced to turn around and look behind him. Then, he saw a girl in a black dress squatting in the air behind him while holding his head. After he turned around, her hand changed its movements once again. It went to touch his head repeatedly, sometimes gently tapping it as if she were tapping a watermelon. It was Pavilion Master Chu too. One Song Shuhang didn't even need to look at her face. As soon as he saw the familiar black dress, the pearl hanging from it, and the cute bare feet, he could guess the identity of the girl in the black dress. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, "Senior Chu, can you just call me when you come over? Don't scare me like this." His head had been twisted as soon as she came. This had almost given him a heart attack. Pavilion Master Chu too continued to stroke Song Shuhang's head. "Originally, I was planning on looking for you yesterday. But yesterday, I had to fight with some strange person for the whole day. It was hard to chase that person away. I don't know what's wrong with that guy, but as soon as he saw me, he rushed to fight me. That's why I was only able to come today." Song Shuhang asked, "I remember someone touching my head when I was sleeping the day before yesterday. Was that also you?" Pavilion Master Chu too solemnly said, It was me. I had also gone to look for you that day, and when I found you, you were asleep. I was twisting your head here and there to check whether it was still good." Song Shuhang's head currently had short hair, making it rather satisfying to rub. Song Shuhang. Pavilion Master Chu said, "How is it? Is the head you were preparing for me ready? If it isn't ready yet, I will be forced to twist your head instead." Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Chu, is there a safer space we can go?" Pavilion Master Chu too replied, "Are you talking about a place similar to the crystal clear water pavilion? I have already abandoned the old crystal clear water pavilion. There's someone constantly taking peeks at it, which is really annoying. Also, it's nearly completely collapsed. I only took away the thriving and withering trees, but I haven't built a new crystal clear water pavilion yet." Song Shuhang explained, "Then let's look for a wide place. The head in my possession is quite special. Once I take it out and expose it to the main world's air, it will attract giant turtles of disaster, which are responsible for recycling the head in my hands." Pavilion Master Chu too squeezed her chin. "It looks like you really found a very powerful head." Song Shuhang said, "Of course. Anyway, the giant turtles of disaster possess a rather fearsome talent called spacetime traversal. It can allow them to traverse even the wielder's small black room. There is virtually no space that they can't enter." Pavilion Master Chu too said, "I understand. Then just give me the head. I will see if it is appropriate or not. If it is, then even if such a turtle appears, I will send it flying." Song Shuhang said, "Let's move to a wider area. Otherwise, once a giant turtle of disaster appears, my restaurant would be destroyed." When those giant turtles appeared, regardless of what precious place was right next to them, they would indifferently bite it to retrieve Skylark's body part. "Then let's head to the sea." Pavilion Master Chu-Tu grabbed Song Shuhang and kicked at the air. A spatial gate opened, and she brought Song Shuhang into it, crossing space to arrive over the sea. The spatial ability of those at the 9th stage was truly enviable. It was too convenient. With spatial abilities, one could go wherever they wanted. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu asked, "Is this place all right?" "Yup. Senior Chu, just give me a moment." Song Shuhang closed his eyes, and first contacted the other Pavilion Master Chu in the inner world. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Chu, try to conceal your aura. I'm going to open the inner world for an instant. Do your best to avoid revealing your presence." Pavilion Master Chu's head blew bubbles in the living spring. "Don't worry, she can't find me." One after Pavilion Master Chu said this, Song Shuhang felt relieved. His consciousness then shifted to the sword and saber peak. There, the body parts of Senior Skylark were piled up like a mountain. Song Shuhang recalled the time when he had brought them over. He was now clueless as to why he had even transferred over such a large amount of Skylark's body parts. However, he was lucky that he'd moved over so many of her body parts from the belly of that giant turtle of disaster. It was only by doing so that he got the opportunity to choose a head suitable for Pavilion Master Chu-Tu. Song Shuhang's consciousness swept through the pile of body parts, and quickly selected a suitable and complete head. After willing it, he transferred the head out. This head was still intact. Even the thick, coat-like blue hair was undamaged. At this moment, the eyes of the head were closed, just as if she were sleeping. After Song Shuhang took out the head, he quickly closed the inner world, lest Pavilion Master Chu-Tu sensing Senior Chu 1. "Here it is. Senior Chu, please see if it is appropriate." Song Shuhang handed Skylark's head to Pavilion Master Chu. "Senior Skylark, I'm sorry." Pavilion Master Chu-Tu stretched out her hand to take the head, and softly said, "It's beautiful." Judging it solely by appearance, Senior Skylark was as beautiful as the brightest star in the night sky. This was thrice reckless Mad Saber's evaluation of her. At this time, when she had her eyes closed, she looked just like a peaceful, sleeping beauty. Moreover, her long blue hair and blue eyelashes gave her a sense of beauty that transcended reality, as if she did not belong to this world. Song Shuhang asked, "Does Senior Chu find it fitting?" Pavilion Master Chu-Tu responded, "I'll have to try it out before I know. However, I feel very satisfied, and I feel that there is an extraordinary power hidden in this head." "Yes," Song Shuhang replied affirmatively. Every part of Skylark's physical body was filled with the aura of eternity. Her eyes could even replace the body of a phoenix, which could be reborn from ashes, in the production of a resurrection magical treasure. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu said, "I like it very much." Song Shuhang looked at Pavilion Master Chu-Tu with a satisfied look. "Senior, how are you planning on putting this head on?" In fact, he was curious about this from the very beginning. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu had her own head. If she had gotten the head of her main body, she could simply use an absorption technique to merge the two heads. But now that she got someone else's head, how was she going to put it on? Pavilion Master Chu-Tu said, "Of course, I just need to install it." She held Skylark's head high up. Then, as if she were putting on a crown, she pressed it against her head. Song Shuhang. Is she going to wear the head like a hat? Will Pavilion Master Chu-Tu really become a fairy with two heads? The scene felt so out of place in his mind. In front of him, Fairy Skylark's head finally made contact with Pavilion Master Chu-Tu's head. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu's original head seemed to become illusory, just as if it had become intangible. Fairy Skylark's head was then pressed against the neck of Pavilion Master Chu-Tu. Is this for real? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Where did Pavilion Master Chu-Tu's original head go? He was sure that Pavilion Master Chu-Tu's original head was also real and tangible. Pavilion Master XIII was born from the thriving and withering trees back when the crystal-clear water pavilion collapsed. After she was born, she had once hugged Song Shuhang, and whispered in his ear. At that time, Song Shuhang had made contact with her head, and it was definitely not something illusory. Oh hey, in front of him, Pavilion Master Chu's mouth was wide open as she started to make some sounds. She was using Skylark's head to make them. Song Shuhang. This was the magical world of cultivation. Eyes could be plucked out and replaced with new ones without problems. If something like an arm was broken, you could simply get a new one. Even heads could be replaced by simply placing the new one on the old one, which was a lot more convenient than head surgery. Just as Song Shuhang let out an emotional sigh, a huge mouth appeared beneath them, chomping at Song Shuhang and Pavilion Master Chu. There was no sound, no spatial fluctuations, and no energy fluctuations. The giant turtle of disaster seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Pavilion Master Chu too raised her feet, and her petite figure stepped on the head of the giant turtle of disaster. The giant turtle of disaster was forced downward, falling from the air, and falling into the vast ocean. With Song Shuhang's reminder, Pavilion Master Chu too had been ready. In the face of an immortal-level existence that had long been on guard, the giant turtle of disaster's sneak attack would be of no use. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Chu, please be careful. Giant turtles of disaster are very difficult to deal with. They will keep appearing and attacking until they've recovered the head." In front of him, Pavilion Master Chu too stretched out her hand, and gently stroked her long blue hair. In the next moment, she opened her eyes. Her pupils were no longer blue, but black. At the same time, her blue hair and blue eyelashes all turned into pitch black, just as if they had been dyed. This process was very similar to the process when Senior Skylark's bone of eternity had been corrupted, causing her to blacken. Song Shuhang cautiously asked, "Senior Chu, are you okay?" Pavilion Master Chu too replied, "I'm fine. I'm better than ever. My path has been completed." As she spoke, her face also began to change. It was originally Skylark's face, but after a few breaths, it turned back to her original appearance. But between her features, there was still a hint of Skylark's appearance. Her head was now 80% Pavilion Master Chu plus 20% Skylark. Whether it was facial features or temperament, this new Pavilion Master Chu too was way more charming. Anyway, Pavilion Master Chu's path was finally completed. Pavilion Master Chu too softly said, "The effect of merging with this head might be even better than merging with my own." With the completion of her path to immortality, her strength also experienced a change. Pavilion Master Chu too already had half a foot in the immortal realm, but because she had not been able to merge with the head of her main body, she could not bridge that gap and reach the immortal realm. At this time, her path to immortality was completed, and the strength of her body changed. The nature of her physical existence also changed. She would no longer be restricted by a lifespan, as she had become a genuine immortal. In the air, Pavilion Master Chu too's thriving and withering trees were summoned. They appeared behind her, resonating with her body. Despite the name, there was only the withered tree at this time. Only a shadow was left of the thriving tree. When Pavilion Master Chu too was born, the withered tree swallowed the thriving tree in a single gulp. That scene represented the path to immortality that Pavilion Master Chu I had stepped on at the time. She wanted to use her body to nurture a brand new Pavilion Master Chu II. If there had not been any interference from Song Shuhang, Pavilion Master Chu I would have disappeared completely, leaving only Pavilion Master Chu II behind. Watching the scene in front of him, Song Shuhang pinched his chin and fell deep into thought. Pavilion Master Chu II had just put Skylark's head on, and she had been able to use it. He had a bold idea. Since Pavilion Master Chu I was the original one, could she also do the same? If that was the case, could he simply go through the pile of Skylark's body parts to form a headless body, and then put it under Senior Chu's head to form a complete Pavilion Master Chu 1? Boom! At this time, the giant turtle of disaster reappeared. It flashed directly behind Pavilion Master Chu 2 this time. After that, it opened its huge mouth to bite down on her. But at this moment, the thriving and withering trees suddenly shot out, and pierced the shell of the giant turtle of disaster. The roots of the withered tree grew out, and plunged into the shell of the giant tortoise. The giant turtle of disaster loudly screamed, "Ah! What is this? It pierced my shell." The sound made by this giant turtle of disaster was actually the shrill voice of a woman. It wasn't the same one that Song Shuhang had met back in the wielder's small black room. The giant turtles of disaster rarely spoke. Normally, they would show up, capture any skylark's body parts, and then disappear. The whole process usually went smoothly and quickly. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't have even noticed them appear and disappear. Even during times when they encountered relatively powerful cultivators, and couldn't retrieve the body parts, the vivid expressions on the giant turtle's face would let others understand its intentions. Pavilion Master Chu 2 descended, her feet stomping on the shell of the giant turtle. Behind her, after the withered tree took root, it began to sprout and grow new leaves. This represented rebirth. The rebirth of Pavilion Master Chu 2, and the rebirth of the crystal-clear water pavilion. The withered tree grew larger and larger, its canopy stretching outward like a giant umbrella. Beside the withered tree, the illusory thriving tree solidified and became real. However, after the thriving tree reappeared, it quickly withered and turned into a new, withered tree. The withered tree turned into a thriving tree. The thriving tree decayed into a withered tree. The cycle of life. Pavilion Master Chu 2 stood under the huge new thriving and withering trees, stepping on the turtle shell with both of her feet. She closed her eyes and stretched her hands outward. On the new thriving tree, a small white flower blossomed, and petals soon came raining down. And on the new withered tree, the leaves fell one by one, falling along with the petals. "Don't prick my shell, it feels itchy," the giant turtle of disaster spoke with the voice of a woman once again. In the next moment, it activated its innate talent, the space-time traversal. Its body disappeared into the void. But then, Pavilion Master Chu 2 and the thriving and withering trees disappeared along with the turtle. Song Shuhang. What happened to Pavilion Master Chu 2? She was here just now. How did she and the two trees disappear just like that? While he was in thought, a huge spatial gate emerged in the sky. Pavilion Master Chu and the thriving and withering trees reappeared. The giant turtle of disaster reappeared together with them. Pavilion Master Chu had dragged the giant turtle of disaster back. Song Shuhang. What is this? Pavilion Master Chu softly said, "Illusory reality, real illusion. This is what the crystal-clear water pavilion is." With her voice, the crystal-clear water pavilion, with the thriving and withering trees at its center, emerged little by little. The first thing that reappeared was the celestial pavilion, which Song Shuhang was the most familiar with. He had been hung at the gate of the celestial pavilion in a shameful posture for a good amount of time. It was a memory that he found unbearable to recall. Anyway, it was where Pavilion Master Chu resided. Afterward, the mountains and rivers of the crystal-clear water pavilion and each pavilion began to emerge. Is Pavilion Master Chu 2 directly building the new crystal-clear water pavilion on the back of this giant turtle of disaster? The giant turtle of disaster seemed to have also noticed what the human on its back was trying to do. In the next moment, she decided to get rid of her own turtle shell. Her body shrank into the shell before quickly drilling out of it. Song Shuhang. Just what's going on? After the giant turtle of disaster escaped, its bare body was exposed in the air. She stared at Pavilion Master Chu 2. Pavilion Master Chu 2 slowly opened her eyes, and stared back at the giant turtle of disaster. The giant turtle of disaster said, "Did you fuse with that head?" Pavilion Master Chu-Tu nodded. The giant turtle of disaster said, "You will regret that." Pavilion Master Chu-Tu remarked, "But I feel great." The giant turtle of disaster responded, "Since it's already fully fused with you, then I won't take it back. This is already beyond the scope of my responsibilities. Right, before I leave, I will give you a piece of advice. If you have any other matters in this world which have yet to be finished, go and finish them quickly. Because after some time, you will never be able to step in the main world again." And this is a piece of advice coming from a female turtle that usually takes pleasure in other people's misfortune. After saying that, Miss Giant Turtle displayed her racial talent once again, and disappeared into the void. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu went silent. "Senior Chu?" Song Shuhang asked anxiously, "Was there a problem with Skylark's head?" "It's fine," Pavilion Master Chu-Tu said. "I know the price I must pay." In the meantime, the entire crystal-clear water pavilion had been reconstructed. The buildings and trees were vivid and lifelike. They were exactly like what Song Shuhang had seen back when he visited the crystal-clear water pavilion. Afterward, one after another, figures that Song Shuhang was familiar with appeared in the crystal-clear water pavilion. All of them were members of the pavilion. Among them were the male and female attendant, who had welcomed Song Shuhang, as well as the other members he'd met while roaming the crystal-clear water pavilion back then. The members of the crystal-clear water pavilion appeared one after another, and they all seemed to be alive as they walked, talked, and laughed. However, this was only an illusion. It was the same as the crystal-clear water pavilion that had been cast by Pavilion Master Chu at that time. No matter how lifelike it was still only composed of illusions. So, what was special about Pavilion Master Chu-Tu's path to immortality? Could she really bring all of the members in this crystal-clear water pavilion back to life? Pavilion Master Chu-Tu said, "My original idea was to use my inner demon as a foundation, and then with the help of my path to immortality, to cast a physical body for every member of the crystal-clear water pavilion. It was equivalent to recreating them. However, the success rate was not high. Even with the help of a path to immortality, it was impossible to recreate life. As for using an inner demon as the foundation, it was even crazier." Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what Pavilion Master Chu was trying to express. What she was talking about was beyond what he could understand at his current realm. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu continued, "I recreated myself through an inner demon, but this technique cannot be used to recreate the ordinary members of the crystal-clear water pavilion. But now, it's different." Pavilion Master Chu-Tu smiled happily. Her smile was like a blooming flower. She stretched out her hand, and tapped the crystal-clear water pavilion. In the next moment, every member of the crystal-clear water pavilion had threads extend from them. There seemed to be millions upon millions of inextricably connected threads, all of which shot out from the crystal-clear water pavilion and plunged into the air. Song Shuhang sages, "I was able to see these threads." He curiously said, "What are these threads?" He seemed to have seen this kind of thread, or a similar one, in the past. Pavilion Master Chu-Tu said, "It's karma, the ability that this new head has brought me." Song Shuhang could see that most of the members of the crystal-clear water pavilion had 10 different karmic threads. A smaller portion of them had 7 to 8 such threads, and the remaining had even fewer, only about 5 each. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "What's the use of these karmic threads?" "The secrets of karma are something that even I am unable to take a peek at. This is not the path that I majored in. But for me, these threads of karma are means for the resurrection of the members of my crystal-clear water pavilion," Pavilion Master Chu-Tu said softly. "People have souls, 3 heavenly souls, and 7 earthly souls. Every member of the crystal-clear water pavilion has left behind some karma during their life. As long as I follow these karmic ties and pluck them, I will have the opportunity to summon and truly restore the members of the crystal clear water pavilion by using a summoning ritual. Although there will be a price, this price is within the range of what I can bear. This is the opportunity that this new head has given me. The greater the number of karmic threads, the greater my chances at summoning and resurrecting the members of the crystal clear water pavilion. Pavilion Master Chu Tu patted her head lightly. As such, I want to thank you. Acquiring this new head leaves me owing you a huge favor. As she said, favor, Pavilion Master Chu Tu stretched out her hands passionately and gestured in a big circle. Cute. I've got a general understanding of what you're saying. It was as if the members of the crystal clear water pavilion were thrown into a recycle bin like a file and deleted. However, after Senior Chu was affected by the power of eternity contained in Skylark's head, you gained the means to see karmic threads, which gives you an ability akin to data recovery software. Through them, there is a chance to restore the members of the crystal clear water pavilion. Those with 10 karmic threads are the relatively complete ones, and the chance of recovering them is relatively higher. This is followed by those with 7 to 8 threads, after which come those with 5 threads, Song Shuhang said as he tried to understand it in his own words. The power of eternity of the wielder of the will was a genuine feel free to do as you please kind of power. The members of the crystal clear water pavilion, who had died in the ancient era, now had a chance of being restored through its power, along with the fact that Pavilion Master Chu had reached the immortal realm. I should write this kind of thing down first. If I have the time, I should look for Senior White and Senior White too to talk to them about this. Pavilion Master Chu too was confused by Song Shuhang's words. Ahem, Song Shuhang said. Anyway, I understand what Senior Chu is saying. You now have a way to resurrect the members of the crystal clear water pavilion. It can't really be regarded as resurrection. There are still many things that need to be done in order to bring them back to life. However, as long as they are summoned within the scope of the crystal clear water pavilion, there will eventually be a chance to bring them back to life, Pavilion Master Chu Tu said softly. If they can be resurrected one day in the future, I will let them leave the crystal clear water pavilion and live their lives. They shall no longer be constrained by the crystal clear water pavilion. Song Shuhang went silent, not letting out even the slightest sound. He was pondering a question deep in his heart. Was Pavilion Master Chu Tu really born from Pavilion Master Chu's inner demon? Although Pavilion Master Chu Tu seemed to be slightly evil when she had just been born, making people feel that she was like a demoness, after really getting to know her, one would feel that her heart was always filled with kindness, and not without melancholy. Whose inner demon is so cute? Please give me a dozen of such inner demons. With such an inner demon, I wouldn't have to worry about losing myself during the inner demon tribulation when I transcended my tribulation. Just as Song Shuhang was in thought, Pavilion Master Chu Tu, who was in front of him, had already plucked countless karmic threads. Anyway, the new, crystal clear water pavilion had been completed. Besides the addition of the thriving and withering trees, there was no difference between the new crystal clear water pavilion and the old one. Well, if one had to insist, the Time City was missing as it was still in Song Shuhang's inner world. Pavilion Master Chu Tu stood under the thriving and withering trees, and softly said, "It's done." At the next moment, the power coming from Pavilion Master Chu Tu experienced a change. From her body, an aura of extreme evil, impurity, and filth burst outward. Song Shuhang. The energy emerging from Pavilion Master Chu couldn't be any more familiar to him. It was the evil energy of the netherworld. The evil energy of the netherworld, Pavilion Master Chu Tu said softly. This is one of the prices I must pay. It's time to say goodbye, Song Shuhang. Behind her, a huge channel to the netherworld realm had opened. It was as if night had descended, the channel enveloped Pavilion Master Chu Tu and the newly born crystal clear water pavilion. I owe you a favor, and I'll make sure to pay you back when I have the chance in the future. Pavilion Master Chu Tu waved gently. At this moment, Song Shuhang's voice sounded. How about returning this favor to me right now? Song Shuhang froze slightly. F***ck, who's talking? Although it was his voice, he wasn't the one who was talking. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, "All right, what do you want? I can give you anything that I have on my person." She was in a very good mood right now, and it could be said that she was willing to take any requests. As long as it was something she could obtain right now, she would give it to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, "No, it isn't call me daddy." Song Shuhang's voice sounded again, his tone full of majesty. Song Shuhang swore, F***ck. The smile on Pavilion Master Chu Tu's face suddenly froze, and then her expression became cold and scary. "The next time we meet, I will twist your head off." After saying that, without waiting for Song Shuhang to explain, she disappeared along with the crystal-clear water pavilion. When the crystal-clear water pavilion disappeared, a spatial gate appeared in its vicinity, and then a figure with an umbrella slid into the crystal-clear water pavilion. The figure holding the umbrella and the crystal-clear water pavilion disappeared at the same time. The moment he disappeared, he turned to Song Shuhang and shouted, "Senior tyrannical Song, it seems as if you still owe me money?" Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and shouted at the air, "Senior Chu, it wasn't me who was talking just now. I have no desire to have you call me daddy. F***ck, who was making trouble using my voice just now?" However, Pavilion Master Chu Tu had already disappeared. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. "I would like to know which senior just passed by. Can you please come over here and meet with me? If Pavilion Master Chu Tu twists my head off next time, I'll become a ghost and mess with that damn bastard forever. Thank you." At this moment, the voice rang in Song Shuhang's ear again. This thank you was gentle and extremely sincere. Afterward, the whole world calmed down. Pavilion Master Chu Tu was gone. She had most likely entered the netherworld realm. The sound that had rung in Song Shuhang's ear also disappeared. He rubbed his eyebrows in distress. What had happened was too strange. After letting out a long sigh, he turned his head and looked toward Western Orchid Island. "Right, I have to fly back by myself." Song Shuhang took out the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades, and prepared to go back. But right at this time, his ghost spirit began to make trouble. It urgently conveyed the message to Song Shuhang to let it come out. Song Shuhang said, "You want to come out? Okay, come out then." The ghost with a vague face emerged from Song Shuhang's body. Afterward, it quickly flew to the place where Pavilion Master Chu had been standing. When it reached the place where the thriving and withering trees had been previously, it opened its mouth and sucked hard. In the air, there was a bunch of transparent, liquid-like energy, which was all sucked into its mouth. Song Shuhang curiously said, "This is a curse?" Within this transparent energy, there were cries of despair, which generally came from incomparably terrifying curses. Had this curse been shed from Pavilion Master Chu Tu and the crystal-clear water pavilion? And now, his ghost spirit was devouring it. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. "That's right. My ghost spirits do seem to have a talent for devouring curses, regardless if it was the first or the second." The ghost spirit unceasingly swallowed the energy. Song Shuhang's ear listened attentively to the crying sound. It was the desperate cry of a woman. She was crying while speaking in the ancient language. It's Pavilion Master Chu's voice. Song Shuhang recognized the woman's voice. The ancient language was still too complicated for Song Shuhang to understand as he was still a beginner. But he could guess the meaning of the words. It was back then. After the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion, the desperate Pavilion Master Chu cursed herself. As he continued to listen, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. He said, "I was looking into the distance while neglecting what was right beside me. At that time, he had badgered the immortal boat shop operator, Little Ku, to teach him how he should roll his tongue for some phrases of the ancient language. In hindsight, was this not clearly a waste of energy? Although the puppet maiden was unwilling to teach him the ancient language, he still had Pavilion Master Chu who was in the inner world, idle and blowing bubbles all day long. Wouldn't it be enough for him to directly ask her for help? Song Shuhang happily opened the inner world, and said to Pavilion Master Chu, Senior Chu, I've been learning the language of the ancient era recently. If you have time, can you teach me how to speak it? Pavilion Master Chu replied, okay. She continued to blow bubbles, seeming to be pondering something. She didn't even ask Song Shuhang about what had happened to Pavilion Master Chu too after she put on Skylark's head. Song Shuhang said, then it's settled. He now had an ancient language teacher that he brought with him everywhere he went. With Pavilion Master Chu and the Learning God system, learning the language of the ancient era was just around the corner. At this moment, Pavilion Master Chu suddenly asked, Huh? What's this sound? Song Shuhang responded, Pavilion Master Chu asked, do you hear the sound of a woman crying? It's a particularly sad voice that resonates with people's hearts. For some reason, after listening to her, I want to cry along with her. Song Shuhang answered, yeah. It's the sound of Pavilion Master Chu's crying. Pavilion Master Chu curiously inquired, you made the other me cry? How could I possibly do that? It's me who wants to cry. Song Shuhang sighed quietly. As he recalled the baffling, call me daddy, his stomach began churning. Song Shuhang said, this sound is coming from a curse, within it is recorded Senior Chu's voice. Do you want to listen to it? I can broadcast it to you. Pavilion Master Chu said, okay. Song Shuhang controlled the inner world, and broadcast the cry coming from the curse, as well as Pavilion Master Chu's words, which were in the ancient language. Pavilion Master Chu. It turned out to be this, a part of her dark history. When she introduced the history of the crystal clear water pavilion to Song Shuhang, she had deliberately skipped this part. Unexpectedly, this black stain in her past was now unearthed by Song Shuhang. Pavilion Master Chu was at a loss for words. Song Shuhang comforted, but Senior Chu, don't worry about it. I've got some good news to tell you, the other you has already found a way to resummon all of the members of the crystal clear water pavilion. Perhaps one day, the crystal clear water pavilion will be rebuilt. Pavilion Master Chu nodded silently. Song Shuhang said, right, Senior Chu. After my clone and I switch positions, can you start teaching me the ancient language? There are a few phrases I learned through the Learning God system in the morning, but I just can't figure out how to roll my tongue to pronounce them. Pavilion Master Chu remarked, I already regret my decision. Song Shuhang. What? The ancient language, I won't teach it to you anymore, Pavilion Master Chu said, going back to blowing bubbles. Song Shuhang responded, huh? It was said that a woman's heart was unpredictable. However, wasn't Pavilion Master Chu's mood changing a bit too quickly? Could it be that due to her only having her head right now, and no longer even having a heart, she became even more unpredictable? Pavilion Master Chu said, after I teach you the ancient language, won't you be able to understand this dark history of mine? Why would I willingly help you learn of my dark past? Song Shuhang. The next time I make an agreement with Pavilion Master Chu, I must make her sign a contract first. Alright, I was joking with you. I still have to thank you for helping the other me, Pavilion Master Chu said gently. When you want to learn the ancient language, just come to me. Anyway, I'm very idle right now. Song Shuhang said, okay, that's a deal. A woman's heart really was unpredictable. One shouldn't even guess what they were thinking, as it would simply be in vain. After the ghost spirit finished devouring the huge curse, it let out a burp, and returned to Song Shuhang's body contentedly. Song Shuhang took out the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades, and returned to the restaurant first. Afterward, he switched places with his clones, which was in XIII. After the switch, his clone was back at the restaurant, and began to use the learning God system to study the ancient language. Song Shuhang had to hurry before Pavilion Master Chu changed her mind again. Once he encountered something that he couldn't understand in the learning God system, he immediately had to go to the inner world to find her. Song Shuhang's body was back at the large formation in XIII. When he returned, he saw Doudou sniffing everywhere, as if he were looking for something. Song Shuhang asked, "Doudou, what are you doing?" "Looking for treasures." "Here, I found it." Doudou happily dug a hole at the side of the Tribulation transcending formation. Inside were a set of magical clothes, medicinal pills, spirit stones, and a mobile phone. These were Demon Monarch Anzhi's things. Doudou happily said, "These pills are not bad. We can split them equally." "Good job, Doudou." Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. He grabbed Demon Monarch Anzhi's phone first. The phone had a fingerprint lock, but since Demon Monarch Anzhi was in his inner world, it would be easy for him to unlock it. As he turned on the mobile phone, a chat interface popped up. The last message that was sent was addressed to Young Master Hehe. "Young Master Hehe, see you at the 5th stage. Demon Monarch Anzhi, accurately speaking, we'll see each other again when we're at the 5th stage and have 8 dragon patterns." "Oh, it's Young Master Hehe." Song Shuhang was excited. He used Demon Monarch Anzhi's cell phone to send a message. 5th stage and 8 dragon patterns? Too weak. I now have 5 golden cores, the first and second of which have 9 dragon patterns. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Doudou, do you think that Young Master Hehe will understand what I just sent? Song Shuhang said to Doudou after sending the message. It had been quite a while since he'd last seen Young Master Hehe, so after getting his contact information and finding out that the other party had yet to transcend their 5th stage heavenly tribulation, he was quite happy. Doudou responded, "Woof, I don't think that he'll understand it. Also, what you sent just now was too showy. In a TV series, such a complacent character generally wouldn't survive 2 episodes." Song Shuhang hurriedly said, "Doudou, don't jinx it. My resurrection cooldown is still up. There should be 2 more days before it goes off cooldown." Doudou, why are you keeping track of the cooldown on your resurrection magical treasures? Are you actually planning on dying once your resurrection magical treasures go off cooldown? Doudou felt that Song Shuhang's train of thought had derailed quite a bit recently. Song Shuhang stared at the phone, and asked, "Why hasn't Young Master Hehe responded yet?" Doudou replied, "Why not give him a call? Let's wait first. I want to see how he replies to me," Song Shuhang said. "I'll give him a minute. If he still hasn't replied by then, I'll call him." In a blood valley in China. Young Master Hehe held his phone, his handsome brows furrowed. The message that had been sent from Demon Monarch Anzhi's phone was definitely not sent by Demon Monarch Anzhi. Anzhi wouldn't send a message in such a tone. Moreover, what the hell is with these 5 golden cores? And, the first and second cores have 9 dragon patterns? What does that mean? Could it be that someone has managed to condense 2 golden cores? They've got to be kidding. Even if someone really did come across a heaven-defying encounter, and managed to produce 2 golden cores, it should absolutely be impossible for them both to have 9 dragon patterns. That being said, who had sent this message? A sense of anxiety built up in Young Master Hehe's heart. Anzhi's phone had fallen into someone else's hand, and was unlocked. This meant that Demon Monarch Anzhi was in a very precarious situation at the moment, and Young Master Hehe had no clue whether this problem came up before it began transcending its tribulation or after. He didn't like such types of trouble that were completely out of his control. However, the world was ever-changing. Even if he put a lot of time and effort into his calculations, there would always be things that he left out. Young Master Hai calmly replied, "Who are you?" Anxiety was an unnecessary emotion. No matter how anxious he was, it was impossible for him to crawl through the phone to save Demon Monarch Anzhi. What he needed to do was stay calm, and use his wisdom to find a way to save Demon Monarch Anzhi. Song Shuhang quickly replied, "Your old friend." Young Master Hai rubbed his temples. He thought, since they said that they were an old friend, it must be an old enemy. He recalled the figures he had offended in recent years. If they call themselves an old friend, then our relationship must go back by at least 5 or 6 years, right? However, this person on the other side of the phone doesn't match any of my old friends. Young Master Hai calmly said, "Where is Anzhi?" Song Shuhang replied, "Still alive for the time being." Young Master Hai said, "I understand. After some time, I will personally come to bring Fellow Daoist Anzhi back. Let us meet then, old friend." For young Master Hai, the most important thing at the moment was to transcend his own tribulation. No matter what happened, he could not let anything ruin the timing of his tribulation. In addition, although Demon Monarch Anzhi's safety was very important, he would not bet on having Demon Monarch Anzhi save him should he be in danger. After all, they were demonic cultivators, and they were definitely ones to break agreements. If he could save Demon Monarch Anzhi, then he would do his best to do so. Demon Monarch Anzhi still had some value to him. But if he couldn't do so, he would give up immediately. That's all? This guy has nothing else to say. Song Shuhang quickly wrote, "What do you feel about the 5 golden cores with 2 having 9 dragon patterns that I just mentioned?" Young Master Hai, Hehe. Song Shuhang asked, "You don't believe it?" Young Master Hai, Hehe. Song Shuhang. Just like that, the chat ended with a Hehe. A long time ago, the word Hehe would suggest an amiable laugh. However, at some point, the meaning of the word had unknowingly changed. In fact, it wasn't only the word Hehe whose meaning had changed recently. There were also words such as GG, which now had a completely different meaning than originally. At times like these, you just need to leave it to me. Doudou took Demon Monarch Anzhi's phone, and quickly replied, "Hehe, your mom." Song Shuhang. Huh. How refreshing. Let's see if he continues to send those hehes. Doudou handed the phone back to Song Shuhang. Destroy this phone. I feel that young Master Hai definitely has a way to lock onto its location. Then let him lock onto it. Song Shuhang laughed, and threw the phone into his inner world. After the phone was placed in the inner world, if young Master Hai could still lock onto its location, then good for him. Speaking of locking onto things, Song Shuhang thought of locking onto young Master Hai's phone himself. Unfortunately, young Master Hai's phone had been magically modified, and could not be locked onto through ordinary methods. After putting away Demon Monarch Anzhi's phone, Song Shuhang said, "Right, I should try using Demon Monarch Anzhi to lure young Master Hai over." Doudou responded, "Don't get your hopes up. With young Master Hai's character, even if he did appear, he would definitely use things like puppets or clones to do his business. That guy would definitely not place his main body in danger." Song Shuhang said, "That's true, that guy is definitely resourceful. Looks like I'm slightly out of luck. Then, should he just wait for him to ascend to the 5th stage before fighting him? As he was also at the 5th stage, a 5th stage versus 5th stage fight would be considered fair." Doudou and Song Shuhang began to gather the medicinal pills and spirit stones left behind by Demon Monarch Anzhi. Song Shuhang said, "By the way, are there no problems with these pills?" Doudou replied, "There's basically no problem with them. But for the sake of safety, would you like to bring them to stupid Yellow Mountain and have him check them? Senior Yellow Mountain lives too far. We've got some seniors close by, there's no need to look for him." Song Shuhang brought out Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, there was no need to reject what was near at hand and seek what was far away, and it should not be forgotten that his inner world was where several of his seniors were currently residing. He should make good use of these seniors. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, are there any problems with these pills and spirit stones? Can Doudou and I eat them directly?" Scarlet Heaven Sword's body leaned over to scan the medicinal pills. "There isn't any problem with them, you can consume them right away. However, it would be best for you to trade these with demonic cultivators as these medicinal pills are most suitable for those of that system. Then, when the time comes, we can look for Fairy Dongfang 6 and trade with her." Doudou stored the pills first. Song Shuhang got up and stretched his body. "It's getting late. Let's go back." Before heading back, they needed to look for a way to cover up the Tribulation transcending formation. With Shuhang's basic illusion techniques, trying to hide this Tribulation formation wasn't really possible. Fortunately, there was already an illusion formation laid down by Demon Monarch Anzhi earlier. With a little fixing up, it should be able to manage for some time. Song Shuhang opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Earlier, his clone had already reported what happened to the seniors in the group. "Thrice reckless Mad Saber, little friend Shuhang, so you really barged into the heavenly tribulation and killed Demon Monarch Anzhi?" Song Shuhang replied, "A heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage isn't that powerful. I can still endure it." "Thrice reckless Mad Saber." Song Shuhang squeezed his chin. "Now, how should I deal with that Tribulation transcending formation? Is any senior in the group interested in a Tribulation transcending formation? Its effects are great, and the 6 demon god pillars are very effective against the heavenly tribulation." Shuhang felt that he was very much like a salesman at this time. "Fairy Dongfang 6, take a full picture of it and show it to me. If it is a formation for demonic cultivators, I am probably the only one in the group that is interested. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, take a picture and let us take a look. There are some formations for demonic cultivators that have many similarities to those for monster cultivators. After some modifications, it might also be usable by monster cultivators." "Got it." Song Shuhang grabbed his phone, and went up into the air. He then took a few photos of the formation, and sent them to the 9 Provinces number 1 group. "Oh, this formation is quite creative," Fairy Dongfang 6 said. "There should be great amounts of evil qi beneath this formation. This evil qi should then be drawn out by the 6 demon god pillars before being mixed with spiritual qi to go against the heavenly tribulation. If it had been before the heavenly tribulation changed, as long as the strength of the demonic cultivator was decent, they should have had more than 60% chance at successfully transcending their 5th stage tribulation by relying on this formation." "That thing in Doudou's mouth, is that a blood god crystal?" "That thing isn't bad," Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with a smile. He had previously exchanged for one from Song Shuhang. This blood god crystal was originally placed in the large formation, but Doudou had taken it away. "Let us do some research on this formation first so that we can see whether we can use it. If not, I'll go and ask some demonic cultivators to see if they're interested. At that time, I'll try to get you a good price as well," Fairy Dongfang 6 said, and then joked, "But when the time comes, don't forget to give me an intermediary fee." Song Shuhang smiled, and replied, "Okay, I will make sure to give Fairy Dongfang a big gift at that time." Song Shuhang and Doudou repaired the illusion formation that was by the Tribulation transcending formation. Afterward, all of the spirit stones buried in the Tribulation transcending formation were taken out, leaving the formation in a dormant state. After getting back to the Medicine Master building, Song Shuhang softly said, "Another fulfilling day." Doudou nodded slightly. It was the right choice to follow Song Shuhang. "I got to drive an immortal boat last night, and today I got to take revenge on Demon Monarch Anzhi. Now, I'm happy both physically and mentally." And so, night fell. Besides Demon Monarch Anzhi's incident, nothing else of note happened the rest of the day. Song Shuhang concluded the day's meditation. Afterward, he got up and went to the window to look at the night sky. The tranquil night sky made Song Shuhang relaxed physically and mentally. Monday, October 21st, 1 a.m. It was already the beginning of a new day. Song Shuhang softly said, "Today should be a peaceful day." "Woof, Shuhang, have you gone to sleep?" At this moment, Doudou's voice came from outside the room, his voice a little anxious. Song Shuhang asked, "No, what's the matter?" Doudou replied, "I think I have to make a trip to that Tribulation transcending formation." "What's wrong?" Song Shuhang opened the door. Doudou's face was filled with bitterness. "Well, my heavenly tribulation is coming." Song Shuhang. After watching Demon Monarch Anzhi transcend his tribulation during the day, I felt something in my heart. After I got back, I practiced a bit and had a sudden inspiration. My strength increased slightly, and now there's no longer any stopping my heavenly tribulation from coming. Doudou's heart was stifled. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Just now, he had been believing that today was destined to be a peaceful day. However, in the blink of an eye, the heavens had used Doudou to slap him in the face at the speed of light. The sixth sense of man, as expected, is as unreliable as the divination skills of Senior Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang asked, "Let's go. I'll bring you there with my treasured saber." "But, that formation is a demonic cultivator's formation, can you use it?" "Yes. After some slight modifications, I should be able to use it." During the day, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were discussing this. I participated in that discussion, and because of this, I will be able to modify it to my needs. Doudou sighed with a constipated expression. Grandpa Heavenly Tribulation had directly taken away his chastity, leaving him in despair. "Great, let's set off right away then." Song Shuhang brought out his tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades and said to Doudou, "Lay down on the twin blades." Doudou leaped slightly and lay down on the blades. "Blade dragging technique!" Song Shuhang yelled. He then grabbed a handle of the twin blades with each of his hands and used the fastest saber flying technique he had currently mastered, the blade dragging technique. With the 2 blades in front, and with Doudou laying on top and Song Shuhang at the back grabbing onto their handles with both hands, they rushed out through the window. The saber light of the blade dragging technique was shaped like a shuttle. Song Shuhang adjusted his body based on the mathematical formula tailored for him by Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. He took note of the volume of the twin blades, the square area of the saber light produced by the blade dragging technique, and his and Doudou's weight, height, body width, and other data, placing all of these in the formula. After doing some calculations, he got the best and most aerodynamic posture for the blade dragging technique. Whoosh! The blade dragging technique brought them rushing forth to the outskirts of H-City. Doudou squatted tightly on the treasured saber, his eyes closed as he meditated. He was currently trying his best to suppress the churning monster energy in his body. Soon, Song Shuhang had brought Doudou beside the Tribulation transcending formation. Doudou said, "You need not worry about the illusion formation. Shuhang, lend me all of the spirit stones you have. After I transcend my tribulation, regardless of whether I live or die, I'll have Yellow Mountain repay you." The pressure exuding from his heavenly tribulation was becoming heavier and heavier, it was ready to descend at any moment. Time was running out, and he needed to modify the Tribulation transcending formation into one suitable for him before the lightning descended. Song Shuhang handed over all the spirit stones that he'd extracted from the Tribulation transcending formation the day before to Doudou. There was also the portion of spirit stones they got from Demon Monarch Anzhi, as well as some spirit stones that had yet to be consumed by the immortal boat. All of these were taken out and handed over to Doudou. Song Shuhang didn't have even half a spiritual stone on him now. Doudou quickly entered the Tribulation transcending formation, took out all the spirit stones he was carrying, and stuffed them into the formation. Song Shuhang asked, "Is there enough spirit stones?" "It's barely enough. Fortunately, I brought some spirit stones with me this time." Doudou gritted his teeth. When he came out this time, he'd prepared to stay with Song Shuhang for around 10 days. Therefore, he carried a large number of spirit stones on his person. After throwing all the spirit stones into the Tribulation transcending formation, Doudou opened his mouth, took out the blood god crystal, and placed it in the formation. This blood god crystal could increase the strength of his monster core if he successfully transcended the tribulation. In the 5th stage realm, the number of patterns on a cultivator's golden core determined their strength. As for a monster core, what was used to determine its strength was its radiance. After a monster core was formed, the more light it emitted, the greater the strength of the monster core. In addition, some half-blood monster cultivators or those monsters that practice special cultivation techniques would have something similar to dragon patterns emerge on their monster core when they condensed it. As the blood god crystal could increase the number of dragon patterns of a cultivator's golden core, it could also increase the strength of a monster core. "Right, I've also got this." Song Shuhang took out a small bottle from a cosmos bag and threw it to Doudou. This cosmos bag belonged to Demon Monarch Anzhi, and it was one level higher than the size-reducing purse. It was a genuine spatial treasure. Song Shuhang intended to use this cosmos bag as a year-end reward for his disciples. After the end of this year, the disciple who made the most progress would obtain this cosmos bag. The rest of the disciples could only use the storage bottles that he got from the Celestials. Lady Onion and Little Inju were also included among his disciples. Doudou questioned, "What is this?" Song Shuhang replied, "It's a liquefied pill made from the 7 colors wonder fruit. After you succeed in ascending to the 5th stage, swallow this liquefied pill. It will allow your monster core to be even stronger." After getting the liquefied pill, Song Shuhang used the secret appraisal technique to appraise it. The secret appraisal technique was extraordinary as always, and it even managed to appraise the formula that young Master Hai used to produce the liquefied pill. Song Shuhang currently had a seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit on him, which had been given to him by Uncle Zhengde from the immortal farming sect. Zhengde had given out 2 seeds back then, one of which went to 16 as a form of apology, while the other was given to Song Shuhang. It was given to him in hopes that Song Shuhang would, one day, bring them the news of young Master Hai's destruction. In other words, this 7 colors wonder fruit seed was a sort of investment Zhengde had made to obtain his revenge. After Zhengde gave the seed to Song Shuhang, he had thought that Song Shuhang would only be able to avenge the immortal farming sect after several decades or even several hundred years. Anyway, Song Shuhang had planted this seed in his inner world to see if it could bear fruit. If it could, several of his disciples would be able to use it when they ascended to the 5th stage in the future. "Shuhang, you're truly my good brother, woof." Doudou stored the medicinal pill bottle away. "From today onward, you can call me Brother Do, and I will love you as if you were my real brother." Song Shuhang replied, "On second thought, I want the liquefied pill back." "In your dreams. How can you take back something you've already given away?" Doudou laughed. Afterward, he quickly rushed into the Tribulation transcending formation, starting to modify it into a formation suitable for him at the fastest speed. Song Shuhang asked, "Do you need any help?" He still had Senior Turtle in his inner world, who was a 9th stage big shot even if in a sealed state. Doudou said confidently, "There's no need. I've already long figured out how to adjust it. I'll be done immediately. Shuhang, stand back a bit and don't get involved in my tribulation." Then, he continued to tinker with the formation at breakneck speed. "Okay." Song Shuhang tapped his right foot on the ground lightly, and his figure floated outside the Tribulation transcending formation. The virtuous Lamia emerged from behind him. She opened her mouth and spat out Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked in puzzlement, why are you back at the Tribulation transcending formation? Song Shuhang replied, Doudou is about to transcend his tribulation. Oh, that cute little dog? Scarlet Heaven Sword glanced at Doudou in the illusion formation. This little dog has a good foundation, so it has a very high chance of succeeding in transcending its tribulation. But first, Shuhang, it would be best for you to move further away. Song Shuhang, I think you have the hidden ability to always get involved in other people's heavenly tribulation. This hidden ability is even more likely to be activated when your friends transcend their tribulation. For safety's sake, you should move further back. It will decrease the likelihood of you getting involved in the heavenly tribulation. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword rent Song Shuhang's heart viciously in the calmest tone. Song Shuhang, in the end, he retreated further away from the scene. This time, I will absolutely not get involved in the heavenly tribulation. No, wait. I shouldn't plant flags for myself. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, the formation Doudou modified should be fine, right? The reason he'd summoned Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was to have it take a look at Doudou's formation. I'm just a divine sword, so I haven't studied formations that much. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword raised its body and looked towards Doudou's position. The modifications done on the formation aren't bad. It looks like this little dog was able to adjust the formation well. Was there an expert that gave it advice? Song Shuhang said, this should be the result of him having discussed the subject with the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. It was a pity that the puppet maiden took Inju and went who knows where. Otherwise, he would have asked her to teach Doudou the crouching down while holding one's head secret technique to increase his chances of successfully transcending the tribulation. Song Shuhang took out his phone again and opened the chat software. As soon as he went online, he found that Fairy Dongfang 6 had sent him a private message. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, Little friend Shuhang, are you still at Medicine Master's building? I've got something to do at noon, but I've got some time to spare right now. I'm coming over so that we can research how to modify your mecha immortal boat. Song Shuhang replied to Fairy Dongfang 6, Fairy Dongfang, I'm in H City in the Jiangnan area at the moment. I'm at the Tribulation transcending formation from yesterday. Doudou suddenly had to transcend his tribulation, but he wasn't ready for it. As such, I could only bring him here and have him use Demon Monarch Anzhi's Tribulation transcending formation. Doudou is transcending his tribulation? Fairy Dongfang 6 was taken aback. I'll be there soon. Tell the Daoists in the group, especially Senior Yellow Mountain. Ask him about what to take note of. Song Shuhang replied, okay, I understand. I almost forgot to notify Senior Yellow Mountain. Song Shuhang clicked on the 9 provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Song, **** at Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, **** Senior Yellow Mountain, Doudou got a sudden inspiration, which caused his realm to soar. He's about to transcend his tribulation. What should I pay attention to? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, Medicine Master. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, thank you, Fellow Daoist Medicine Master. Can you prepare some stomach medicine and heartbeat calming pills when you have the time? I feel that I'm really in need of them. Medicine Master, okay. Senior Yellow Mountain, little friend Shuhang, Doudou has troubled you again. Anyway, when Doudou transcends his tribulation, first of all, you must be careful not to get involved in the heavenly tribulation. I remember that during your previous tribulations, other fellow Daoists from the group would always be involved. Therefore, you must pay attention to safety this time. Song Shuhang's heartache value +10. Senior Yellow Mountain continued, I'd prepared a lot of tribulation transcending methods for Doudou, but now, I'm afraid that there won't be a chance to use them. The only item that still has some use is that collar. Shuhang, Tell Doudou that a short-duration berserk-type magical technique is engraved on the new collar on his neck. When needed, he can activate it to gain a sudden burst in power. The password is Doudou's birthday. Meanwhile, Fairy Dongfang 6 was driving and quickly approaching the location Song Shuhang had mentioned with Dharma King Creation. This dog shall defy the heavens today. Fairy Dongfang 6 immediately brought Dharma King Creation over after hearing the news that Doudou was transcending his tribulation. Nowadays, who didn't know that Dharma King Creation's singing was useful against inner demons? Although his singing would drive people crazy and leave them in bed for several days after listening to it, that did not change the fact that every large force in the world of cultivation was competing fiercely when it came to inviting Dharma King Creation over to hold a concert for them. Currently, Dharma King Creation was not only a superstar in the world of ordinary humans, but also a leading superstar in the world of cultivation. If Doudou were to encounter a terrifying inner demon tribulation during his heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage, Dharma King Creation could make a move to help him out. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. At Immortal Master Copper Trigram, are you online? Can you help me divine Doudou's fate? Immortal Master Copper Trigram quickly replied, I'm here. I was waiting for Senior Yellow Mountain to say these very words. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Yo Copper Trigram is also online today? You still haven't gone back to that small island? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber couldn't help but add, perhaps. Copper Trigram and that senior are on their honeymoon and traveling around the world? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, ha ha ha. Fairy Lychee, Northern River, Thrice Reckless, stop making trouble for now. Let's have Copper Trigram divine Doudou's fate first. After a few breaths, Immortal Master Copper Trigram replied, I've acquired the results. It's an ordinary ill omen, he should just be in a small bit of danger. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, okay, got it. This divination is enough. The bad omen represented that this round of heavenly tribulation should be rather safe for Doudou. Sun-splitting halberd Guada, cute young Master Phoenix Slayer's avatar, young Master Phoenix Slayer? Why did Guada post his avatar? Sun-splitting halberd Guada, fiercely rubbing the cat's head above, young Master Phoenix Slayer, Guada, F***CKU. Wasn't it always a dog's head that was being rubbed? Why did he suddenly change it? Sun-splitting halberd Guada, rubbing a dog head can get people muted. I've changed it to rubbing a cat's head temporarily. Right, fellow Daoist Copper Trigram. Did you perform a divination with your hands or your feet? This was an important point. Previously, at the Immortal Feast, Copper Trigram had used his feet to calculate the divination, and the result was accurate. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, I went with the ordinary way. Divining with my feet was just a joke, it's an irregular way of divination. Senior Yellow Mountain let out a breath of relief. Song Shuhang also let out a breath of relief. He shouted at Doudou in the formation, Doudou, Senior Copper Trigram just divined for you. The result was an ordinary ill omen. Awesome, this Doudou really does have a wonderful fate. Doudou laughed out loud. With a wave of his paw, he completed the last modification to the formation. Rumble, the 6 demon god pillars resurfaced, but this time, in addition to the demonic mist, there was strong monster chi surrounding the pillars. Monsters and demons had never been too far apart since ancient times. The power of demonic cultivators was a perfect match for monster chi, which was why Doudou was able to grasp the method to modify Demon Monarch Anzhi's tribulation transcending formation rather easily. Song Shuhang said, right, Senior Yellow Mountain wanted me to remind you that your collar has a berserk-type secret technique engraved on it. The activation code is your birthday, and you can activate it when you can no longer hold on. Doudou responded, got it, but this function will definitely not be needed. This dog is full of confidence today. Alright then, let's begin. Come, come and fight me. Doudou yelled up towards the sky, his figure soaring and changing into the form of a 5-meter-long giant dog. This was the state he was most familiar with, and it was also the state in which he could bring out his full potential. His monster energy skyrocketed, the tribulation clouds condensed in the sky once again, and heavenly lightning began brewing. The people of H-City were destined to be sleepless tonight. In the morning, the inexplicable violent thunder had already caused many people to complain to the Meteorological Bureau. Now, in the early hours of the morning the next day, violent thunder came once again. Couldn't you just let people have a good night's sleep? This unpredictable weather was too inhuman, okay? Rumble, the first wave of the tribulation came. This wave was not powerful, it merely signified the beginning of the tribulation. Doudou stretched out his paws, and patted the ground lightly. From the 6 demon god pillars, black mist, evil chi, and monster chi spewed out, forming a strange dark cloud that blocked the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. This whole process had been in Doudou's mind for a long time. The day before, when Demon Monarch Anzhi was transcending its tribulation, Doudou placed himself in his shoes, thinking about, if it was me who was transcending the tribulation, what should I do? The power of the heavenly tribulation was slightly weaker than what Doudou had imagined it to be. As such, the combination of the black mist and monster chi easily blocked the first wave of the tribulation. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, Venerable Yellow Mountain sent a private message to Song Shuhang. Little friend Shuhang, can you help me film Doudou's tribulation? In fact, ever since Doudou was an ordinary little Pekingese, Yellow Mountain had always been recording his progress and the process by which he turned into a big monster dog. Senior Yellow Mountain raised Doudou like it was his son. In the world of cultivation, ordinary monster pets could only dream to have a status similar to Doudou's. For the most part, not being used as mounts, or having their green onion shots pinched off every now and then, was already pretty good. No problem, I will record the whole process, Song Shuhang replied with a smiley. Senior Yellow Mountain, thank you, little friend. After Doudou finishes transcending his tribulation, I will give you another gift that I guarantee you will be satisfied with. Song Shuhang, Senior Yellow Mountain had always been generous with his gifts. If he promised a gift that would surely satisfy the other party, then it was sure to be a big gift. Song Shuhang took out his phone, and began to film Doudou transcending his tribulation. Since the illusion formation beside the tribulation formation was still there, when filming the scene, he needed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's help in placing a small illusion-breaking magical technique on the camera of the phone. Praise be to the almighty Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. In return, Song Shuhang used the saber nurturing technique on it. This time, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword did not refuse. The saber nurturing technique was indeed very comfortable. The tribulation blasted down in waves, from the simplest lightning tribulation to the strengthened fire tribulation, earth tribulation, water tribulation, and wood tribulation. Doudou didn't panic, he urged the tribulation transcending formation to block all the attacks of the tribulation. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "This Doudou is doing well. Its tribulation transcending process has been very smooth so far. It can be said to be a textbook-like process of transcending the tribulation. Shuhang, you should learn a little from this. The knowledge of transcending a tribulation is very deep. Don't just charge in like a bull." Song Shuhang. Heavens, I never wanted to face the heavenly tribulation head-on, either. However, I would always get dragged into a heavenly tribulation when the least I expected it. The virtuous Lamia said, "I'm tyrannical Song, age 18, feel free to give me advice. If I have offended you, will you come and beat me up?" Song Shuhang. Did the two of you make an appointment to rend my heart today? That's the place. I can see the heavenly lightning. We've arrived. At this time, a pleasant voice came from the sky. Song Shuhang looked up and saw Fairy Dongfang's 6 car quickly flying through the air. Fairy Dongfang 6's car used to have a short-term floating function, but now it had the ability to race in the air. Running people over on the ground could no longer satisfy Fairy Dongfang 6. Was she going to start her own journey toward dominating the sky? In the future, one had to be careful when flying in the air as there was a chance that you might get run over. Little friend Shuhang, we're here. Half of Fairy Dongfang 6's body came out of the car window, and she waved at Song Shuhang. My dear older sister, you're driving right now. Song Shuhang shouted, be careful, Fairy Dongfang 6 park the car carefully. Don't crash into Doudou's Tribulation transcending formation. He threw his phone at the virtuous Lamia, and had her continue filming Doudou. Fairy Dongfang 6 smiled, and said, don't worry. I've installed a great parking device to help me descend from the air and park. There will be absolutely no problem. While she was talking, her off-road vehicle landed from the air, and then rushed to Song Shuhang's location. One should remember that Fairy Dongfang 6 was totally unreliable. Seeing that Fairy Dongfang 6's car was about to hit him, Song Shuhang calculated the angle of the collision in his mind, and then jumped over 6 meters into the air. This height should be enough to avoid Fairy Dongfang 6's car. But as soon as Song Shuhang jumped up on the spot, Fairy Dongfang 6's car also jumped up. Song Shuhang. F***ck, why are you jumping up as well? After Fairy Dongfang 6's car jumped up, it spun wildly. And while it was spinning, Song Shuhang was hit by its huge tires. Fairy Dongfang 6's car had various defensive formations placed on it, so even though it was a head-on collision, it wasn't painful. Song Shuhang descended from the air with a bitter expression on his face. Boom! At this time, Fairy Dongfang 6's car made a few more turns and landed steadily. Wonderful! I got this idea from Senior White's disposable flying swords with the coiling flight feature. If the car can't stop, activating this function will allow it to rise up and spin around in the air to use up the energy before landing again. Fairy Dongfang 6 got out of the car triumphantly. It's just that the spinning process is a bit fierce, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Dharma King Creation pushed the door open. Song Shuhang pointed at the wide tire marks on his body and said nothing. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, I went up into the sky, how did I run you over? I jumped up, but I didn't expect your car to jump up too. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Fairy Dongfang 6 patted Song Shuhang lightly. See, there needs to be trust between people. You have to trust my skills. If you hadn't jumped up, this wouldn't have happened. Song Shuhang. Sigh, sometimes the price of trusting others is huge. How's Doudou Tribulation going? Fairy Dongfang 6 changed the subject. Song Shuhang replied, it's going well. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword praised it as a textbook-like tribulation. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, then let's go and watch over him. By the way, do you have the cores and the immortal boat with you? I will try to see if I can assemble it for you. It's all here. Song Shuhang took out the immortal boat, core reactor, energy refiner, and pet-shaped manifestation core from the inner world. Doudou's heavenly tribulation was going very smoothly. Wave after wave of the modernized heavenly tribulation was blocked. At 5 a.m., Doudou's tribulation came to an end. Shuhang. At this time, Doudou suddenly shouted, do you have any way to help me increase the power of the heavenly tribulation? This dog shall defy the heavens today. Song Shuhang responded, Doudou's brain, is it finally broken? Or it's an inner demon? Dharma King Creation pinched his throat. Was it time for him to enter the stage? It's not enough, it's far from enough. I can easily resist a heavenly tribulation with this degree of power. Doudou said. I want to condense a monster core with over 8 dragon patterns. However, the power of this heavenly tribulation is too low. This won't allow me to condense so many patterns. Shuhang, do you have any way to increase the power of the heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang asked, who told you that the power of the tribulation is related to the number of core patterns you will have? When he had been ascending to the 5th stage, he had faced Senior Skylark's 8th stage heavenly tribulation. In the end, wasn't the number of core patterns that he condensed still pitifully low? He had to rely on Senior White 2's help to add 9 dragon patterns onto his golden core. Moreover, don't plant flags while transcending the tribulation. The last person who said that he wanted to condense an 8 dragon pattern golden core is currently still out cold in the inner world. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, normally speaking, the greater the power of the heavenly tribulation, the greater the chance of condensing more core patterns. In addition, the quality of one's golden core tends to be higher. After all, there should naturally be a reward for taking on a higher difficulty. Song Shuhang asked, does artificially strengthening the heavenly tribulation have any effect? If one feels that they can withstand a stronger tribulation, then after the tribulation is strengthened, there should indeed be a chance to improve the quality of one's core. Fairy Dongfang 6 was similarly not too certain. Shuhang, hurry, hurry, hurry. The last few waves of the tribulation are coming. Help me strengthen the heavenly tribulation. Trust me, I can definitely do it. Doudou shouted, his current state was so good that he had never been better. The current power of the heavenly tribulation could not satisfy him at all. Moreover, Song Shuhang had condensed 9 dragon patterns, he couldn't let his junior surpass him by too much. Doudou still wanted to keep some face. While he spoke, the volume of the tribulation clouds increased sharply, swelling up to double its previous size. At this time, the old-fashioned heavenly tribulation artillery underwent a change, fully acquiring the nature of the technological era's heavy artillery. The power of Doudou's heavenly tribulation had doubled out of nowhere. Ha ha ha, this is what I wanted, woof. Doudou's laughter reached the skies as his eyes exuded confidence. Even if the power of the heavenly tribulation had doubled, he remained fearless, feeling that everything was under his control. Thank you, Shuhang. Don't worry, I won't let you guys down, Doudou shouted. Afterward, his monster body swelled up again, and his fur turned golden before heading out to face the heavy artillery. Song Shuhang. Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything. The increase in the power of the heavenly tribulation has nothing to do with me. I don't want to take fault for this. Fairy Dongfang 6 softly said, sure enough, the power of Doudou's heavenly tribulation has increased. However, he should be able to bear it. Song Shuhang looked at Fairy Dongfang 6 suspiciously. What's the matter? Fairy Dongfang 6 explained, Doudou's tribulation transcending formation originally belonged to Demon Monarch Anzhi, and even though he modified it into one suitable for himself, its foundations were still arranged by Demon Monarch Anzhi. Song Shuhang was puzzled. He'd ascended to the 5th stage in a single breath, and although he'd often dealt with the heavenly tribulation in the past few months, he never got to use something like a tribulation transcending formation. Therefore, Song Shuhang didn't know much about it. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, transcending a tribulation is a very personal matter. You should know that when a cultivator transcends their tribulation, they can only rely on themselves, and no other cultivator can intervene to help them. If another cultivator intervenes, the power of the tribulation increases. Song Shuhang was taken aback. Does that mean that since Demon Monarch Anzhi had been the one to arrange the tribulation transcending formation, even after Doudou took it over, it's still equivalent to Demon Monarch Anzhi helping Doudou transcend his tribulation? Yes, Fairy Dongfang 6 said, nodding. This was the reason she and Dharma King Creation couldn't rest easy when they heard about Doudou's heavenly tribulation. This caused them to immediately rush. Although this formation has undergone some modifications, overall, it's still equivalent to Demon Monarch Anzhi setting the tribulation transcending formation up for Doudou. It is equivalent to indirectly interfering in Doudou's tribulation. At this time, although the heavenly tribulation's power has more than doubled, it should still be within an acceptable range, and Doudou should be able to handle it. Fairy Dongfang VI silently let out a breath of relief. Doudou's foundation was very stable as he had been guided by Senior Yellow Mountain ever since his childhood, even though his ascension speed wasn't too fast. Nevertheless, since all the cultivators that made contact with Senior Yellow Mountain were of a pretty good level, Doudou had an especially broad outlook on the world, far surpassing that of ordinary fourth-stage monsters. If it were a common fourth-stage monster, the chance of it dying in that previous wave of the tribulation, which had doubled in power, would be well over 70%. Yet, Doudou was still alive and kicking, using the power of the tribulation transcending formation to resist the heavenly tribulation in a textbook manner. This is also the reason cultivators usually don't rely on their seniors to arrange their formations, Dharma King Creation said as he pinched his throat. It looks like it wasn't an inner demon, and it still isn't my time to enter the stage. Song Shuhang. I sincerely hope that Senior Creation won't have an opportunity to sing. Doudou's heavenly tribulation was still ongoing, and the virtuous Lamia earnestly filmed the entire process. Song Shuhang and Dharma King Creation were standing guard by the side of the formation. Meanwhile, Fairy Dongfang VI continued to fiddle with Song Shuhang's immortal boat. It's done. Fairy Dongfang VI clapped her hands gently, and pushed Song Shuhang's mecha immortal boat back to his side. As for the pet-shaped manifestation core, you can install it yourself. Fairy Dongfang VI only made some slight modifications to the energy refiner so that it could work together with the core reactor and Song Shuhang's immortal boat, acting as an energy channel. In this way, the core reactor could be installed in the immortal boat like a spirit stone to replenish the boat's energy. Song Shuhang asked, "What about the pet-shaped manifestation core?" Fairy Dongfang VI replied, "That's up to you. You can install it wherever you want. However, I remember that this thing is generally installed on gold, diamond, and stuff like that. No one has ever tried to install it on an immortal boat. It would be better for you to try it out on an ordinary car first." Song Shuhang immediately set his sights on Fairy Dongfang VI's car. "Don't even think about it," Fairy Dongfang VI hurriedly said. "If you dare to use it on my car, you'll be run over tomorrow." Song Shuhang couldn't help but shudder. Beneath the heavenly tribulation, Doudou's body shook, and more than 10 tufts of fur fell off his body. These tufts turned into small Doudous, and rose into the sky. These clones did not have much strength, with some of them only being at the 3rd stage, and the strongest being at the beginner level of the 4th stage. After the tufts soared into the sky, they took the initiative to slam into the heavenly tribulation's heavy artillery. Woof! Ha ha ha! That's it? It's not enough, it's far from enough. I haven't had fun yet. Doudou stood up and used his paw to stroke the hair on top of his head. Fairy Dongfang VI said, "Doudou is getting overconfident." Dharma King Creation added, "It might be an inner demon." Doudou loudly shouted, "Shuhang, increase the power of the heavenly tribulation." Song Shuhang. I don't own the heavenly tribulation. I don't have the ability to increase its power whenever I want. Fairy Dongfang VI said, "Doudou, don't make trouble. Just focus on transcending your tribulation. The power of this tribulation is already nearing your limit, and there is no need to increase its power." Doudou said, "But I feel like I can still handle much more." He was serious. He felt that there was still a huge potential in his body that had not been released. Moreover, the blood god crystal that was buried in the large formation had still not been activated. Once the power of the blood god crystal was released and merged with the tribulation transcending formation, it would increase the quality of the monster core that Doudou condensed. At this time, Fairy Dongfang VI's phone rang. She glanced at her phone, and saw that it was a call from Senior Yellow Mountain. "Hello, Senior Yellow Mountain. Doudou's tribulation hasn't ended yet, Fairy Dongfang 6 said after answering the call. Senior Yellow Mountain's voice sounded from the phone. Doudou's heavenly tribulation should already be nearing its end, right? Is it going smoothly? Although there was a guarantee from the divination of Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Yellow Mountain still hoped to know the situation of Doudou's tribulation firsthand. In fact, Yellow Mountain was flying to H-City at the fastest speed he could go. Yes, it's just the last few waves of the tribulation, and it's going very smoothly, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, did the power of the heavenly tribulation increase? Fairy Dongfang 6 replied, yes, it doubled. However, it isn't a problem for Doudou. Venerable Yellow Mountain responded, thanks for your hard work. If Doudou faces any problems, please tell me immediately. Stupid Yellow Mountain, I have a big problem, Doudou shouted at this moment. Never underestimate a dog's ears. Even if he was in the middle of transcending his tribulation, he could still hear the phone call clearly. Stupid Yellow Mountain, I want to increase the power of my heavenly tribulation. Please allow me to do so. Doudou's monster energy skyrocketed, and the flaming wheels worked with the tribulation transcending formation to sweep through the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation's heavy artillery. Venerable Yellow Mountain responded, don't learn from thrice reckless, embrace stability. I've got this under control. I don't know why, but my state today feels perfect. It might be because of the enlightenment I received today, but my strength has improved tremendously. A lot of previously vague knowledge has become clear to me. I'm no longer the Doudou of yesterday. The me of today can easily beat 10 of yesterday's me, Doudou cried. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, has my Doudou finally gone mad? Stupid Yellow Mountain, trust me. I feel that this time I might condense an 8-dragon pattern golden core. Doudou said sincerely. There is no room for regrets when it comes to the golden core. I don't want to regret not having done my best. I'm transcending the tribulation right now, but I still have the energy to spare to talk to you. Isn't that the greatest proof of my strength? I'm stronger than you think. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, Fairy Dongfang 6, what do you think? Fairy Dongfang 6 said, Doudou does indeed have more power in store, but I don't recommend strengthening the tribulation. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, I understand. Doudou quickly said, Master Yellow Mountain, I can really do it. You decide for yourself, Doudou, Venerable Yellow Mountain suddenly said. It's true that there is no room for regrets when it comes to the golden core. Whatever your choice is, I won't interfere. However, you should think about your choices very carefully as it is you who must bear the consequences should they come. If you die, don't regret it. Venerable Yellow Mountain's answer was beyond Fairy Dongfang 6's expectations. Actually, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Doudou seriously said, I know, I won't regret it. Come on, Shuhang. Strengthen my tribulation. Song Shuhang. Seriously, it's not like I can control the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 1573 Doudou's future marriage depends on it. Doudou was on all fours, in a fighting pose. It was time for him to bring out his best. Once the heavenly tribulation powered up, it would help bring him to the pinnacle of his dog life, allowing him to condense an 8-dragon pattern golden core. Doudou muttered, there is no room for regrets when it comes to the golden core. I've only got one chance. Whether I can seize it or not is up to me. I've been practicing for such a long time, if I don't give it my all now, I will definitely regret it in the future. It might even end up forming an inner demon that would hinder me from advancing further. However, he would absolutely not regret it now. Even if he failed, he would become a well-behaved pet dog in his next life, and he would no longer upset Yellow Mountain. Wait, that wasn't right. If he failed to transcend the tribulation, he would die and disappear. The chance of resurrection was very small as well. I won't regret it, and I won't fail, Doudou said loudly. I have to keep making stupid Yellow Mountain upset and keep on making trouble for him, running away from home all the time. Fairy Dongfang 6. If she had been Senior Yellow Mountain, she might have already strangled Doudou to death. Boom! The next wave of the heavenly tribulation descended. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation had not been strengthened. Doudou could easily block the heavenly tribulation's heavy artillery with the formation and the flaming wheels. Woof! Doudou turned his head to look at Song Shuhang suspiciously. Shuhang, strengthen the power of the tribulation. Don't take me lightly, I'll be able to handle it. Song Shuhang complained, when did you get the idea that I can control the power of the heavenly tribulation at will? Do you regard me as an omnipotent wielder of the will? Doudou said, then Shuhang, will you come in and transcend this tribulation with me? Song Shuhang almost flipped a table. Who the hell would transcend the tribulation with you? Do you really think that I am Song? If you have a tribulation, I'll join in, Shuhang? I don't want to join in every single heavenly tribulation I come across. Doudou seriously said, can't you have your clone enter and strengthen my heavenly tribulation just like you did with Demon Monarch Anzhi? Please, Shuhang. Otherwise, I really am going to regret this for the rest of my life. This was the first time that Doudou made a serious request of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang sighed, and seriously said, are you sure that you aren't going to regret it? Doudou softly replied, absolutely. Yellow Mountain has already agreed to it. In other words, I have gotten Yellow Mountain's acknowledgement. Some tufts on his tail fell off again, turning into little Doudous, and rushing to resist the tribulation. Unknowingly, Doudou's tail tip was already clean of hair. Song Shuhang nodded. I understand. Then, what is love? What is filial piety? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? What is love? What is filial piety? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Two beautiful voices sounded simultaneously, asking the 3 questions of pregnancy of the scholarly sage. In harmony, without delay. Both voices sounded especially good to the ear, like music. One voice was from the virtuous Lamia. As for the other, it was from Fairy Creation, who had come out from behind Dharma King Creation, her hands clasped together in a prayer posture. After the 2 fairies finished reciting their lines, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stared directly at one another, neither one of them willing to back off. Song Shuhang. They're stealing my lines? I don't even dare say those lines casually. Also, do you think that the only thing I can rely on to interfere in Doudou's heavenly tribulation is the sage's eye? In the eyes of you 2 fairies, just what kind of person do you see me as? Even if I were a monster, I would absolutely not use the sage's eye to strengthen the power of Doudou's heavenly tribulation. F***ck, that scared me, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. She felt uncomfortable when she heard those lines. The same goes for this humble monk, Dharma King Creation said and smiled bitterly. All of the monks of his temple had already become pregnant. Could you imagine how horrifying a scene an entire cluster of pregnant muscular monks was? Song Shuhang calmly said, actually, I do have several ways to strengthen the heavenly tribulation. In his inner world, there was still a batch of heavenly tribulation guided missiles and nuclear bombs which were currently useless. Although throwing it out in the main world would not have an effect, there was a chance that it could strengthen the heavenly tribulation. However, this method was too dangerous to be used on friends. If he was lucky enough to find young Master Hai transcending his tribulation, he could try it out at that time. In addition, as long as he randomly pulled out a 4th stage celestial, and threw it into the range of Doudou's tribulation, it should strengthen the tribulation. The problem was that celestials were of an opposing force, and that would make things quite dangerous. In fact, throwing Demon Monarch Anzhi in would be better since it was already at the stage of transcending its tribulation. However, Demon Monarch Anzhi was already at death's door, so he had to keep it as a gift for Su Clan 16, which meant that he couldn't let the other party die for the time being. The most practical method was still to switch with his clone, which was at Western Orchid Island, and have it enter Doudou's tribulation to enhance its power. However, Song Shuhang had a better idea. "Go, I choose you." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and installed the pet-shaped manifestation core on his mecha immortal boat. The mecha immortal boat immediately experienced a change. It first switched from its minivan mode to the shuttle mode, and then from that to the sci-fi style mecha mode. After another moment, the huge mecha began to shrinking to a height of 1.82 meters. The mecha's countenance transformed into that of Song Shuhang, and its body transformed into one of a human in armor. A Song Shuhang made of steel appeared in front of everyone. Fairy Dongfang 6 couldn't help but say, it actually worked. The senior who invented this pet-shaped manifestation core might have never thought that someone would use their creation on an immortal boat. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and extended his senses. There was a deep connection between him and this steel Song Shuhang. As long as he willed it, this steel Song Shuhang would follow his orders. And if it was necessary, he could have his consciousness completely enter the steel Song Shuhang, and assume complete control of it. Unfortunately, this steel manifestation of Song Shuhang could not open the inner world. Otherwise, Song Shuhang would have been able to add another set of spatial coordinates to his collection. Fairy Dongfang 6 asked, "You're planning on using this manifestation to increase the power of Doudou's heavenly tribulation?" However, this manifestation was a pet type. Most such types were used to prepare and serve tea. "Yes, I'll be relying on it." Song Shuhang smiled slightly. He stretched out his finger to point toward the steel Song Shuhang's dantian area. Afterward, his fifth stage divine sense entered and activated the core reactor. It was like when he activated the reactor of the blonde mechanical girl. This core reactor was officially recognized by the heavenly tribulation, and it possessed the qualifications to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Once activated, it would draw over the heavenly lightning. Song Shuhang said, "Go." The steel Song Shuhang strode towards Doudou's tribulation transcending formation. In the process, the core reactor at its dantian area was activated. The energy in the reactor gushed out, turning into countless threads that merged with Song Shuhang's steel manifestation. With these threads as energy channels, the power of the reactor was fed to Song Shuhang's steel manifestation, strengthening it. After a while, the color of the core reactor also changed from the color of black iron to the color of ancient bronze. At the same time, above the steel Song Shuhang's head, a tribulation cloud was brewing. It was a heavenly tribulation of the third stage. It was the same level as the heavenly tribulation that had been condensing for the mechanical blonde girl back then. As Song Shuhang had guessed, it wasn't the blonde girl who was transcending the tribulation back then, but rather the core reactor. Although it was only a heavenly tribulation of the third stage, after merging with Doudou's heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage, the power would increase to a whole new level. It's great to team up to transcend the tribulation every now and then, a path where one's death would leave one gone without a grave. Dharma King Creation retreated quickly, swiftly writing this sentence down in his notebook while retreating. This became the inspiration for his new song. Fairy Dongfang 6, Song Shuhang, and the virtuous Lamia also retreated to a certain distance. After the two tribulations combined, the scope of the tribulation had expanded. "Come." Doudou's eyes were as sharp as those of an eagle, and his body appeared powerful, possessing great momentum. This was the first time that Song Shuhang, Dongfang 6, and Dharma King Creation had seen Doudou so serious ever since they met him. "Shuhang, your clone doesn't need to do anything. Leave everything to me." Doudou's body rushed toward the heavenly tribulation. "Do, I will fight the heavenly tribulation all by myself, Do." Song Shuhang's technique to fight the heavenly tribulation had been inherited by a dog. The enhanced heavenly tribulation, other than modern weapons, was also condensing out powerful magical treasures. Doudou rose to the sky, his body all golden. Although the word Pekingese was made up from the words lion and dog, under normal circumstances, it was really difficult to see the connection between a Pekingese and a lion. But the current Doudou in the sky looked just like a lion as he fought the heavenly tribulation. He pounced forward. His flaming wheels spun, and the 6 demon god pillars rose from the ground, surrounding Doudou. The power of the blood god crystal was fully activated, condensing chains of bloody runes around Doudou's 4 feet. At this moment, Doudou was a handsome mess. Song Shuhang suddenly said, "This is probably Doudou at his coolest. Fairy waiting for a promise, you must film this magical moment. Perhaps Doudou can rely on it for his future marriage." Fairy Dongfang 6. Just how was little friend Shuhang's brain wired that it would jump from topic to topic so randomly? At this time, Doudou's heavenly tribulation had entered its final stage. Woof! All the hair over Doudou's body swelled as if he had used the hair-growing technique. Doudou's figure rushed straight up to the highest altitude, and crashed into the tribulation cloud. His hair was like blades that rent the tribulation cloud. He'd used this move to draw a perfect end to his heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. The last wave of the heavenly tribulation, together with the tribulation cloud, was shattered. A woo! Doudou howled at the moon in the sky. Does Doudou have wolf blood? Song Shuhang squeezed his chin. Wasn't howling at the moon something wolves did? They're all canines. They more or less have the same hobbies, right? Dharma King Creation said regretfully, "It seems that there won't be a chance for me to make a move." Below, inside the tribulation transcending formation, Song Shuhang's steel manifestation was still lying down. At this time, the core reactor had fully assumed an ancient bronze color. Song Shuhang softly said, "Okay, come back." The steel manifestation raised its legs and began to return. However, after a few steps, it stopped. In its body, the core reactor was experiencing another change. It was going from an ancient bronze color to a silver white. In the air, another heavenly tribulation began to condense. This time, it was a heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. In the air, Doudou shouted, "F***ck, what's going on? Leave the rest to me, wasn't my heavenly tribulation already over? Why is it back?" After Doudou destroyed the last wave of the heavenly tribulation, the monster energy in his body began to churn, ready to condense a monster core. But suddenly, the heavenly tribulation, which had originally dissipated, returned. Because of this series of happenings related to the heavenly tribulation, Doudou's ascension process had been temporarily put to a stop, and his monster core had similarly halted in his formation. Grandpa Heavenly Tribulation isn't playing according to common sense today. Doudou felt very tired. Be careful, Doudou. Another heavenly tribulation is coming, Song Shuhang warned from below. This is a heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage, be alert. Doudou softly said, "A heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage? Alright. If it's just a heavenly tribulation at this level, I can handle it." A lot of his monster energy had already been consumed, but he could still handle a heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage. This couldn't be considered setting a flag, as he was confident that he could do so. A problem would really only arise if Grandpa Heavenly Tribulation got brain cramps, and sent out another heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage. Boom! The new heavenly tribulation descended on Doudou and Song Shuhang's steel manifestation. Doudou descended from the air, and returned to the tribulation transcending formation. With the assistance of the 6 demon god pillars, he faced the 4th stage heavenly tribulation head-on. This tribulation transcending formation would soon collapse. Nevertheless, it would be best to make use of it until it did. After this heavenly tribulation is over, Senior Dongfang 6, please bring Doudou away from this area, Song Shuhang said. I'm worried that my steel manifestation will draw over another heavenly tribulation right after this fourth stage heavenly tribulation is over. This heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage was drawn over by his steel manifestation. However, because of the previous heavenly tribulation which Doudou and his steel manifestation had transcended together, Doudou was involved in this one as well. Therefore, as soon as this heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage ended, Doudou had to be brought out of the area as quickly as possible so that he could finish condensing his monster core, and leave the tribulation transcending state. Fairy Dongfang VI said, "Leave it to me." By the side, Dharma King Creation curiously asked, "What exactly is the background of your steel manifestation?" Dharma King had never seen such a weird manifestation. Its heavenly tribulation of the third stage had just ended, yet without much of a buffer time, it had directly been made to transcend its heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. Song Shuhang replied, "The manifestation itself is very normal. However, its core is quite special. Its core is a product of science, a core reactor." Dharma King Creation inquired, "It's an artificial object?" Yes, the energy core was created by a group of mysterious scientists. Although the process of its creation would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to recreate, it is indeed a product of science. And this thing has been officially recognized by the heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang replied while his eyes were fixed on the area where the tribulation was going on. If Doudou couldn't handle it, he would control the steel manifestation to immediately pull out its own core, and forcibly end the heavenly tribulation. Inside the tribulation area, Doudou was giving it his all. At this time, his fur was a mess, and the bald area on his tail was rapidly growing in size. The magical technique that allowed him to make clones out of his fur was very consuming in terms of monster energy. But when faced with this heavenly tribulation, he had to continually spawn clones to fight on his behalf. "Woof, after this heavenly tribulation is over, I'm going to sleep for a week or two. There better be nobody that wakes me up," Doudou said with his tongue sticking out. However, this new heavenly tribulation was making him feel invigorated. Doudou gritted his teeth, and said, "I've even crossed 2 heavenly tribulations. This time, I won't accept anything less than a 7-patterned and 7-colored golden core." At 6 a.m. the people of XIII finally welcomed the first rays of the morning sun. At the same time, the thunder which had been booming from time to time finally came to a stop. Doudou stood on the ground in the tribulation area, his head raised and his chest puffed out. Due to the huge energy expense, Doudou was almost hollowed out at this time, and his legs had gone weak. The tribulation transcending formation had collapsed, and the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage was only left with a single attack. The power of this final attack was extremely small. It wasn't like the other terrifying attacks of the modernized heavenly tribulation, but rather it was like a warm stream as it fell on the bodies of Doudou and the steel manifestation. This last blow from the tribulation was meant to help improve the physique of those who transcended the tribulation. "It's finally over." Doudou squatted on the ground, his tongue sticking out. In the sky, the tribulation cloud began to dissipate. Dharma King Creation said, "Now." Fairy Dongfang VI's body became like a phantom as she swept forwards, but halfway through, she was forced to stop. In the sky, a new heavenly tribulation enveloped Doudou and the steel manifestation. It was a heavenly tribulation of the fifth stage. It had seamlessly followed the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. Doudou said, "Woof." The bright silver core in the steel manifestation's body assumed a golden color, resulting in it attracting this fifth stage heavenly tribulation. A new wave of booming thunder sounded. At this time, if Fairy Dongfang VI continued to move forward, the power of the heavenly tribulation would directly jump to the sixth stage. "Pull out the core," Song Shuhang ordered immediately. The steel manifestation stretched out its hand, and reached into its own abdomen, opening a small hole in it. The steel manifestation then pulled on the core reactor. However, the countless energy threads that extended from the core reactor were connected to the steel manifestation securely. As long as the threads weren't severed, pulling out the core reactor would not have any effect. Boom! The heavenly tribulation of the fifth stage descended. It was the same old rules. The first wave was a probing attack. Shuhang, tell Yellow Mountain that I will be a well-behaved puppy in my next life, Doudou said weakly. His figure had transformed into that of an ordinary little Pekingese. At this moment, Song Shuhang's steel manifestation leaped up high, using its own body to block the first wave of the fifth stage heavenly tribulation. At the same time, Song Shuhang's figure appeared beside it out of thin air. It was a spatial jump. Song Shuhang placed his hand on Doudou's head, smiled, and said, Doudou, you've done very well. Leave the rest to me. Doudou. Song Shuhang has a solution. Doudou raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. At this time, Shuhang had become so tall and mighty in Doudou's eyes that even the bed sheet on his body looked very handsome. There were extremely profound runes on this sheet, and Song Shuhang's aura seemed to be hidden due to it. Go. Song Shuhang opened up the sheet and wrapped Doudou in it. In the next moment, the ancestral witch's blessing, spatial jump ability was activated once again, and Song Shuhang and Doudou disappeared from where they were and reappeared 500 meters away. At the same time, he sensed his inner world. Even under the deterrence of the heavenly tribulation, it had not gone into hiding. However, Song Shuhang did not directly transfer Doudou into the inner world. They were still within the scope of the heavenly tribulation. When he opened the inner world, a passage leading to the main world would be formed. Song Shuhang was worried that the heavenly tribulation would, through the passage, lock onto his inner world. Although the inner world would always go into hiding on its own, it was still Song Shuhang's strongest trump card, and it kept way too many secrets within. For safety's sake, it was best not to allow the heavenly tribulation to make direct contact with it. Song Shuhang, wrapped in the sheet with Doudou in his embrace, rushed out of the scope of the steel manifestation's tribulation. This sheet was made by Senior White II using the Almighty Merchant's sheet as a base, which possessed a powerful aura shielding ability. Song Shuhang had no idea whether it would allow him to bring Doudou out of the scope of the tribulation. It was best if it could. If it couldn't, he would transfer Doudou into the inner world after running for a while. The shielding ability of the inner world was first-rate, and entering it was equivalent to entering an isolated place. However, Song Shuhang had never tried it before, and did not dare guarantee that it would work against the heavenly tribulation. Anyway, Song Shuhang ran wildly with Doudou in tow. In terms of distance, he and Doudou had already run out of the range of the steel manifestation's tribulation. Song Shuhang quickly asked, Doudou, how do you feel? Have you left the tribulation transcending state? Has your monster core begun to condense? Doudou smiled bitterly, and said, No, the heavenly tribulation is still locked onto my body. Unless the steel manifestation failed to transcend its tribulation and the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Doudou, who was involved in it, would not be able to escape. There was a tribulation cloud that had split from the steel manifestation's heavenly tribulation, heading toward Song Shuhang and Doudou. There was nothing else that could be done. Song Shuhang once again activated the spatial jumping ability of the ancestral witch's blessing, and jumped a distance of 500 meters. At the end of the spatial jump, he instantly opened the inner world and sent sheet-wrapped Doudou in it before closing the passage at the fastest speed he could. It worked. Regarding the target lock of the fifth stage heavenly tribulation, the inner world had successfully blocked it for Doudou, freeing him from the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang softly said, Fortunately, it's only a heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. If the tribulation level was of a higher level, the inner world might not have been able to handle it. He felt that if it had been the target lock of an eighth stage heavenly tribulation, his current inner world would not have been able to block it. The inner world still needed to be upgraded further. With Doudou's crisis averted temporarily, Song Shuhang returned to ferry Dongfang VI and Dharma King Creation. At this time, the main target of the heavenly tribulation had become his steel manifestation. Ferry Dongfang VI asked, "Where is Doudou?" Song Shuhang replied, "I sent him to my exclusive space, where he's temporarily safe." Dharma King Creation remarked, "What you did just now was too risky. There is a high probability of you becoming involved in the heavenly tribulation by entering the tribulation transcending formation. At that time, the power of the heavenly tribulation would increase once again, placing even you in danger." Song Shuhang said, "Relax, Senior Creation. This is just a clone." Naturally, matters like crashing into heavenly tribulations would be left to his clone. His main body had been switched out to Western Orchid Island to watch the restaurant. Fortunately, his clone was different from Senior White's clones. If it was the kind of clones that possessed a certain degree of self-awareness, it would definitely be flipping a table and throwing a tantrum right now. Ferry Dongfang VI asked, "What's your steel manifestation going to do next?" The tribulation transcending formation was gone. This manifestation of Song Shuhang did not have any combat power, so faced with the fifth stage heavenly tribulation, there was only a path to death. Song Shuhang said, "There is nothing that can be done. Perhaps I had too little fate with it. After it gets destroyed amidst the heavenly tribulation, we can take a look and see if the core reactor is still there." His heart was aching quite a bit. "It's the latest model of mecha immortal boat. I wonder if I can look for Senior Yellow Mountain and get a reimbursement." Tyrannical Tyrant applies for equipment below the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang's steel manifestation stood there blankly, the core reactor hanging outside its stomach. Boom! The second wave of the heavenly tribulation fell, but the steel manifestation could only rely on its steel body to resist it because it lacked any skills. The manifestation could carry out some simple commands from Song Shuhang such as serving tea and water, washing dishes, and mopping the floor. However, it could also be controlled through his consciousness should the need arise. Without any orders from Song Shuhang, it would simply stand still. It had no tribulation transcending formation, no supplementary magical techniques, and no cultivation techniques. If it wanted to transcend the tribulation, it would only be able to adopt Xian Nu Sec Skylark's method, standing right where one was and letting the tribulation lightning strike them, waiting and seeing whether they would die first or the heavenly tribulation would end first. However, Senior Skylark's method really only suited someone like her who possessed the bone of eternity. Besides her, it was virtually impossible to find anybody else in the universe who could transcend their tribulation in this way. The tribulation lightning descended, and the steel manifestation was smashed to the ground. The core reactor, which was hanging by its stomach, plopped to the ground alongside the rest of the steel manifestation's body. Its head turned to Song Shuhang, as if waiting for him to give it an order. Ferry Dongfang VI remarked, "Why do I feel that it looks quite pitiful?" Dharma King Creation said, "Maybe because it has the same face as our little friend Song Shuhang? Or is it because it looks like its intestines are falling out?" Song Shuhang: "Those aren't intestines. If you really wanted to compare them with something, they would be equivalent to a cultivator's golden core." "It's awaiting your orders," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. At this time, it hung on the back of the virtuous Lamia, paying attention to the changes taking place at the scene of the tribulation. Song Shuhang said, "Put the core reactor back. Afterward, do your best to dodge, or resist the heavenly tribulation." This command was quite pointless, though. The target lock feature of the heavenly tribulation could not be evaded that easily, so the tribulation could only be resisted. As a pet-shaped manifestation, it did not have the ability to carry out complex commands, so it was unknown if it could execute this particular command. In addition, even if Song Shuhang controlled the steel manifestation directly, he didn't know what to do in the face of the fifth stage heavenly tribulation. This steel manifestation lacked any offensive power and defensive means. It was doomed ever since it started to draw over heavenly tribulations in rapid succession. Even if it really did transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage, after a turn of its body, it might have already attracted the one of the 6th stage, and then the one of the 7th stage after that. After receiving Song Shuhang's order, the steel manifestation stretched out its hand, and pushed the core reactor back into its stomach. Boom! The lightning tribulation descended once again. This time, the steel manifestation began to resist the heavenly tribulation according to Song Shuhang's orders. The heavenly tribulation's target lock feature was too strong. After the steel manifestation failed to evade it a few times, it finally decided to place its hands around its head. At this time, it would be nice if the puppet maiden were here, Song Shuhang thought to himself. The most suitable method for the steel manifestation to transcend its tribulation was undoubtedly the crouching down while holding one's head technique. Wait. The manifestation doesn't have any defensive means, but I remember that the immortal boat form has a protective cover. As he thought of this, Song Shuhang immediately sent another order. Change forms, and switch to the immortal boat or mecha form. Use the shield that comes with them to defend yourself. Whether or not it could survive depended on the luck of the steel manifestation. Clang, clang, clang. The steel manifestation transformed, and it took on the form of a shuttle-shaped immortal boat. The shield that was used by the immortal boat when it flew in outer space was now activated. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, this shield's defense level should be about the 5th or 6th stage. If it can keep this shield up, it might really be able to endure until the end of this heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that will be quite difficult. Song Shuhang smiled wryly, and said, because it's out of spirit stones. Previously, he had taken out all of his spirit stones, and handed them over to Doudou so that he could transcend his tribulation. Besides that, the spirit stones that the mecha immortal boat had were now all depleted. As such, this shield now depended entirely on the energy supplied by that core reactor. Meanwhile, at a junction between Jiangnan area and H-City, a container truck was slowly driving on the highway. We found the signal. We're finally sensing the energy fluctuations of the core reactor again. Lock onto its position. This time, we can't let it escape from our grasp. It's at H-City. It isn't too far away from us, we can get there in 10 minutes at most. Great! We've finally found it after searching for so many days. This concerns our future and the general direction of our research. There is absolutely no room for mistakes. We must rush to it as quickly as possible. Prepare our secret weapon. I want to see who it is that dared to steal our core reactor. More than 10 minutes later. The steel manifestation was still struggling to maintain the shield and resist the heavenly tribulation. Shuhang, can a steel manifestation have inner demons? Dharma King Creation asked while pinching his chin. Song Shuhang replied, I think that should not be possible. I don't think it even fits the basic conditions for the inner demon tribulation to appear. Dharma King Creation replied, that's a shame, he had no chance to enter the stage today. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, someone is coming. Song Shuhang and Dharma King Creation raised their heads to look up at the same time. In the distance, a container truck was approaching, and the truck seemed to carry a kind of stealth function. At first glance, it looked transparent and invisible. However, the several individuals present didn't really fall into what would be considered scientific. In their eyes, this kind of stealth was very low level. A voice in the truck said, I see it. Our core reactor is over there, in that shuttle-shaped metal object. How foolish. They actually installed our core reactor in such a low-level machine. The two men and that woman standing there should be the ones who took our core reactor away. They can't see us. Bring out our secret weapon and have it lock onto them. Don't underestimate the enemy. The mechanically modified warriors we sent before also had invisibility devices, yet they were still noticed by the other party. We must be careful this time. In addition, there is lightning falling nearby. This lightning is quite weird. Don't worry, our weapons are more powerful than a thunderstorm. Wait, they are all Chinese. Can you give me some face and not kill them? Just leave them seriously injured. Since they were able to take our core reactor, they might also possess some of the super age technology. When the time comes, I'll go over and talk to them. Maybe we can take them with us and have them become our companions. Anyway, open fire first. There was a mix of languages being used inside the truck. However, the people inside seemed to be proficient in the languages of several countries, and they had no difficulty communicating with one another whatsoever. After that was said, the container silently opened, and a huge cannon-shaped object was aimed at Song Shuhang and his party. Song Shuhang. Dharma King Creation. Fairy Dongfang 6. Dharma King Creation asked, "Who are these guys?" Song Shuhang replied, if I'm not mistaken, they should be the people who made the core reactor. If possible, we should capture them alive. Despite being rather reckless, they do possess a lot of interesting technology. There should be many seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group who will find these researchers quite interesting. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, such as Senior White. After being silent for a moment, Dharma King Creation said, I don't know why, but when you mentioned Senior White, I got a hunch. If you give these guys to Senior White, he might use them to make something terrifying, something even more terrifying than the disposable flying sword. So, how about we release them on Mars instead? Song Shuhang laughed and said, Senior White released a batch of people in his Martian immortal cave. I feel that if you were to release them there, they would also break into Senior White's immortal cave on Mars after a series of coincidences. Dharma King Creation. Fire. At this time, the muzzle in the container lit up. A huge electromagnetic force condensed at the muzzle, electric arcs jumping here and there. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, what weapon is this? Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders, and said, it seems a gun-like weapon that works with electricity. It immediately makes me think of a super railgun. This is my take from the information I can access as an ordinary civilian. Or should he get close and appraise it? Dharma King Creation estimated, it seems quite powerful, with might approaching that of a 5th stage level attack. Fairy Dongfang 6 confirmed, it should be about there. But for the 3 people present, an attack of this level couldn't even hurt a single strand of their hair. Dharma King Creation practiced the Warring Buddha's true body, one of the best body tempering techniques alongside the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. Moreover, in terms of pure physical strength, he was even above Fairy Dongfang 6 and Song Shuhang. Fairy Dongfang 6 was a big boss in a demonic sect. Song Shuhang was a 5-star 5th stage spiritual emperor with 5 cores. Even if a 5th stage attack were to hit these 3 head-on, it would barely have any effect on them. Boom, the railgun was fired. However, it turned out to be a dud, and the attack failed to launch. Instead, the previously condensed electrical energy lashed back onto the armored truck, and the truck exploded. The life and death of several people who might have aroused Senior White's interest was now unknown. Song Shuhang. Dharma King Creation. Fairy Dongfang 6. Are these guys trying to be funny? Buzz, at this time, on the body of Song Shuhang's steel manifestation, a radar-like device was activated, scanning all around it. From the body of the steel manifestation, a voice sounded. A suitable weapon has been found. No. Tyrant applies for equipment. Song Shuhang responded, huh? What the hell is no? Tyrannical Tyrant? Who gave you that name? No. Tyrannical Tyrant applies for equipment, please approve. The voice of the steel manifestation sounded again. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, approved. After this tribulation ended, if this guy was still in one piece, he would clear its logs. The name No. Tyrannical Tyrant had to be changed. At the same time, Song Shuhang rummaged through his own magical bracelet. Did he have equipment that suited the steel manifestation? He had the black iron armor, the Celestials' bows and arrows and javelins, Demon Monarch Anzhi standard flying sword, and a phone-like, brick-sized object that Senior White's clone had given him in the past. Chapter 1576 Magic Power Recharging Machine. Among these things was indeed some equipment that could be handed over to the steel manifestation. For example, Demon Monarch Anzhi's standard flying sword and the bows and arrows and javelins of the Celestials. As for the black iron armor and the god-slaying mother-child cannon, which Song Shuhang had personally contracted, these were not suitable to be given to the steel manifestation while it was transcending its tribulation. Moreover, the black iron godly armor was too small to fit its body in its mecha form. As for the god-slaying mother-child cannon, it was something that consumed large amounts of spirit stones, and Song Shuhang was currently penniless. In the end, Song Shuhang took out bows and arrows, javelins, and a flying sword. After thinking about it, he awkwardly brought out the phone-like, brick-sized object that Senior White's clone had given him. After all, this was something that Senior White's clone had carried around with him, so some of his luck should have rubbed onto it, right? Song Shuhang said, choose whichever equipment you need. As soon as he said that, the steel manifestation rumbled in its mecha form, following which, its right hand went flying out, flying right fist attack. It flew several hundred meters away. Song Shuhang didn't know that this mecha form had such an attack. The right hand of the steel manifestation eventually flew to the side of the truck that had just blown up, and grabbed the giant cannon that Song Shuhang suspected to be a railgun. There was a diamond rope connected to the wrist of the right fist. The diamond rope was then pulled back, and the flying fist dragged the railgun toward the steel manifestation. The rather valuable passengers of the vehicle were currently unconscious. If it wasn't for that, they would definitely be crying their eyes out as they would see their valuable secret weapon being taken away. Connected to the railgun was a huge foundation bed, which seemed to be its battery pack. It was currently being pulled toward the steel manifestation together with the railgun. After the gun was pulled over, the steel manifestation picked it up, and installed it on its back. On its back, countless threads emerged. These threads were energy channels of the core reactor, and they were equivalent to the meridians of the steel manifestation. It now appeared that these threads did not merely function as meridians. They penetrated the railgun, and a portion of them went into the battery pack to absorb energy, while another portion went into the gun itself. This allowed the railgun and the mecha steel manifestation to become one. Song Shuhang said, so when it mentioned equipment, it was referring to this railgun. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, this steel manifestation of yours is getting more and more interesting. However, can this cannon-like weapon work on the heavenly tribulation? Against the heavenly tribulation, current modern weapons usually had no effect. The heavenly tribulation would directly brush past the modern weapons, striking the cultivator on the ground while disregarding the weapon. Even guided missiles that were modified by cultivators would have very little effect against the heavenly tribulation, which was very disappointing. Therefore, though cultivators were coming into contact with modern weapons a lot more in recent times, when going against the heavenly tribulation, very few would actually use such things in their tribulation transcending formation. Song Shuhang spread his arms. I don't know, either. Dharma King Creation responded, well, even if it survives this 5th stage heavenly tribulation but continues on and draws over a 6th stage heavenly tribulation, there's no chance it'll be able to stay alive. Song Shuhang said, this is beyond my control. If it really does seek death and draws over a 6th stage heavenly tribulation, I'll be unable to do anything. In the air, the 5th stage heavenly tribulation underwent some changes. What appeared this time was not modern artillery, but rather a series of treasured swords. These treasured swords all looked like flying swords, but they were each different, their model ranging from ancient to modern. Dharma King Creation squeezed his chin. It seems that the heavenly tribulation is now taking on different shapes for each cultivator. It isn't simply modernizing, there is more to it. Fairy Dongfang 6 added, I also feel that way. The heavenly tribulation has become more intelligent. I'll mention this to the 9 provinces number 1 group and the other forces so that the fellow Daoists who are planning to transcend their tribulation can be aware. Whoosh, whoosh, dozens of treasured swords formed a formation in the air. Sword Chi covered the sky, and this was Sword Chi that contained the special attribute of the heavenly tribulation. The steel manifestation stretched out its hand to grab the rail gun on its back, and welcomed the treasured swords in the air with a series of explosions. The railgun shot at the treasured swords repeatedly and without fail. It possessed great power, along with surprising attack speed and destructiveness. Boom, 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 the heavenly tribulation treasured swords in mid-air shattered. This weapon can actually affect the heavenly tribulation. Fairy Dongfang's 6 eyes lit up. Did this mean that weapons like railguns could be used by other cultivators to go against the heavenly tribulation? If that were the case, then that would be a great help to cultivators when they transcended their tribulations. Dharma King Creation remarked, 6, don't get excited just yet. I feel that the reason this railgun has such a significant effect is mostly because of that core reactor. Just now, we saw countless threads extend from the reactor and penetrate the railgun, allowing little friend Song Shuhang's manifestation to merge with it. It's probably because of those threads that the railgun was able to produce such abnormal effects. In any case, we have to find a way to bring this railgun away after the heavenly tribulation is over. If it can really help in resisting the heavenly tribulation, we should mass-produce it. Fairy Dongfang 6 grinned, and said, I'll go and protect those researchers in the car first. These guys are quite possibly treasures themselves. After saying that, Fairy Dongfang 6 quickly turned around to pick up the researchers in the truck. These guys would perhaps be greatly sought after in the world of cultivation. The heavenly tribulation continued to send attacks down. After acquiring the railgun, the steel manifestation was actually able to put up a fight against the 5th stage heavenly tribulation. However, as the power of the tribulation continued to grow stronger, the steel manifestation began to start getting beaten up again. It had originally been a sword formation of several dozen swords, but at this time, it had already become a large formation with over 100 sharp swords. Sword light slashed downward, and all of it seemed to belong to exquisite sword techniques. That's the sword light of sword techniques that are compatible with the sword controlling technique, Dharma King Creation said. I can see the shadow of the divine sword art, the demon subduing sword, the 5 divine swords technique, and other sword techniques among them. My demonic sect's unfettered demonic sword and 5 desires sword are there as well, Fairy Dongfang 6 added while dragging the researchers over. While moving the researchers, Fairy Dongfang 6 casually set up an illusion technique around the area of the tribulation to prevent ordinary people from wandering into the said area. The previous tribulation transcending formation and illusion formations had all collapsed during Doudou's tribulation. This was also the reason the researchers had been able to get to them. Song Shuhang asked, are these flying swords a new feature of the heavenly tribulation? Dharma King Creation glanced at Song Shuhang. Actually, it's an old feature of the heavenly tribulation. Little friend Shuhang, did you not experience it during your 5th stage heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows, his heart stifled. My 5th stage heavenly tribulation consisted in me getting pulled into the demonic tribulation realm by Senior Skylark, where I had to face an 8th stage demonic tribulation. When it comes to ordinary 5th stage heavenly tribulations, Doudou's tribulation today is the first one I've seen. The corners of Dharma King Creation's mouth twitched. Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, little friend Creation, please don't give Song Shuhang any more chances to show off. I can't stand it anymore. Dharma King Creation. Below the heavenly tribulation clouds. The steel manifestation's railgun was now lagging behind and being overwhelmed by the huge number of treasured swords. The manifestation's body was now getting cut from time to time. The steel body's built-in defensive shield had been shattered several times, and its huge body was already filled with scars. Had it not been for the immortal boat itself having been built with top-of-the-line materials, it would have long been smashed to pieces by the heavenly tribulation's sword formation. The steel manifestation voiced out, "No." Tyrannical tyrant requests for more equipment and assistance. Approved. You can choose and use whatever equipment you need. Song Shuhang presented the equipment he had to the steel manifestation. The steel manifestation was struck by several more swords, and the metal plate on its chest was sliced to pieces, revealing the mechanical structure inside. Its head swept over the equipment in front of Song Shuhang. In the end, it chose the phone-like object. A tentacle stretched out and nimbly coiled around the phone-like object. This guy had good eyesight, it immediately picked Senior White's item. Dharma King Creation curiously asked, "What is that thing?" After seeing Song Shuhang bring this thing out, Dharma King Creation had been wondering what exactly this magical treasure was. Song Shuhang replied, "This is something that Senior White brought back from some ruins. I haven't tried using it yet." Just now, he had forgotten to use the secret appraisal technique on the object. Fairy Dongfang VI said, "Something that can make Senior White curious is definitely a treasure." Dharma King Creation said, I agree with that. Senior White would not ever fall into a land without treasure. Even if the thing that Senior White picked up was an ordinary stone, it was likely that you would find a treasure after you split it. After the steel manifestation grabbed the phone-like object, a large number of tentacle-like threads emerged from its palm, penetrating the phone-like magical treasure. Immediately afterward, one of the threads turned into a finger, starting to press on the magical treasure as if pressing numbers on a phone's keyboard. Fu, a ring of runes emerged from the phone-like object. These runes quickly combined, and became the prototype of a magical technique. Rumble, the heavenly tribulation flying swords slashed downward. The prototype magical technique spun around, and turned into a shining golden whip. The whip moved flexibly, heading towards the handles of the flying swords. In the blink of an eye, all of the flying swords that were approaching the steel manifestation were shattered. Dharma King Creation calmly said, "A fifth stage magical technique." The fifth stage heavenly tribulation had sent down flying swords at the peak of the fourth stage each in terms of power. Despite that, this magical technique had been able to smash them into pieces. This meant that the magical technique had to be at least at the fifth stage. Fairy Dongfang VI said, "Is it a magical treasure that can release magical techniques?" After all, the steel manifestation, which did not have the ability to cast magical techniques, had been able to directly unleash a magical technique after obtaining the magical treasure. Scarlet Heaven Sword added, "Moreover, this method of casting magical techniques is more closely related to wizards and sorcerers rather than cultivators." October 21st, Monday, 9 a.m. The fifth stage heavenly tribulation was finally approaching its end. To be honest, Song Shuhang had not expected the steel manifestation to actually survive until the end of the tribulation. Ever since the tribulation had begun, the steel manifestation had been on the verge of death the entire time, but it had tenaciously held its own until the end of the tribulation. At this time, the railgun on its back no longer had ammunition nor energy. The steel manifestation was no longer able to maintain the shield on its body either, and its mecha form had become tattered, making it feel like it would fall apart at any moment. Song, now my heart is aching, Shuhang. He hadn't even gotten to take his new immortal boat on a few trips yet. The plot in his dreams where he would use the immortal boat to bring his family and friends around for some fun had yet to be realized when the immortal boat was already near breaking down. I wonder if the immortal boat can be repaired even after being broken down to such a state? Right now, the only way the steel manifestation had to fight the heavenly tribulation was by relying on the phone-like magical treasure and its body, which was made of top-tier 5th stage materials. Dharma King Creation said, the final blow. He took out a small notebook and quickly began recording things down. After seeing the scene of Song Shuhang's steel manifestation transcending the tribulation, he felt that his inspiration was overflowing. Tragic and heroic scenes could always inspire composers. While writing, Dharma King Creation would hum from time to time. Steel as body, flames as blood. Hope will surely follow after despair. This is a good sentence. Boom. The last wave of the tribulation descended. The tribulation cloud had become a huge palm as it suddenly pressed against the steel manifestation. In that huge palm was the heavenly tribulation's energy, condensed into a ball of lightning and filled with destructive power. The lightning palm? So it can be used like this. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. The tribulation cloud and the heavenly lightning had combined to form a lightning palm, attacking the steel manifestation. The steel manifestation held on, using the last bit of its strength to click on a button on the phone-like magical treasure. But at this time, the runes for a magical technique did not appear. Instead, a strange voice sounded. The language that was used by this voice was one that Song Shuhang could not understand, but there was a mental energy fluctuation in the voice which was something similar to a translation effect. The translated meaning was approximately, "Hello, your quota of magic power for international usage has already been exhausted this month. Please top up." Song Shuhang, top up? You're reminding me to top up at such a critical time? I thought that this thing only looked like a phone, I didn't think that it also functioned like a phone. At first, Song Shuhang thought that it was something like a magic wand, but now it seemed that that was not the case at all. No money? Then you're on your own. How can you get stronger without topping up? But after topping up, you can do whatever you want. How do you top up? Anyway, top up as much as you need. Song Shuhang gave orders to the steel avatar. However, the steel manifestation did not perform a topping up action. It could not recharge this phone-like magical treasure. It was probably because it did not have the currency that the phone used for top-ups. Not good, it's over. Song Shuhang was heartbroken. His immortal boat was really done for this time. The heavenly tribulation lightning palm finally fell on the body of the steel manifestation. The upper body of the steel manifestation was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The virtuous Lamia, who was still recording, opened her mouth and prepared to use the Song Shuhang's four-toned scream technique. However, before she could even reach the second tone, Fairy Creation, who was behind Dharma King Creation, had already gotten ahead. Song Shuhang's four-toned scream technique, 5x speed. Despite joining the competition later, Fairy Creation had managed to steal the lines of the virtuous Lamia by relying on speed. The virtuous Lamia turned her head stiffly and stared at Fairy Creation. Her expression read, "How could this be? Was this not a breach of rules?" Song Shuhang, the tribulation cloud in the sky dissipated, and the heavenly tribulation also disappeared. Only a patch of scorched earth was left. The core reactor did not try to draw over a sixth-stage heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang's figure moved towards the area where the tribulation had taken place. He arrived at the side of the steel manifestation. The steel manifestation, which was in its mecha form, had been crushed to the ground. The area above its chest had been directly blown to ashes by that final lightning palm, and the rail gun on its back had also been reduced to half of what it used to be. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and placed it on the steel manifestation lightly. In the next moment, the steel manifestation reacted to Song Shuhang's touch. It hadn't died just yet. For the steel manifestation, its upper body was replaceable. The most important part of its body was the core reactor area at its abdomen. As long as this part was not destroyed, the steel manifestation would be okay. Although it was in a very sorry state, it had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. At this time, the core reactor in its abdomen had taken on a dark golden color, which made it look very valuable. However, for some reason, he felt that the fifth stage core reactor was lacking something, like some patterns. The phone-like magical treasure was still intact and was in the hands of the steel manifestation. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the mecha, patting it lightly. Although he knew that this was just a pet-shaped manifestation, and it did not have much intelligence, after seeing it hold its own and successfully transcend the fifth stage heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang could not help but whisper to it, "You did very well." Until the last moment, it had not given up. Return to a humanoid state. I will take you to an immortal boat factory when the time comes and see if you can be repaired. Song Shuhang issued an order to the manifestation. Following Song Shuhang's order, the steel manifestation, which was in its mecha form, quickly shrunk and finally assumed a humanoid form with half its body missing. Song Shuhang reached out and placed his hand on the manifestation, transferring it to the inner world. Then, he grabbed the phone-like magical treasure. Song Shuhang said, "It's over. Now, it's time to switch places with my main body and release Doudou." His main body had swapped back over, and Doudou was also transferred out from the inner world. When Doudou stepped out of the inner world, changes began taking place in his body as he entered the process of condensing a monster core. Song Shuhang reminded, "Doudou, don't forget to drink the 7 colors Wonder Fruits liquefied pill." "It's finally over?" Doudou quickly took out the bottle with the liquefied pill and poured it into his mouth to improve the quality of his monster core. Song Shuhang nodded. "It's over. You can be at ease while condensing your monster core. Fairy Dongfang, senior creation, and I will keep watch for you." Doudou said cautiously, "When I'm condensing my monster core, you guys better not sing or gaze at me." Song Shuhang, at this time, the monster energy and innate true yuan in Doudou's body began to flow toward his lower abdomen. After a fifth stage monster condensed a monster core, they would be able to change the structure of their body and assume a human form. When Doudou had been at the fourth stage realm, he got to acquire a first human form that looked very similar to Song Shuhang in appearance. After ascending to the fifth stage, he would condense a second human form, one that truly belonged to him. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, "What kind of monster core will Doudou condense?" After all of the twists and turns he had to go through for his tribulation, it will definitely be top-notch. I think it'll be a top-notch colorful monster core. Moreover, since Doudou practices the cultivation technique that Senior Yellow Mountain specially created for him, his monster core may also have dragon patterns. Dharma King Creation said. For ordinary monster cultivators, when they condensed their monster core at the fifth stage, its strength was mainly judged depending on its color. And for monsters who possessed monster energy and true yuan at the same time, such as Doudou, their monster core could have patterns similar to a human cultivator's dragon patterns, and the more there were, the stronger they were. Doudou shouted, "A monster core to determine one's path, condense." At his Dantian area, monster energy and innate true yuan converged, condensing the embryonic form of a monster core. At the same time, the power circulating in Doudou's blood vessels also merged with the monster core. Fairy Dongfang 6 giggled, and said, "There is still a slight difference between the monster core of a monster cultivator and the golden core of a human cultivator. For example, the monster core of a monster cultivator is much more related to flesh and blood. In addition, for many female monsters, condensing a monster core is very similar to getting pregnant." "Fairy Dongfang, don't say that word," Doudou hurriedly called. "Song Shuhang, don't stare at me." Song Shuhang, "Ah, how horrible. It really feels like I'm giving birth." Doudou lay on the ground, his paws repeatedly slamming on the ground. The process of condensing a monster core had reminded him of a memory he did not want to recall. Dharma King Creation hummed, "It seems that when 4th stage monster cultivators ascend to the 5th stage they might recall the terror of profound sage tyrannical Song's eyes, just like Doudou right now. Don't sing, please. Senior Creation, don't sing." Doudou slammed the ground vigorously. This dog transcended his tribulation today, and tyrannical Song is to my left while creation is to my right. I ask the fellow Daoists of the universe, are you afraid? The virtuous Lamia held the phone such that its camera was locked onto Doudou and she filmed the entire scene. Don't record it. Fairy waiting for a promise, don't film such a shameful scene. Doudou wailed like a dog. At this time, a sword light descended from the sky. Venerable Yellow Mountain got down, letting out a breath of relief after seeing Doudou slamming the ground vigorously. It appeared that Doudou had successfully ascended to the 5th stage. A woo! Doudou howled to the sky. Inside his body, a 7-color monster core was formed, and this alone showed that it was a top-notch monster core. At the same time, there were patterns similar to the dragon patterns appearing on the monster core. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Doudou jumped up from the ground and said triumphantly, "Ha ha ha ha, a 7-color monster core with 8 patterns." Song Shuhang said with some regret, "What a pity. The heavenly tribulation had been strengthened to such an extent, yet it actually wasn't enough for 9 patterns." It could be seen from this how difficult it was to condense a golden core with 9 dragon patterns. The difficulty of Doudou's tribulation had increased by 3 to 4 times, and there had also been a 4th stage heavenly tribulation on top of that. Despite all of that, his core only had 8 patterns. Let me see. Venerable Yellow Mountain showed a gratified smile after hearing that Doudou condensed a 7-color monster core with 8 patterns. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Doudou. His consciousness entered Doudou's dantian area. Sure enough, it was a 7-color monster core with 8 patterns. Wait. What is this? Venerable Yellow Mountain suddenly saw that Doudou's monster core had a strange mark at the bottom. This mark appeared to be a metal version of little friend Song Shuhang's head. Venerable Yellow Mountain, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Venerable Yellow Mountain wasn't convinced. He stretched out his hand and held Doudou in place. Don't move. What's the matter now? Doudou said. It had just ascended, and acquired a 7-color monster core with 8 patterns. Its entire self was in a state of excitement, so when faced with its owner, Yellow Mountain, it was inevitably somewhat arrogant. Don't move. Venerable Yellow Mountain's right hand pressed hard onto Doudou, pressing it onto the ground like a dead dog, and leaving it unable to move. Doudou cried, "Woof! Stupid Yellow Mountain, I was wrong, the master was still the master, it was best not to provoke him." Venerable Yellow Mountain's consciousness entered Doudou's dantian again, and carefully observed the bottom of his monster core. There, a metal version of little friend Song Shuhang's head twinkled. It was very eye-catching, and it looked like some sort of mark. Why is it little friend Song Shuhang's metal head rather than my head? Venerable Yellow Mountain pinched his chin, and fell into thought. Doudou saw Yellow Mountain's solemn look, and suddenly became a little flustered. Stupid Yellow Mountain, is there something wrong with my body? It couldn't be that some hidden dangers were left in its body after it transcended the tribulation, right? Venerable Yellow Mountain suspiciously asked, "What's the matter with that mark at the bottom of your monster core?" "What mark?" Doudou's consciousness sneaked into its dantian, and taking Yellow Mountain's words into account, it looked at the bottom of its monster core. Afterward, Song Shuhang's shiny metal head twinkled right before its dog eyes. Doudou shouted, "F***ck, what's going on?" Song Shuhang, Dharma King Creation, and Fairy Dongfang 6 all looked over curiously. "What's the matter? Song Shuhang, why is your head on my monster core? It's even twinkling and all that," Doudou said in despair. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. My head is here on my neck. Come and take a look at my monster core, the bottom, Doudou said with a depressed look. Could it be the 9th pattern in disguise? Song Shuhang asked curiously. They then each sent their consciousness into Doudou's dantian, visiting its monster core like they were a sightseeing group. At the bottom, Song Shuhang's metal head shone brightly, seemingly greeting everyone. Dharma King Creation. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, this head. Shuhang, could it be the mark of your steel manifestation? The head of Song Shuhang's steel manifestation while in its human form was identical to this mark. Song Shuhang said, however, why would the head of my steel manifestation appear on Doudou's monster core? It looks like this mark isn't a core pattern, is it? Venerable Yellow Mountain affirmed, it's definitely not a core pattern. It's something completely different. Song Shuhang thought for a while. Doudou, why don't you try to activate this mark? Unfortunately, Doudou had just ascended to the 5th stage. If it had been at the 5th stage realm for a while, it could spit out its monster core from its mouth, and Song Shuhang could then use the secret appraisal technique on it to uncover the origins of that mark. As such, they could only resort to Doudou trying to stimulate the mark to see what it did. Doudou replied, I'll try it out. It mobilized the little spiritual energy it had left in its body, gathered it at the mark, and tried to activate it. After receiving Doudou's energy, the mark suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, Song Shuhang discovered that, in the inner world, there was a reaction coming from the steel manifestation, which had only half of its body left right now. It was as if it wanted to respond to the call of Doudou's mark. However, with the inner world between them, it was impossible to answer Doudou's call. Song Shuhang. Is there any reaction? Doudou asked nervously. Dharma King Creation said, apart from being more dazzling, I didn't notice anything else. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, same here. Looking at little friend Shuhang's shining head feels quite spicy, though. Song Shuhang said, after Doudou activated that mark, there was a response coming from my steel manifestation. It seems that it caused a resonance between Doudou and my steel manifestation. Doudou. Song Shuhang continued, but as for what the meaning of this resonance is, I have no clue. I only transcended the tribulation with it. Why did it stamp its mark on my body? It's like I've become something under its ownership. A wave of weakness surged in Doudou's heart. Song Shuhang suddenly said, wait, something's happened. Song Shuhang found that when Doudou activated its mark, the core reactor of the steel manifestation showed signs of being activated. It was similar to when it had come out and gone to transcend its tribulation earlier. Immediately afterward, on the core reactor, a mark also appeared. It was Doudou's head. Wait, a mark appeared on my steel manifestation's core, and that mark looks just like Doudou's head. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and inserted it into the inner world. He touched the exposed part of the core reactor, and used the secret appraisal technique on it to appraise the mark. The price that he had to pay for conducting this appraisal was very small. In other words, this mark did not hold any excessively valuable information. Heavenly Tribulation Mark, a mark formed after a team transcends a tribulation together, it's a symbol of friendship. Two cultivators of the same realm will have a certain chance to produce this mark after they transcend a tribulation together. It will disappear after those who work together transcend another heavenly tribulation together. Song Shuhang. What kind of weird thing is this? Venerable Yellow Mountain curiously asked, did you find anything? This thing is a heavenly tribulation mark. If we want to make it disappear, Doudou will have to transcend his 6th stage tribulation with my steel manifestation. Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. It's a symbol of friendship. Tui! Doudou exclaimed. Transcending a group tribulation isn't something to be enjoyed again and again, doing so would quickly send one to their grave. Right, Yu Jiaojiao's underwater cemetery still has a 50% discount if anyone's interested. Anyway, the reason I was fine with increasing the difficulty of my 5th stage tribulation was to increase the quality of the monster core I could condense. After all, a monster core determines one's path. However, when it's time for my 6th stage heavenly tribulation, I'm not going to transcend it together with your steel manifestation. More importantly, what if Song Shuhang's steel manifestation went haywire again, and directly drew over the 7th stage heavenly tribulation right after they finished transcending the 6th stage heavenly tribulation? He couldn't take such a risk. Doudou was already satisfied with his 7-color monster core with 8 patterns. He had no plans of accompanying Song Shuhang's manifestation in this mad endeavor. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Then just keep the heavenly tribulation mark. It doesn't bring you any harm anyway. You can just treat it as something to appreciate every now and then. And, it's a symbol of friendship," Venerable Yellow Mountain said. "Since it isn't harmful, it's fine to let it stay there." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Doudou. Doudou felt uneasy. Venerable Yellow Mountain calmly said, "All right, Doudou, we're going home. This time I got a dog cage specially made for you. It's completely made out of 7th stage materials, making it near indestructible. In the next year, you will rest there and consolidate your realm. Zhou Li will take care of you." Dog cage? 1 year? Doudou struggled vigorously. "Don't be like this, stupid Yellow Mountain. You're going to lose me if you do this." Venerable Yellow Mountain smiled, and said, "Little friend Shuhang, when I return, I'll prepare a gift for you for the spirit stones that you spent this time. In addition, I'll arrange for someone to come and repair your immortal boat." Senior Yellow Mountain was extremely reliable. Everything would be arranged properly when he was involved. If Senior Yellow Mountain was missing from the 9 provinces number 1 group, Song Shuhang had no idea how chaotic it would be. In the end, Senior Yellow Mountain was like the mother of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang replied, "By the way, I filmed the process of Doudou's tribulation. I'll send it to Senior Yellow Mountain when I get back." Venerable Yellow Mountain nodded, grabbed Doudou, and rode his sword up into the air. Suddenly, he remembered something. He took out 3 palm-sized crystal pillars, and threw them to Song Shuhang, Dharma King Creation, and Fairy Dongfang 6. "This is something for the celestial hunting event. After you inject your mental energy into the crystal pillar, you will be able to see the spirit stones and treasures that can be exchanged for celestials of all levels. Of course, the value of living celestials and dead celestials isn't the same. The crystal pillar will store the points you obtain through the exchange, which can be used to trade for treasures. If you accumulate 104th stage celestials or 55th stage celestials in one go, they'll come to your door to retrieve the goods. You can check it out later on your own." Venerable Yellow Mountain waved his hand, and said, "Anyways, I wish you all good luck. See you next time." In the sky, Doudou shouted, Shuhang, I still want to play with you for a few more days. I have very much faith in you and Senior White." Song Shuhang smiled. "Don't worry, Senior White and I will look for you when we visit Senior Yellow Mountain's house. At that time, you can introduce your new bridal cage to me." Doudou angrily said, F***CKU, our friendship is over. Song Shuhang continued to wave his hands. "The heavenly tribulation mark says otherwise. Woof. You will regret this." Doudou's voice moved farther and farther away before finally disappearing. Doudou and Venerable Yellow Mountain were now gone. Fairy Dongfang 6 and Dharma King Creation also bid farewell to Song Shuhang. "We'll be going first. We have some very important things we need to prepare," Dharma King Creation said with a mysterious face. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, "Shuhang, I will take away this group of researchers first to see if I can get something good from them. In addition, if Senior White leaves his seclusion and is interested in these researchers, just tell him to come to me. I will give him a few of them at that time. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, okay. Alright, we'll be going then. Fairy Dongfang 6 waved. She stuffed the group of researchers into her off-road vehicle, got in the car with Dharma King Creation, and stepped on the gas, causing the off-road vehicle to rush into the sky. Dharma King Creation and Fairy Dongfang 6 left. Song Shuhang looked at the patch of scorched ground at the heavenly tribulation area. All he could do now was take away the remains of Demon Monarch Anzhi's tribulation transcending formation. Song Shuhang held the phone-like magical treasure in one hand, and said to the virtuous Lamia, let's go back as well. When he turned his head, he found that there was another beautiful fairy standing right beside the virtuous Lamia. It was Fairy Creation. She did not go with Dharma King Creation. Song Shuhang said, heavens. Dharma King Creation was about to hold a concert, but Fairy Creation was not behind him. How was he supposed to break inner demons? Did you explode? Song Shuhang said, Fairy Creation, why didn't you go back with Senior Creation? What about the people? Listening to Senior Creation singing is something that can drive people to their deaths. If its effect of breaking inner demons was no more, what would be the point of listening to the concert in the first place? Yinala's stupid, Fairy Creation sang. Afterward, she turned her head and stared at the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang. He felt exhausted. He'd just let it be, it wasn't him who was going to suffer anyway. The number of people that had fallen due to Dharma King Creation's concerts wasn't small. Regardless, he wouldn't go and torture himself by listening to it as well. Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's go back. I suddenly want to lie down and rest. There weren't really any dangerous surprises today. Doudou had successfully transcended its tribulation, and the steel manifestation had managed to do so as well. It was a joyful matter. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword stood on top of Song Shuhang's head with its hilt. If I'm recalling correctly, today is Monday, so don't you have classes? As a senior, one had to be prepared to remind their juniors at any time not to forget to study well and improve with every passing day. Song Shuhang said, I won't be able to go to class in time anymore. I already got Senior White's monster pet, Qing Wu, to go to class for me. Calculating the time, when he got back to Jiangnan University town, the morning class would already be over. Fortunately, Qing Wu was there. Song Shuhang called, let's go, fairy waiting for a promise, Fairy Creation. The two fairies went into his body. Song Shuhang flew on his saber, and headed back to Jiangnan University town. Song Shuhang slowly flew in the air. The virtuous Lamia and Fairy Creation were hidden in his body, but their heads were out. At this time, Song Shuhang had two fairy maiden heads popping out from his back. The two fairies were gazing at each other intently, communicating silently. If he were to bring out Pavilion Master Chu's head as well, there would be enough of them to play a game of Fight the Landlord. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword stood on his head. Song Shuhang didn't dare to imagine how he looked at this time. Anyway, it was definitely so spicy that people wouldn't bear to look at him directly. At this time, he was holding the phone-like magical treasure in his hand, and used the secret appraisal technique on it. He'd wanted to do this for so long. The secret appraisal technique fell on the phone-like magical treasure, and Song Shuhang's body transformed into its smoky form. He was using this bug to avoid the blood price of the secret appraisal technique. After a while, the result of the appraisal was sent back to his mind. Magical Power Top-Up Device, a special magical treasure from the Black Dragon world. One can use Black Dragon Spirit Stones to recharge or top up the magical power in this device. After topping up, the magical power in the device can be used to release magical techniques. It is a special magical treasure for practitioners of the Black Dragon world. This magical power top-up device has been unlocked by profound sage tyrannical song Steel Manifestation No. Tyrannical Tyrant. It is currently out of magical power. Song Shuhang softly said, a product of the Black Dragon world? I've never heard of this Black Dragon world. However, he finally knew the name of this thing, magical power top-up device. It should be an auxiliary magical treasure for casting techniques. Song Shuhang placed the device in his magical bracelet. Afterward, he wrote down the name Black Dragon World in the notepad of his phone. If he had some spare time, he should look for data regarding this world. For some reason, he felt that this kind of magical technique was very suitable for himself. If possible, he wanted to get some Black Dragon Spirit Stones to test it. At 10 a.m., Song Shuhang was back at Medicine Master's building. It seemed that the puppet maiden hadn't returned yet. He remembered that there was a senior from the 9 provinces #1 group that was practicing inside Medicine Master's building. Who was it again? Right, it was Sword Sage Tyrant. He seemed to still be meditating at this time. Song Shuhang nodded silently, and returned to his own room. Afterward, he entered his inner world and busied himself. First, he took some water from the living spring to water the monster tree Miruru's little sapling. There was nearby also the seed that contained the ancient heavenly city's canteen #111, which looked like it was going to bear fruit soon. If this seed were to bear fruit, it should give birth to the ancient heavenly city's canteen. At that time, Chu Chu would have a full set of equipment and a suitable location to practice the path of an immortal chef. The seed that Shuhang got from the body of the 6th stage celestial was also sprouting. What this seed contained was a drop of ancient divine witch blood, and it was witch blood that had swallowed 55 5th stage celestials. The curse in the witch blood disappeared after killing all those celestials. After it matured some more, Song Shuhang should be able to obtain a pure drop of ancient divine witch blood. Although he didn't really know what it was, he knew that it was a treasure. Finally, there was the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit. If it could also bear fruit, then Song Shuhang's disciples would be blessed when ascending to the 5th stage in the future. The 7 colors wonder fruit could not only heal wounds inflicted by the heavenly tribulation, but also improve one's dragon patterns. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Grow up quickly." After dealing with the spirit plants, he went to the oasis area of the inner world to feed the spirit beasts he'd obtained from Island Master Tian Kong and his 2 seahorse spirit beasts, as well as the invisible sword insects and fighting beast kangaroo that Senior White fostered. Song Shuhang said, "Carrying a small world with me everywhere I go is more tiring than I thought." It appeared that it was imperative to train 2 of his disciples into excellent beast-taming masters and spirit plant masters. As for Lady Onion, he couldn't let her continue with her lazy attitude. After getting this batch of spirit plants, he should have Lady Onion study how to become an excellent gardener. Finally, Song Shuhang went to the Palace of Winter, and inspected the celestials he had in custody. Among the 5th stage celestials in his inner world, there were 10 alive and 2 dead. There were also 3 at the 4th stage who were barely clinging on to their lives. Lastly, there was 1 6th stage celestial. Senior Yellow Mountain had said that if the number of captured 5th stage celestials reached 50, or if the number of the 4th stage ones reached 100, the event organizer would send someone to your door to pick them up. He didn't have that many celestials in terms of number, but he did have 1 6th stage celestial, so would they send someone over for that? Song Shuhang thought to himself, "First, I'll exchange for spirit stones and spirit plants. Currently, I don't have even a single scrap of money left on me." He had given all of his spirit stones to Doudou for his tribulation. As for the spirit stones and big gift that Senior Yellow Mountain agreed to compensate him with, it was obviously impossible for those to be delivered so quickly. Song Shuhang stepped out of the inner world, took out the palm-sized crystal pillar that Senior Yellow Mountain gave him, and poured his mental energy into it. Afterward, the Celestial Hunting Event Resources Exchange table appeared in front of Song Shuhang. The interface was very simple. For 4th stage celestials, dead ones were worth 104th stage spirit stones, while living ones were worth 504th stage spirit stones. Besides spirit stones, each dead 4th stage celestial was worth 1 point, and the living ones were worth 5 points. Points could be redeemed for various treasures from the list below. There were forging materials, pill refining materials, talisman manufacturing materials, cooking ingredients. There were also finished magical treasures, precious spirit beasts, and various medicinal pills. There were cultivation techniques as well. Of course, these exchangeable techniques were the gains from some ruins, and most of them were leftovers. There were even some cultivation techniques that weren't of the cultivation system. Song Shuhang saw a holy light grand illumination technique in the list. When Song Shuhang scanned the list of cultivation techniques, he found an interesting one. The immortal chopping 3 sabers. It was a saber controlling technique that had shocking destructive power. The amount needed to redeem it was also quite shocking. It would take nearly 10,000 points to redeem it. Song Shuhang took note of this saber controlling technique in his mind. The treasures on the exchange list were quite dazzling. Looking at the treasures above, Song Shuhang's impoverished heart became restless, just as if it had been rejuvenated back to life. The world of cultivation organized an event once a year, and it felt that it was indeed a way for loose cultivators to get some benefits. When compared to 4th stage celestials, 5th stage celestials were naturally of a higher value. After all, there was a huge difference between the 4th and 5th stage. For 5th stage celestials, the dead ones were worth 106th stage spirit stones or 100 points, the living ones were worth 906th stage spirit stones or 900 points. As for 6th stage celestials, the list indicated that there would be special personnel coming to appraise them. So, their value could only be higher. After all, people at the 6th stage realm were considered powerhouses even among the large forces in the world of cultivation. In other words, there was a door-to-door service for 6th stage celestials as well. Song Shuhang moved his gaze to the very bottom of the crystal pillar, where the exchange sites for the event could be found. There were 3 exchange sites in the Jiangnan area. There was also a door-to-door delivery contact method. It was a phone number. Song Shuhang. Sure enough, this was very cultivator-like. He took out his phone and dialed the number. A very pleasant voice sounded. Hello, I am Little Ku, the customer service operator for the Celestial Hunting event. Fellow Daoist, do you have any questions? Song Shuhang. This voice sounds so familiar. Also, the operator's name is Little Ku. Fairy Little Ku. Song Shuhang chuckled. Excuse me, do you have an ancient language guidance service? On the other side of the phone, a sudden silence ensued. After a while, Fairy Little Ku replied in her pleasant voice, I'm sorry, fellow Daoist. This line is for the Celestial Hunting event. Ancient language lessons are not within the scope of our consultation. I'm sure now. It's Fairy Little Ku, who was also the operator for the Immortal Boat store. Alright, I won't joke around anymore. I'm not here to ask Fairy Little Ku to teach me the ancient language again, so no need to be worried. Song Shuhang smiled. I have a large number of celestials over here, so I would like to apply for the door-to-door delivery service. Fairy Little Ku, please arrange it for me. Fairy Little Ku asked, okay. Fellow Daoist Doudou, where are you right now? I will arrange personnel to pick up the goods. Song Shuhang said, Huh? Doudou? No, I'm not Doudou. Huh? This time it was Fairy Little Ku's turn to be surprised. At that time, the store owner had patted his chest and stated with confidence that it should be Senior Yellow Mountain's monster dog, Doudou, who was buying the immortal boat. Had the store owner guessed wrong? Fairy Little Ku was very professional, and immediately asked, then, may I know your Daoist name? I will register it for you. Tyrannical. Saber, Song Shuhang said. My current location is near Jiangnan University Town. The sage name, Tyrannical Song, would scare others, so he stated his Daoist name, Tyrannical Saber, instead. Fairy Little Ku said, "Alright, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber. May I know how many celestials you have, and what stage they're at?" Song Shuhang replied, "I've got 10 living ones and 2 dead ones at the 5th stage. Also, I've got 3 living ones at the 4th stage." Fairy Little Ku reminded, "Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber, the number of celestials you've hunted has not yet reached the number required for door-to-door collections." Song Shuhang said, "Don't worry, I also have a living 6th stage celestial." Fairy Little Ku nodded, and said, "A living 6th stage celestial? I understand. I will immediately contact a fellow Daoist and have the celestials collected. A 6th stage celestial, and one that is alive at that. This is the first 6th stage celestial that's been captured during this celestial hunting event, right? What's the identity of this Mr. Tyrannical Saber? He has a very good relationship with Venerable Yellow Mountain, and he has the ability to capture 6th stage celestials alive. Tyrannical Saber. Since he has a good relationship with Senior Yellow Mountain, he should be quite strong." Fairy Little Ku pinched her chin. She seemed to have noticed some clues, but she lacked a bit more. Fairy Little Ku added, "Mr. Tyrannical Saber, please keep your phone on. At night at the latest, someone will come over to receive the celestials." Is someone going to crawl through the internet again? Song Shuhang had been rather impressed by the courier who delivered the immortal boat previously. Fairy Little Ku explained, "No. This time, Mr. Tyrannical Saber has captured a 6th stage celestial. As such, we need to use a special escort to prevent it from escaping, and this may take some time." Song Shuhang replied, "Okay, I'll be waiting at my place." After ending the call, Song Shuhang stretched his limbs. After that, he headed toward a phone store. He wanted to buy phones for the Puppet Maiden and Li Yinzhu so that they could be contacted more easily in the future. The Puppet Maiden had brought Yinzhu away, and hadn't come back home for several days now. Since he was going to buy phones, he could also give Pavilion Master Chu, Senior Turtle, and Lady Onion their own phones. This would also make it such that Lady Onion would stop using his phone to play games and shop online. Song Shuhang opened the window, and jumped out of the 3rd-floor window. Experts don't take the standard path. An expert who can't jump out of a window is not a real expert. Meanwhile, in the sky above Heavenly Field Island, a spatial gate opened, and Senior White stepped out of the gate. Meteor Sword was spinning happily beside him. At this time, Senior White had returned to his normal state, and was no longer a child. "I'm finally out. How many days did I spend in that place?" Senior White stretched out his hand to block his eyes, looking at the sunlight of the outside world. Meteor Sword spun gently. It was obviously very happy. The barbed guardrail and umbrella cover on it had been taken off. Instead, it now had a gorgeous scabbard. This scabbard was made up of 33 combined magical treasures, and was very powerful. "It looks like many days have passed. I wonder if little friend Shuhang exploded. Let me give him a call first." Senior White took out his phone and dialed Song Shuhang's number. The call connected quickly. Senior White asked, "Oh, Shuhang, what's the date today? Did you explode?" Song Shuhang. "Senior White, why did you have to rend my heart as soon as you came out? This is not a good way to converse with others." Since you were able to answer the call, that means that you haven't exploded yet." Senior White smiled, and said, "Where are you at the moment?" Song Shuhang replied, "My main body is back at the Jiangnan area, but I left a clone at Western Orchid Island to wait for Senior White to come out." "Right, Senior White, before your clone disappeared, it left me with a magical power top-up device. It seems to have been brought out from a certain ruin." Senior White said, I received the memory of my clone. Those ruins were so, but that magical power top-up device piqued my interest. While he was talking, not far from Senior White, four strange aircraft approached. Shuhang, wait a moment. I've got some guests over on my side. I'll contact you again in a while. Senior White hung up cheerfully. Senior White had guests. Hadn't he just gotten out of the sealed space? Song Shuhang was puzzled. It couldn't be some uninvited guests, right? He was going to ask, but Senior White had already hung up. At this moment, Senior White looked at the four aircraft in the distance. The aircraft were lined up side by side, arranged horizontally in a very orderly manner. Although he did not know the origins of the other party, they did not seem to have come with good intentions. He could sense the killing intent coming from the aircraft a distance away. In each aircraft, there were more than 35th stage practitioners. Only the heavens knew how such a small aircraft could fit in so many people. Senior White stretched out his hand and lightly patted Meteor Sword, which was right next to him. This just so happened to be a way for him to test out the new power of his Meteor Sword. While Senior White was in thought, the four aircraft in the distance changed their trajectories, bypassing his figure, and flying toward Western Orchid Island instead. Senior White blinked. Their target wasn't me? Was it just a misunderstanding? At this time, in the Celestials' aircraft, the Celestials were communicating in their own language. I almost jumped in shock just now. How did he suddenly come out of thin air? A big shot like that who can traverse space should be a Tribulation transcender, right? I thought he was going to pinch us all to death. But it looks like the other party was just passing by. Me too. I thought that he was going to attack us when I saw him touch that flying sword. I was so scared. Even to this moment, I feel like I managed to luckily escape with my life. That wasn't a Tribulation transcender. It was the sixth sage in 1,000 years, Sage White. Generally speaking, he's an even more terrifying existence than a Tribulation transcender. If you recall carefully, you will find that he's clearly a human cultivator, but his appearance is extremely recognizable. After a glance, you will find it difficult to forget him. Even among our celestial race, there are many who have a crush on him. In addition, his popularity is even higher than that of the first sage in 1,000 years. Fortunately, he had no intention of dealing with us. Alright, speed up. Our destination, Western Orchid Island, is where the variant human cultivator with 4 golden cores is. We must be fast and efficient. The sixth stage in 1,000 years is nearby, so don't be sloppy lest matters become more complicated. 2. Turn on the invisibility technique. Since Sage White is nearby, we must not disturb ordinary humans. When capturing the variant cultivator with 4 golden cores, we should avoid inciting chaos. It would be best to suppress and capture the other party in an instant. In fact, everyone shouldn't worry too much. There is a very interesting legend about the sixth sage in 1,000 years, Sage White. It is said that he is the god of fortune, so running into him was actually our great fortune. If we pray to him sincerely, there will be a miraculous effect. Although I am not a believer of the Sage White Church, it should be fine to believe in it a bit. It doesn't cost anything anyway. 2. There's such a thing. Then, should we make a wish before Sage White's figure disappears? Dear Sage White, please let us smoothly capture the cultivator with 4 golden cores, and not have anything unexpected happen. Dear Sage White, please let us accomplish our mission and return neatly and orderly. In the distance, Senior White scratched his nose, looking at the 4 aircraft that were moving away with an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Senior White took out his phone, and called Song Shuhang again. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, has the matter been resolved? I misunderstood. I thought that those fellow Daoists were coming at me with hostile intentions. I did not expect that they would simply brush past me and fly away. It appears that I was not their target, Senior White said with a tinge of regret in his voice. Song Shuhang quipped, I feel that if they had really been looking for Senior White, then their bodies might have already been cold at this moment. Senior White said, let's not dwell on it anymore. Anyway, where is your clone? I'll find your clone first, and if there's some spare time, we can pass by and take a look at the immortal cave where my own clone crashed. Song Shuhang replied, my clone is in a restaurant on Western Orchid Island. Senior White, wait a moment, I will send my phone to the clone and ask him to send you his coordinates. Senior White said, all right. Besides this, there is something else that I want you to help me with. Song Shuhang responded, sure, what is it? Senior White said, I'll discuss it with you when we meet up. After coming out of the sealed space, he wanted to meet with the one Song Shuhang called the other White or White 2. He had a lot of doubts in his mind, and he felt that he could get some answers after meeting White 2. Song Shuhang said, okay. After saying that, he transferred the phone to the clone through the inner world. At Western Orchid Island, in the restaurant, Song Shuhang's clone was acting as an assistant for his disciple Chu Chu. Chu Chu was currently practicing an immortal chef skill. Since she was a beginner, he couldn't have her waste natural treasures, edible spirit beasts, and precious ingredients. Song Shuhang's clone had purchased a large number of ingredients at the market for Chu Chu to practice her cooking skills with, and was assisting her by washing the ingredients. While washing the vegetables, Song Shuhang thought about asking Fairy Bishui for an opportunity so that he could send Chu Chu over to her to study immortal chef cooking. However, before sending Chu Chu to such studies, it would be best to raise her realm to the 3rd or 4th stage first. After all, it was only at the 4th stage where she would be able to acquire the ability to fly on a sword, making it convenient for her to move around. At this time, Song Shuhang's main body passed the phone over. The clone shook off the drops of water on its hand, took the phone, and sent its coordinates to Senior White. After the coordinates were sent, Senior White responded with an okay emoji. In the next moment, spatial fluctuations appeared right by Song Shuhang's clone. Senior White was using his spatial talent to cross through space. It smells good. What are you doing? Senior White sniffed around. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Chu Chu is practicing an immortal chef secret technique. Her cooking skills are improving very quickly. Hello, Senior White. At this time, Chu Chu was serving Song Shuhang's clone a grilled steak. The clone did not need to eat food, but it had no problem providing Chu Chu with comments on the taste of her dishes. Steak was a common ingredient, but Chu Chu tried to prepare it alongside some ingredients mentioned in the Immortal Chef secret technique. Due to the limited ingredients she had on hand, she could only add a few of them. Senior White reached out to take the steak, taking a knife and fork before starting to taste it. Senior White commented, the taste is okay. And each piece of steak is neatly arranged, making it very nice to look at. When it came to those with OCD, neatness and arrangement were king. While talking, Senior White's hand suddenly paused. He raised his head and looked toward the roof of the restaurant. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu also raised their heads and looked up. Song Shuhang softly said, Chu Chu, enter my inner world. Yes, teacher, Chu Chu responded. She cooperated with Song Shuhang and hid in the inner world. After entering the inner world, she lightly clenched her fists. Her strength was too low. At times like these, she could not help her teacher at all. She softly said, I hope that the path of immortal chef suits me, and will allow me to increase the speed of my cultivation. She didn't want to hide in the inner world every time there was danger. Outside Song Shuhang's restaurant, 4 celestial aircraft descended. The aircraft assumed a square formation, and locked onto Song Shuhang's restaurant. Afterward, light came down to form a powerful barrier and illusion formation. The barrier and illusion formation isolated the restaurant from the rest of Western Orchid Island, allowing them not to worry about affecting ordinary people. More importantly, it could prevent the 4 golden core variant cultivator from escaping. Sure enough, the information was correct. I've already sensed that special golden core aura. TSK, a 4-core variant. As long as we hunt him, we will be the biggest winner of this year's hunt. Don't waste any more time. We need to hurry. Don't forget that the 6th sage in 1,000 years, Sage White, is still nearby. Be fast and move neatly. 2. Rise. A 5th stage celestial made its move, making a grabbing motion toward the restaurant. The roof of the restaurant was lifted by an invisible force as if it were a building block. In the next moment, the celestials saw 2 figures in the restaurant. One was a man with short hair. Judging from his aura and appearance, it was the cultivator with 4 cores. Moreover, what surprised the celestials was that the variant cultivator with 4 cores seemed to now have 5 cores in his body. The other figure brought an even greater surprise to the celestials. The dazzling figure looked like an immortal from legends. He had long black hair that poured down to his back and white clothes. His eyes were as dazzling as stars, and his temperament was otherworldly as if he did not belong to this world. Sage White, the celestial who lifted the roof with one hand, said tremblingly in its language. Why was Sage White here? Hadn't they passed him when flying over to Western Orchid Island? At that time, Sage White had not been heading to Western Orchid Island. Why was he here now? Can anyone tell us what is going on? Song Shuhang's eyes swept over the other party. He started counting, and there were over 120 celestials, all at the 5th stage. One senior White's eyes also swept across the 4 celestial aircraft. He stretched out his hand and hammered his palm lightly. I understand now. So it turns out that their target was you, Shuhang. No wonder. Song Shuhang asked, what do you mean? Senior White laughed, and said, when I was talking to you before, didn't I say that a group of guests was coming at me aggressively? I thought that they had come looking for trouble with me, but they hurriedly went past me right after. I didn't think it would come full circle after that, and they would still arrive right in front of me. Some things really did feel destined. After several twists and turns, those who were to come would come in the end, and those who were to meet would meet. The celestial who had lifted the roof put its palms together, and quickly placed the roof of the restaurant back to its original place. 2. It is always a pleasure to have friends visiting from afar. Guests, don't leave lest other fellow Daoists say that I, tyrannical Song, am terrible at hosting guests. Song Shuhang let out a hearty laugh. For the laughter carried the lion's roar effect, making it deafening. Chapter 1581. Neat and orderly even during capture. Under normal circumstances, Song Shuhang would have chosen to hide when faced with 125th stage celestials. It would have been too challenging to defeat so many of them in one go and capture them all alive. The difficulty was simply too high, and the task would be arduous yet fruitless. If he wasn't careful, he might even get beat up by the other party. And if he were to make use of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and send out a powerful heaven-burning flaming saber technique, all the celestials would turn into ashes. What would be the point of that, then? The best choice of action would be to avoid the enemy first, and use the virtuous Lamia to lock onto them secretly. Afterward, his main body could call some friends over, summon some thugs, and finally beat up all 120 celestials at once and capture them. Facing enemies was like facing the cold in winter. If higher numbers could keep you warmer, then why go alone? Anyway, the reason Song Shuhang could still smile boldly while faced with so many celestials was that Senior White was by his side. With Senior White here, these celestials did not have any chance of running away. Being neatly converted into spirit stones and points was their inevitable fate. Song Shuhang felt as if the immortal chopping 3 sabers was already in the bag. After laughing, Song Shuhang waved his hand, and golden core spiritual energy came pouring out. With a light sweep of spiritual energy, the roof of the restaurant was swept away again. As it was already broken, he could just have the puppet maiden repair it again. In the air, every single one of the 100+ celestials was already retreating, trying their best to keep their lives. The speed of their retreat was very high. After all, if they were too slow, their meager lives would be lost. "Guests, please wait." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Senior White, please help me stop them." Song got only a pitiful number of skills Shuhang. Besides the impregnating gaze and the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, he couldn't think of a way to stop the celestial aircraft. The impregnating gaze needed the sage's eye, and both the eye and the combined magical treasure were still in his body. Senior White snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the environment of the puppet maiden's restaurant changed. The restaurant became an endless desert, and the air became hot. It was Senior White's long-unused illusory reality. In this illusory reality, no matter how the celestials flew, they would not be able to leave the desert. The celestial aircraft stopped stiffly in the air. At the same time, there was a spatial fluctuation behind Song Shuhang's clone. His main body crossed through the inner world and entered the desert. Senior White turned his head and looked at Song Shuhang's body. "Are you playing around with the 3 heads and 6 arms form again?" At this time, Song Shuhang had the virtuous Lamia's head on his left shoulder and Fairy Creation's head on his right shoulder. On top of his head, Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword remained upright. This time, it wasn't me who chose to be in such a state. It's the two of them who wanted to play the staring game with one another. Song Shuhang sighed. "Senior, just wait here as I deal with these celestials." Senior White asked, "You won't have a problem dealing with them on your own?" Song Shuhang calmly said, "Yup. Still, can I request Senior White to be ready to protect me, just in case?" Senior White nodded. "Sure." With Senior White by his side, Song Shuhang was now assured. He stared at the 4 celestial aircraft. "Come out." The 4 walls of the kings emerged out of thin air, pressing against the 4 aircraft. The aircraft couldn't avoid them, and fell down under their pressure. All the 5th stage celestials who were inside the aircraft could only abandon the vehicle and flee on their own. Boom! The celestial aircraft was pushed into the desert by the walls, causing an explosion of sand. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. Now that he was here, he was going to give them a taste of the power of the Heavenly Master's techniques, Lightning Chapter's lightning drawing technique, which he had recently practiced. He raised his hands high, his eyes gleaming. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? No, not that, stop that right now. Song Shuhang called out. The virtuous Lamia and Fairy Creation, one shouting and one singing, stated the scholarly sage's 3 questions preceding pregnancy. While preparing to use the lightning drawing technique, Song Shuhang's heart started feeling stifled, which caused the casting to fail. The 5th stage 5-core 5-star spiritual emperor Song Shuhang failed to cast something as simple as the 1-bolt level of the lightning drawing technique. He had really lost face this time. Senior White. In the air, the celestials looked puzzled. They watched Song Shuhang raise his hands up high, but no skills had been released. What was he doing? Song Shuhang solemnly said, "Fairies, the impregnating gaze isn't the only skill I have. I occasionally use other skills as well." The virtuous Lamia tilted her head and blinked. Fairy Creation slightly raised her head, and lightly sang, "Silesoasong." Song Shuhang. He sighed, his left and right hands still held high. Since the casting failed, he should put aside lightning techniques for now. In the end, he chose to deal a blow to the morale of the celestials first. Come out, tyrannical song, sage seal and tyrannical scholar, demon seal. His prestige as the first sage in 1,000 years was the best way to deal a blow to the morale of others. Guests in the sky, do you like the tyrannical song, sage seal in my left hand? Or do you prefer the tyrannical scholar, demon seal in the right one? Or perhaps you like both? The virtuous Lamia's eyes lit up when she saw Song Shuhang reveal the sage seal. Call me daddy, she shouted. She'd recorded this line back when Song Shuhang and Pavilion Master Chu Tu had been saying goodbye to each other. More importantly, this line was recorded by her alone. Fairy Creation had no archive of this, and so she couldn't steal it, at least not this time. In the sky, the Celestials saw the 5-core variant cultivator suddenly bringing out sage seals with his left and right hands, and their hearts skipped a beat. Profound sage tyrannical song. Demonic sage tyrannical scholar. It's him, the first sage in 1,000 years. De Daddy song. De Daddy scholar. The over 125th stage Celestials tremblingly called out these two names. Senior White looked at the virtuous Lamia on Song Shuhang's shoulder. Fairy #times S dubbing somehow fitted the situation. Song Shuhang. What can I say now? I don't need to say anything. Fairy at #% and Fairy Creation will say all the lines I want to say for me. The only thing that Song Shuhang was grateful for at this moment was that the two fairies did not have the mind-reading technique. Otherwise, Song Shuhang would not have any more room to say any lines in the future. But in general, the deterrent effect of the two seals was very good. The Celestials in the sky fell into despair. The first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical song, plus the sixth sage in 1,000 years, sage white. The roles of hunter and prey had instantly switched. It's over. At this moment, Song Shuhang raised his right hand high and waved lightly. Thud, 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 the fifth stage Celestials fell from the sky like dumplings. They fell onto the desert, all rigid and unable to move while frothing at the mouth, neatly arranged on the ground. It was as if they had been poisoned. Senior White raised his head and looked at the air. There was a group of invisible sword insects dancing happily. Those were his invisible sword insects. Song Shuhang said, myriad swords converging. He truly longed for sword techniques, and although he couldn't use any, he had a large batch of invisible sword insects in his inner world. With so many sword insects, the sword formation they could form was as powerful as ordinary fifth-stage sword formations. The only regretful thing was that ordinary cultivators could not see the invisible sword insects, which caused their impact to be lacking. Senior White. Scarlet Heaven Sword. There was no saving Shuhang, he had already gone mad in this regard. His talent in the saber path was clearly amazing, so why not focus on practicing with the saber? Why still think about practicing with the sword? Senior White asked, what is the origin of these guys? While saying that, he went to a Celestial, and squatted down to take a look at them. The Celestial was paralyzed, looking at Senior White stiffly. Afterward, Senior White took out a phone and scanned the imprint similar to a QR code on the forehead of the Celestial. Beep, no response. Song Shuhang. Senior White said, I thought it was a QR code, but it turns out that it isn't. Song Shuhang said, these guys are Celestials, a race from the Celestial realm. They have the hobby of extracting the golden cores of fifth-stage cultivators and the monster cores of monster cultivators. The QR code on their heads cannot be scanned, it seems that it's used for projecting things. Oh, so it's them. I do have an impression of them. Senior White nodded, and asked, what do you want to do with these Celestials? Should I send them into a star? For Senior White, these Celestials were of no use at all, and keeping them captive would mean having to feed them. It would be better to raise spirit beasts rather than them, which was why he immediately suggested launching them into a star. No, 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 Senior White. These celestials are actually quite valuable, Song Shuhang hurriedly said. The annual event organized by the Cultivator Alliance this year involves hunting these celestials. All celestials of the 4th stage and above can be exchanged for spirit stones and resources. It just so happens that there's a saber-controlling technique that I want to exchange for. Oh, it's this time of the year again? Senior White nodded. He was not very interested in the events of the Cultivator Alliance, and the prizes of each event were not as interesting as the treasures he could dig up casually. He had joined in some of the events a few times in the beginning, but he would dominate the list every year, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed about participating in them again. I heard that there's a leaderboard for the event, and that the cultivators with a lot of points get extra rewards, Song Shuhang said. Unlike Senior White, this was his first time joining an event hosted by the Cultivator Alliance. More importantly, he was poor. Senior White laughed, and said, there's a leaderboard and rewards every year. I won't be participating in it, you have fun. Song Shuhang was puzzled. Senior White, you aren't interested in such events? He thought that with Senior White's character, he would surely be very interested in such a lively annual event. Senior White lightly said, I participated a few times in the beginning, but then it felt boring, so I chose to give way to other fellow Daoists. Song Shuhang nodded. Senior White was tired of playing? Or, did the event organizers prohibit him from joining it? Right, Senior White, let's have the rewards for these celestials, Song Shuhang said. Whenever someone worked together with Senior White, after finding treasure, Senior White would always split it with whomever he was working with. As such, Song Shuhang felt that he should also split the rewards with Senior White. He stretched out his hand, transferred all the neatly arranged celestials on the ground into the inner world, and locked them in the Palace of Winter. Afterward, he stored away the 4 celestial aircraft. When it came to these aircraft, Senior White might have some interest in them. Have the rewards? Why? Senior White wondered. Aren't these your spoils? Song Shuhang rhetorically asked. Senior White, don't you do the same? Senior White cheerfully said, that's just a personal hobby of mine. Every time I go digging, I find so many treasures that I don't have enough space to store them. As such, of course I would distribute some of them to the fellow Daoists who are with me, that way everyone can have fun together. Also, I'm quite self-aware. Every time fellow Daoists search treasures with me, they all, how do I say this, they all suffer hardships. The fellow Daoists in the group regard seeking treasures with me as seeking wealth amidst danger. That being said, you don't have to learn from my personal hobby. Senior White left some words unspoken. The fellow Daoist's evaluation of seeking treasures with him was seeking wealth amidst danger, but they also had an evaluation for adventuring and seeking treasures with Song Shuhang, and that was splitting the wealth while Shuhang takes all the hardships. As a human-shaped, disaster-drawing machine, little friend Shuhang had his own halo that aggroed all kinds of disasters. However, this sentence was too heart-rending, so Senior White kindly omitted it. Anyway, you can just collect your spoils by yourself. I don't need anything. But try to save some spirit stones. After all, you still owe me a spatial magical treasure's worth of high-grade spirit stones. Senior White lightly patted Song Shuhang. The spirit stones that Senior White had lent Song Shuhang back then had all been at the 8th and 9th stage. Song Shuhang didn't know much about spirit stones back then, but now, after his strength had increased, he had a much better understanding when it came to common sense in the world of cultivation. Now, he had a relatively complete concept of the 8th and 9th stage spirit stones in that spatial magical treasure. Just take the spirit stone exchange rate in the celestial hunting event. Even if he were to hunt down celestials for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to get enough spirit stones to repay Senior White. Each living 5th stage celestial was only equivalent to 0.9 of a 9th stage spirit stone. However, this value did not include the points that one could get during the event. Judging from the list of redeemable items, the value of points should be more than spirit stones. After all, points could be used to exchange for treasures that you would not be able to purchase with spirit stones. Senior White asked, by the way, is that magical power top-up device here? Among the memories that were transmitted back to him by his clone were those of its exploration of an immortal cave in the chaotic sea. In the end, the clone took a device away from these ruins. Here. Song Shuhang took out the device, and handed it to Senior White. Senior White looked at the device up and down, and said, I'll study this thing and see if I can figure out its production method. Once I do, I'll try and make copies of it. According to Song Shuhang's introduction, this thing could launch magical techniques after being recharged with magical power. It was a very convenient tool. After putting away the device, Senior White said, Shuhang, there is one more thing. Can you contact that White from the Netherworld realm for me? I want to see him. Senior White had already made an appointment to meet White too. He felt that today was the day. Song Shuhang replied, I'll give it a try. Previously, Senior White too had also agreed to meet Senior White. It was back when he borrowed the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword version 001 that he agreed to the meeting. Song Shuhang said, however, Senior White too has been very busy recently. I don't know if I can get in touch with him. When he had contacted White too previously, he had been beating up the liquid metal ball, and had shown Song Shuhang the live broadcast of it. Anyway, Song Shuhang's consciousness entered the inner world, and he then sent his consciousness into the world of the Black Lotus through the channel between the two worlds. Song Shuhang called out, Senior White, are you there? Senior White too's voice sounded. I'm busy. Didn't I tell you not to bother me if there wasn't anything important? I've been super busy recently. Damn, I can't fit this leg at all. Song Shuhang. Senior White too said, what is it? I'll give you 10 seconds. Song Shuhang responded, the main world Senior White wants to see you. Ha ha ha, good. Senior White too let out a weird laugh. I'd like to see how he'd cut off my leg back then and how to merge with it. Anyway, I want my leg to be reconnected with me as quickly as possible. I've been trying to fuse it back for so many days without a clue as to how. Beep 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 beep, Song Shuhang. Senior White too, Senior White and wielder of the will White are not the same person. Senior White too said, alright, make him go to your inner world, and then to the world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang requested, when I bring him over, you must get along, alright? Senior White too. Song Shuhang's consciousness returned to the main world. At this time, Senior White had already cancelled his illusory reality, and the restaurant was restored to its original state. The roof of the restaurant was also placed back. However, there were still huge cracks in it, which would need to be repaired by the puppet maiden. Senior White asked, have you contacted him? Song Shuhang nodded. Senior White, come with me. The clone continued to keep watch at the store while Song Shuhang's main body took Senior White into the inner world, and then to the world of the Black Lotus. In the world of the Black Lotus, Senior White too was already waiting for them. Moreover, it was Senior White too's main body that was present. The familiar giant cocoon, which was now on the back of the ugly tiger, was at the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus. Senior White glanced at the giant cocoon, and then looked at the ugly tiger. This big cat is ugly, but its ugliness is very unique. The ugly tiger happily said, right, you've got great eyes, fellow Daoist. Although I have no fate with handsomeness, my ugliness is unique. I would rather be ugly and unique than handsome. This is my motto in life. Song Shuhang. Senior White said to the giant cocoon, fellow Daoist White too, I wish to meet you. I've got a lot of questions to ask you. Song Shuhang, you are dead rabbit, White too said as he gritted his teeth, the nickname White 2 had been given to him by Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. I didn't say anything. Senior White 2 said, I also feel that it was time we met. While he was speaking, a gap opened in the giant cocoon. Senior White 2 broke out of the cocoon. The two senior whites looked at each other in the air. The same handsome face, the same backlong hair, the same otherworldly temperament. When the two stood together, everything between heavens and earth was eclipsed and became foil. This was the first time that the two senior whites had met face-to-face properly. Previously, White 2 had consciously avoided White 1, and never appeared beside Song Shuhang when White 1 was by his side. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and found a quiet spot. The hair of both senior whites only reached their backs, and was still clearly a distance away from their waists. The hair of the main world's senior white was soon going to reach his waist. However, when transcending the 8th stage tribulation, it was burnt by the heavenly tribulation, causing it to go back to only reaching his back. But for the netherworld senior White 2's hair, why was it still only at his back? Why did it not grow further? Senior White 2 said, What do you want to ask me? Senior White nodded. How am I related to the previous wielder of the will? With matters having reached this point, I can no longer keep it from you. Senior White 2 raised his head slightly with a sigh, and said, Actually, you're the kid that I left in the main world back when I was young. I was originally planning on never telling this to anyone. That was also why I did not dare to face you. Song Shuhang. As expected of the ruler of the netherworld, his skill when it came to bullshitting had already reached the pinnacle. Despite spouting such obvious nonsense, there were no fluctuations in his expression. Senior White squeezed his chin, and continued at his own pace. I can clearly feel that I am not a reincarnation nor a resurrection. However, the clues I found in the sealed space show that there are deep karmic ties between me and the previous wielder of the will. Senior White 2 said, You know too much. Senior White continued, Anyway. I am quite curious about my identity. It feels very interesting, just like a puzzle game. But now, I need more clues to continue solving the puzzle, which is why I thought about meeting you. Your personality isn't like mine at all, Senior White 2 said. We're both white, so you should be elegant like me. Don't just think about causing trouble all the time. The most important thing is to live happily. Song Shuhang. The netherworld fat ball expresses great dissatisfaction with this statement. Senior White replied, Well, solving puzzles makes me happy. Therefore, I need more clues. In return, I can share the clues I've got with you. Senior White 2 said, All right, you've convinced me. Anyway, I don't have that many clues, either. You should also know that my counterpart is very unreliable. The plans he might have when he had been the wielder of the will, he never shared even a tiny portion of them with me. Moreover, that idiot quietly came over once, and cut off one of my legs. Until now, I still haven't been able to put it back on. Song Shuhang said, Have you tried cutting off the leg you currently have before putting back your original leg? Do you think I haven't tried that? I have already cut my leg several times. Right, it feels amazing. Do you also want to try this feeling? Senior White 2 rolled his eyes. Song Shuhang shook his head quickly. No thanks, I'm fine. Senior White 2 continued, I'll reveal the clues I've got first. Fellow Daoist White, I believe that you might be some sort of backup that my counterpart left behind. But at the same time, I feel that you might not be the real backup. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't make my backup so obvious. Unless this backup was intentionally placed in the light to attract people's attention, and the real backup was hidden behind the backup in the light. And the person who meets this condition is pretty obvious. After saying that, White 2 looked at Song Shuhang. Yes, I'm talking about you, Song Shuhang. If there were a hidden backup, then it should be you. I have been watching you and fellow Daoist White in secret, and found that he's been taking care of you quite a lot, and he took a liking to you pretty quickly. From what I've gathered, fellow Daoist White is the attractive cover in the light that draws people's attention, while Song Shuhang is the real hidden backup. Huh? Song Shuhang pointed at himself. How did it become about me? Wait. When it comes to taking care of me, I feel that many seniors have been doing it. Senior White too, haven't you been helping me out a ton as well? Senior White too. Are you trying to boast about how likable you are such that everyone takes good care of you? I'm telling you, when your resurrection CD is off cooldown, you're dead. At this time, Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was above Song Shuhang's head, suddenly said, if you use this logic to back your speculations, I feel that little friend Song Shuhang is also too conspicuous. Perhaps he's just another backup in the light, while the real backup is concealed by his side. For example, I feel that the monster onion by little friend Shuhang's side is more likely to be the backup. After all, that onion spirit has the potential to become the wielder of the will. Scarlet Heaven Sword felt that it was always exciting to travel with Song Shuhang. Today, while simply staying on Song Shuhang's head, it chanced upon some big news. Anyway, Lady Onion had the qualifications to become the wielder of the will? This news was so shocking that even the two senior whites showed disbelief. Lady Onion has the potential to become the wielder of the heaven's will? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. If it wasn't Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword who said it, he would definitely think this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Huh? You didn't know all this time? Had I never mentioned it to you? Scarlet Heaven Sword said. When Scarlet Heaven planted Lady Onion, he had a strong premonition in his heart. He felt that Lady Onion would one day rule the world and suppress all the living things in the universe, reach the position of wielder of the heaven's will, and become eternal. As such, he planted Lady Onion in a place with good geomancy, and set up a formation to strengthen her aptitude. In fact, Lady Onion's cultivation aptitude is heaven-defying, though I still can't figure out why she's a weak green onion even after 300 years have passed. Song Shuhang asked, how good is her cultivation aptitude? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, if we're simply talking about aptitude and not fortune, then Lady Onion's aptitude is about 4.5 times better than yours. She has a body that has the advantages of human cultivators, monster cultivators, and spirits. As soon as she acquired awareness, she could assume a human form. There were precious fire crystals buried under her roots, and she stayed in that strengthening formation for hundreds of years. Scarlet Heaven's goal was to make her follow in the footsteps of the legendary scholarly sage. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. I'm actually only equivalent to 1/4.5 of a Lady Onion in terms of aptitude. This can't go on. That silly green onion must not be allowed to waste her talent like this. She's a monster onion that has the aptitude to become the wielder of the heaven's will. When I get back, I will urge her to practice. Senior White asked, any other clues? The possibility of being a backup sounded closest to the truth, but Senior White's intuition told him that it wasn't all there was to it. There were definitely secrets that were even more concealed. I do have another theory. However, it's rather far-fetched, Netherworld's White too said. The other possibility is that you are Little White. Song Shuhang asked, the Little White whose hair was to reach his waist. In the next moment, Song Shuhang was sent flying. It really was an illness to be so outspoken. Song Shuhang was sent into the depths of the world of the Black Lotus like a rotating drill. The speed at which his body was rotating was too high, it was exceeding the limits which his body could withstand. Even if he was a 5-star 5-core 5th stage spiritual emperor with 2 top-notch body tempering techniques and a variant body tempering technique, there was still a limit to what his body could handle. After that limit was exceeded, he would still feel dizzy and want to vomit. Do you not want to live anymore? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said from above his head. As it was a Tribulation transcender level divine weapon, this level of rotation was trivial to it. Ugh, actually, I just felt that the atmosphere between the two senior whites was too solemn, and I wanted to ease it a bit, Song Shuhang said through the secret sound transmission. He couldn't make any sounds besides the sound of vomiting at the moment. Bang! Song Shuhang eventually crashed into a mountain wall. Since he was spinning at such high speed, and because he had Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword at the top of his head. Song best drill under the heavens. Shuhang easily drilled a hole into the mountain wall. The mountain wall was hollow, and there was a cave inside. In the cave, a figure was standing in front of a mirror with a solemn expression. He was wearing a cool sheet, and was looking at the mirror in a daze. After hearing the loud bang, the figure turned his head and looked back. Then, he found Song Shuhang, with Scarlet Heaven Sword on the top of his head, rotating at terrifying speed and heading toward his waist. F***ck. This figure jumped in fright. Even if he was extremely powerful, he did not have the confidence to be able to completely withstand the drilling attack of a Tribulation transcender-level divine weapon. The figure draped in the sheet jumped up high. Afterward, he stretched out his hand and patted Song Shuhang's body while he was spinning, relieving the spinning force acting on his body. Boom! Song Shuhang was sent into one end of the cave's rocky walls. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, are you okay?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword proudly said, "I'm a divine weapon. I'm not that fragile." Song Shuhang replied, "Well, it isn't the same for me. I feel that your sword hilt may have been inserted into my head. It hurts so much." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang finally pulled himself out of the rock wall, and turned to look at the senior who had relieved him of the spinning force. "Thank you, senior, for helping me." The Almighty Merchant? Hehe. The Almighty Merchant glanced at Song Shuhang, and revealed a disdainful sneer. Song Shuhang embarrassedly said, "Long time no see, Almighty Merchant. Are you okay?" "I'm very not okay. Hadn't we agreed that as long as I managed to hide for 3 days, he wouldn't hunt me down? But look at what happened, he broke the agreement and caught me after I hid for 3 days," the Almighty Merchant said. He felt that there was ill luck between him and profound sage tyrannical Song. So, he had already blacklisted him in his mind. Song Shuhang said, "Apologies. By the way, Almighty Merchant, do you sell resurrection magical treasures?" Although he had a set of resurrection gold coins, they had a CD. Therefore, Song Shuhang hoped to buy another resurrection magical treasure which could act as a buffer while the resurrection gold coins were on cooldown. "Of course I do. I have all kinds of resurrection magical treasures. It is my goal to always be able to provide the items my customers want and satisfy them." The Almighty Merchant turned his head fiercely and revealed a bright smile. But then, his smile froze. F***ck, this damn occupational disease. With a take pity mentality, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword followed Song Shuhang. This guy. He hasn't even used up his resurrection gold coins yet, and he already wants to buy a new resurrection item. Hasn't he discovered that strange attribute that he has? The never waste a resurrection magical treasure attribute. Perhaps it's because what onlookers can see clearly isn't always clear to those involved. Should it notify Song Shuhang? Nah. After all, dissuading him by saying that he would die because he bought another resurrection magical treasure would make him sound like he was cursed. Song Shuhang would feel that his heart was rent thoroughly if he heard that. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword very kindly chose to bury this thought deep in its mind. The Almighty Merchant, whose occupational disease had just relapsed, remained stiff. At last, he let out a dry laugh. "Little friend Shuhang, what resurrection magical treasure do you want? Have you already used the cross of resurrection I gave you?" "Yeah, I used it long ago." After the cross of resurrection was consumed, I also used a resurrection gold coin. Song Shuhang sighed quietly. A resurrection gold coin? The almighty merchant's heart thumped. Even his disciple, almighty seller, had been tormented by profound sage tyrannical Song. However, it sounded like profound sage tyrannical Song had recently used 2 resurrection magical treasures in one go. Wonderful. Ahem, what kind of resurrection magical treasure do you want? The almighty merchant said. As long as you have the means to purchase them, I've got 10 kinds of resurrection magical treasures for you to choose from. Although seeing tyrannical Song caused his heart to be stifled, business came first. Song Shuhang asked, right, almighty merchant. Can I buy on credit? I still haven't gotten to trade the celestials I have captured. Can you wait for me to exchange them for spirit stones first? The almighty merchant's face changed immediately. No money? I'll be going then. The almighty merchant was delighted. This meant that he no longer had to worry about doing business with tyrannical Song. As he had no money, there could be no business. Song Shuhang asked, then, can I sell you the celestials in exchange for spirit stones? Why would I want to buy celestials? I'm not a human trafficker. The almighty merchant rolled his eyes. You can look for me again when you've got spirit stones. However, you'd be better off not even thinking about doing so, because I shall be hiding from you in the future, making it such that we never meet again, tyrannical Song. Never again. You'll be blacklisted in bolded and clear letters. Almighty merchant, you are so materialistic, Song Shuhang complained. By the way, has Senior White returned your sheet to you? The almighty merchant nodded. Honestly speaking, the ruler of the netherworld returning him the item that he stole from him left him with a face full of tears and puzzled. After all, the other party was the ruler of the netherworld, the most ferocious, wicked, and evil existence in the universe. Song Shuhang said, that's good. Senior White captured you after that game, and even took your sheet. I was worried that he would not return it to you even after I mentioned it to him. However, Senior White said that he only wanted to study the sheet, and that he would return it to you after he was done doing so. In this regard, Senior White is still very trustworthy. The almighty merchant. Saying that the ruler of the netherworld was trustworthy might sound like the greatest joke in the universe, but in actuality, it was true. Song Shuhang asked, by the way, almighty merchant, Senior White hasn't let you go yet? The almighty merchant responded, I was already free when you suddenly appeared and pierced my waist. I had been looking at the mirror, preparing myself and getting ready to leave this place. Song Shuhang nodded. Then goodbye, Senior. Song Shuhang felt relieved that Senior White too was willing to let the almighty merchant leave. After all, the almighty merchant getting captured was partly Shuhang's fault. He still felt a little guilty inside. I'll be going. See you later. The almighty merchant wrapped his sheets tightly and opened a spatial gate beside him. This was a passage that led out of the world of the Black Lotus that Senior White too had left here on purpose. As soon as the almighty merchant opened the spatial gate, the world of the Black Lotus was connected to the main world. Immediately afterward, he heard the sound of his phone ringing. His phone had regained its signal. Kill, kill, kill. Kill the heartless. Kill the unjust. Kill, kill, kill. Roar-like singing that could make people collapse rang out. It was Senior Creation's 7 Deaths song. F***ck, the almighty merchant is actually a fan of Dharma King Creation? The almighty merchant took out his phone and unlocked it. Seeing Song Shuhang's shocked look, he could guess what he was thinking. The almighty merchant laughed, and said, this song is definitely unbearable to your ears. It sounds like a miscarriage, right? That's right, after all, you don't have the ability to appreciate it. Only a person like me who can understand true music can hear the sound of nature concealed within the song. Song Shuhang. At this time, he really wanted to bring out fairy creation, and let the almighty merchant hear the genuine sound of nature. The almighty merchant took the call, and said, "Almighty seller, what can I do for you?" So the call was coming from his disciple. Fairy almighty seller quickly said, "Teacher, where have you been the past few days? Why couldn't I find you? My signboard is about to be broken. I need several goods urgently." The almighty merchant replied, "Tell me the goods you need, and I'll sort things out for you. Fetal Raksha sword, scarf of kinship, and there's a customer who wants, green yuan. What in the world is green yuan? And Valkyrie puppets." The almighty seller quickly enumerated a long list of items. The almighty merchant calmly said, "I've got them all in stock. I'll send them over to you in a while." This demeanor truly fitted the almighty merchant. In this world, as long as it existed, there was nothing he couldn't sell. Fairy almighty seller said, "Right, teacher, there is also this thing called saber intent condensing lotus seed. What is it? I know about saber intent condensing grass, but have no clue when it comes to saber intent condensing lotus seeds. I've checked around a lot, and could not find it at all. However, the buyer specifically wants saber intent condensing lotus seeds. Is there such a thing in this world?" Song Shuhang pricked up his ears immediately. The almighty merchant said, "This is the first time I have heard of it. Give me a moment, I'll search around." In the next moment, strong light of virtue emerged from the body of the almighty merchant. Song Shuhang saw that the almighty merchant had entered a huge network through the light of virtue, starting to search for information inside. The virtuous network? Song Shuhang was surprised. This was the mysterious, virtuous network that sage monarch Melon Eater now roamed. It was suspected to be a powerful creation that even contained a detailed guide for a path of immortality. Song Shuhang had once made contact with this network through the virtuous lamia. Could the almighty merchant be the creator of the virtuous network? The almighty merchant said, "There really is a record on saber intent condensing lotus seeds. It seems to be something that has just been researched this year. It has something to do with the scholarly faction, but there isn't any more information on it. Give me a bit of time. I'll go look for some friends at the scholarly faction, and ask them about it." Song Shuhang said, "Senior almighty merchant, I know about saber intent condensing lotus seeds." The almighty merchant turned his head and stared at Song Shuhang. "Such a coincidence? Can you really tell me about it, little friend?" I had researched it." Song Shuhang smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "I currently have exclusive ownership of it." The almighty merchant suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his stomach, especially after hearing the words exclusive ownership. It wasn't only his stomach that was hurting, but even his liver began aching. "Little friend, are you selling these saber intent condensing lotus seeds?" The almighty merchant showed a professional smile. Song Shuhang said, Of course I do. However, I don't want spirit stones. I know, resurrection magical treasures. Let's agree on a price." The almighty merchant revealed a light smile. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. "Right, senior, do you have money with you? I mean ordinary money, it's best if you have RMB. Originally, he had been planning to exchange for some with Senior Snow Wolf using the gold sand he had. The almighty merchant. Song Shuhang asked, "You don't?" In fact, it didn't matter if he didn't have any, he could still use the gold sand to exchange for some when the time came. "I do, how could I possibly not?" The almighty merchant continued to show a smile. Song Shuhang had a small box of saber intent condensing lotus seeds in his hand. At that time, Senior White had given him a box with 50,000 blades of saber intent condensing grass to work with in exchange for 10,000 of the resulting saber intent condensing lotus seeds. Whenever he was free, Song Shuhang would have his clone make a batch of saber intent condensing lotus seeds, and strive to get enough seeds as soon as possible to deliver to Senior White. In the end, Song Shuhang exchanged 50 saber-intent condensing lotus seeds with the almighty merchant for a pill and a large box of cash. This pill was recommended by a big shot for Song Shuhang. It wasn't a resurrection magical treasure, but it did possess a resurrection effect. The rebirth pill, after swallowing it, you would have a chance to let your flesh and blood be reborn. Even if you were to be shattered into pieces, as long as parts of your flesh and blood remained, they could gather together and allow you to be reborn. Since it wasn't a resurrection magical treasure. If you were to die accidentally, triggering and using up a resurrection magical treasure, and then got beat to death again not long after, the rebirth pill would still be effective. It fitted Song Shuhang's current situation very well. Of course, if someone were to reduce you to nothing in a single breath, such that not even ashes were left behind, then the rebirth pill would have no effect. After the transaction, the almighty merchant entered the spatial gate without looking back, and disappeared with a stifled heart. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and swallowed the rebirth pill. With the rebirth pill, the anxiety in his heart was gone once again. Given the time, the two senior whites should be about done with their discussion. When they were talking about private matters previously, it really didn't feel good staying by their side. Song Shuhang stretched his body, then trod the air as he left the cave, heading back to where the two senior whites were. At the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus. The two senior whites had not finished their discussion yet. In addition, I actually have another clue about the backup, Senior White 2 said. The backup, it might be female. Chapter 1585 Old Pal, Long Time No See. Senior White. Senior White 2 said, so, you should also pay attention to the female characters around you. The real backup might be hidden among them. If it were according to my cautious character, I might have created even more than one backup. When he had that time-traversing conversation with Wielder of the Will White, he had jokingly mentioned wanting a little sister. Perhaps Wielder of the Will White's brain really did go haywire, and he actually gave him a little sister? At this time, Song Shuhang was slowly flying back from a distance. He deliberately flew slowly, giving Senior White and Senior White 2 more time to communicate with one another. After all, it was sometimes difficult to talk about some relatively private topics when there was a third party present. Song Shuhang? At this moment, a voice sounded from not too far away. Song Shuhang turned his head, and saw a familiar figure. It was the demonic hamster with its signature toothpick sword. It was wearing a handsome white chivalrous robe, looking at Song Shuhang in surprise. How had this guy got to the world of the Black Lotus? Oh, old pal, long time no see. Song Shuhang waved at the demonic hamster, and casually checked out its realm at the same time. Long ago, the demonic hamster had said that it would ascend to the 5th stage and beat him up. If he were to consider the time, it should have ascended a long time ago, right? However, the demonic hamster's realm was strangely still stuck at the 4th stage. The demonic hamster gritted its teeth, and said, Tui, who is your old pal? Song Shuhang smiled slightly. Why is your realm still at the 4th stage? Why do you care? The demonic hamster snarled. It then jumped onto a flying sword, showing an expression that it was about to hit Song Shuhang on the knee. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, you yourself said that you wanted to ascend to the 5th stage, and then come to beat me up. I've been waiting for you to reach the 5th stage. The demonic hamster. Song Shuhang asked, did you fail to transcend your tribulation? However, this was the netherworld realm, and the demonic hamster was Senior White 2's pet. So it wouldn't make sense for it to fail in transcending its tribulation, right? The demonic hamster coldly said, I'm currently preparing to soar into the sky in one fell swoop. Then I'll be waiting. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, by the way, wanna know my realm? I'm already at the 5th stage realm. I knew it a long time ago. The demonic hamster grimaced. When it thought about Song Shuhang ascending to the 5th stage a step ahead of it, its stomach began hurting. Then, do you know that I've got 5 cores, and have 5 times the strength? Song Shuhang continued. That being said, I'll be cheering for you. 2. The demonic hamster. I can't talk to this guy at all. I only said a few lines, yet I've already been jabbed to death. 3. Song Shuhang smiled and looked at the demonic hamster, which had an upset face. The little hamster was very cute, and its expressions were very human-like, so he had a sense of accomplishment whenever he got to tease it. No wonder Senior White too accepted this 4th stage evil monster as a pet. Song Shuhang and the demonic hamster continued to fly side by side to the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus. Why are you flying so slowly? The demonic hamster asked in suspicion. Song Shuhang wasn't flying on his saber at this time. He was merely relying on 5th stage spiritual emperor's ability to tread the air. He floated in the air, and slowly advanced while looking like he was swimming. Song Shuhang said, I'm giving Senior White and the other Senior White some more personal time. They're talking about very important matters, and we shouldn't disturb them. That's why it's better to fly slowly. The demonic hamster glanced at Song Shuhang in surprise. This guy could be sensible at times. 2. In addition, I quite like this feeling of swimming through the air, Song Shuhang said. I haven't tried this out before. When I return, I will suggest adding an air swimming race in the Cultivator Olympics to Senior White. Right, you should try it out. The feeling of swimming in the air is amazing. Oh, I forgot, you are only at the 4th stage, and you don't have the ability to tread the air, Song Shuhang said, rending the heart of the demonic hamster once again. 1. The demonic hamster. F*CKU. After I master my divine skill, I will definitely F*CKU up. 1. While Song Shuhang and the demonic hamster were slowly flying toward the entrance of the world of the Black Lotus, they saw the 2 Senior Whites sitting face to face. The 2 had stopped talking, and seemed to be deep in thought. Song Shuhang said, it looks like the exchange between the 2 Senior Whites is over. Let's head down. You go down. The demonic hamster smiled, and said, I'll just be staying in the air. Hurry up and go down, I'll be waiting for you here. Song Shuhang. Your expression shows that you're obviously trying to trick me. The demonic hamster saw that Song Shuhang was no longer going down, so it slowly said, My master is very dangerous when he is deep in thought or in a daze. Senior White was indeed very dangerous when he was in a daze. He was basically a map-wiping bomb. As a result, the demonic hamster stayed on its sword in the air, while Song Shuhang swam around it in circles, waiting for the 2 Senior Whites below to recover from their daze. At this moment, Senior White too suddenly said, Do you remember anything from your childhood? Senior White softly replied, It's very vague, and I can't remember much. It was too long ago. Senior White too asked, Yeah, it's been quite a long time. Anyway, when did you have that memory of being in the desert with the young man in green robes riding a white horse and Little White? Senior White thought back. It was a memory from my childhood. I was still very young back then. Senior White too seriously said, When we talked about this before, the topic has been interrupted by death-seeking song, so we haven't gotten to continue our discussion of it. But now, I suddenly want to confirm something. Senior White nodded slightly. Speak as you wish, no need to hold back. Song Shuhang. What the hell is death-seeking song? I don't remember having such a nickname. 3. In that memory, who are you? Senior White too stared at Senior White. Senior White paused, and said, Of course, I'm white. Isn't that our identity? No. At this time, Senior White too suddenly stood up, posing as a golden rooster standing on one leg with bright white crane wings spread out. I am the white horse. 1. Senior White. Song Shuhang. Ugh, I got carried away. Senior White too shook his hands vigorously, and said, No, in that memory, I am the young man. Sure enough, this is where the problem lies. Senior White too stared at Senior White carefully. In his distant memory, he was the young man in green robes who liked leading a white horse along and looking for Little White to practice every day. And the present White, in front of him, should be the Little White from back then. In the air, Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. He could smell some juicy gossip. They were clearly both Senior Whites, so why was one Little White and the other was the young man in green robes riding a white horse? There was only one truth. Senior White split into two, right? Two. Song Shuhang recalled what he'd experienced in Senior White's illusory reality. The young man in green robes riding the white horse would look for the mysterious Little White to guide the latter's practice every day. His life's joy seemed to be Little White. However, the Little White in that plot appeared rather unfortunate. He would be forced to practice by the other party every time. One day, the young man in green robes could no longer bear it and spoke his mind, saying the cursed, Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, line. In addition, in Senior White's illusory reality, the young man in green robes somewhat resembled the current Senior White. Because of this, up until now, Song Shuhang had been unable to determine whether Senior White was Little White or the young man in green robes. Song Shuhang was very curious about this, but he couldn't bring himself to ask Senior White the question directly. Every time he brought up the topic with Senior White, he would be sent flying in all kinds of different poses. Well, it could also be that he raised the topic in the wrong way by starting with the cursed line. Anyway, Song Shuhang felt that Senior White and Senior White too were rather similar and possibly had the same origin. As such, with one thinking that he was Little White, and the other thinking that he was the young man in green robes, was there a need to say any more? It was clearly them being two different parts of the same individual. But at this time, Song Shuhang tightly controlled his mouth. Being frank was a problem of his that needed to be corrected. There were some things that were best kept in one's mind, and never to be spoken aloud. Once they were spoken aloud, it was over for the speaker. Being able to hold back meant that one had made progress and could still be saved. Song, I feel that I can still be saved, Shuhang. At this moment, Senior White too suddenly stood up and raised his head to look at the sky. Give me a moment. That guy in the sky is having too many internal dramas and monologues. I'm going to send him flying first. Song Shuhang pointed to himself. Senior White, are you talking about me? Senior White too said, how do you want to be sent flying? Song Shuhang burst into tears. The mind-reading technique really wasn't his friend. I was just thinking about it in my mind, forcibly keeping myself from saying it aloud, yet I still fell to Senior White too's mind-reading technique. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, can I fly away by myself? Senior White too said calmly, I'm giving you 10 seconds. Choose the posture in which you want to be sent flying. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. It seems that being sent away flying was inevitable. Since that was the case, he should at least speak his mind first. Senior White, I feel that there is only one truth. You must both be parts of the same individual. Therefore, when you say that you're the young man in green robes or Little White, in actuality, you're both at the same time. Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. I'm done speaking. I choose to fly in a spiraling pattern. If possible, can the speed be taken down a notch? The demonic hamster looked at him with admiration in its eyes. Song Shuhang really was different from others. As far as it could remember, it had never seen anyone who dared to joke with its master like that. As the ruler of the netherworld, Senior White too's presence alone would make people feel the oppression of a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. Even his beloved pets would feel a similar sense of oppression when faced with him. Under such a premise, even if one were his pet, they would not dare make excessive jokes. Even if they knew that Senior White too would not get angry, they did not dare. The demonic hamster really wanted to know how Song Shuhang could joke around in such a manner when faced with the terrifying oppression of its master. Just how tough were his nerves? It's good that you're done talking. Now that you've said that much, I won't just be sending you flying. Senior White 2 smiled slightly and said, now, choose a way to die. How do you want to die? Song Shuhang. Senior White 2 continued, I'm giving you 10 seconds. Choose how you want to die. Song Shuhang said gingerly, refreshing death maybe? Senior White 2, at this moment, he really wanted to kill Song Shuhang, leaving the other party no chance to resurrect. Seeing Senior White 2's face change drastically, Song Shuhang knew that he had to save himself. Otherwise, the rebirth pill he had just eaten might have to be used in advance. Wait, Senior White. I'll redeem myself. Song Shuhang suddenly had an idea, and said, bystanders are able to see the overall situation clearly, while those involved tend to be unable to do so. Senior Whites, you should continue to chat. I'll stay by the side and listen quietly. Who knows? As the bystander, I might be able to point some things out in your conversation that you did not take notice of. For example? Senior White 2's eyes narrowed. Song Shuhang said seriously, for example, after comparing the content of your conversation, a question has emerged in my mind, the young man in green robes, what was his name? In Senior White's illusory reality, the young man in green robes appeared many times, but his name was never mentioned. And he noticed that even Senior White 2, who claimed to be the young man in green robes, never mentioned any name. Name? Senior White frowned and fell into thought. Senior White 2 whispered, he no longer had one as I gave up my old name. From that day onward, I became White, and my old name was no more. Song Shuhang was taken aback. Why does this sound so much like the numerical Daoist name system of the Spirit River Sioux clan? No, there was a name. Senior White whispered, his name was also White, just like me. That is why, in my memory, I was always called Little White. When Song Shuhang heard the word Little White, his heart thumped, and he nearly said the cursed line. Fortunately, he managed to hold himself back. Song, I'm still young and don't want to die, Shuhang. With his strong willpower, he forcibly cut off the thought that had emerged in his mind. In the end, he was still a cultivator. He could definitely achieve this as long as he made use of his iron-like will, restricting himself from indulging in his own thoughts. However, both of them were white, and they should still have been the result of splitting up. Restraint, restraint. I've got another question. Song Shuhang sorted out his thoughts and said, Netherworld Senior White, since you're the young man in green robes, then why did you abandon your old name, and take on the name White? What exactly had taken place back then? Senior White 2 glanced at the other White, and said softly, in my memory, one day, Little White began to disappear. Began to disappear? Did he get injured by someone? Song Shuhang asked. Senior White was so adorable when he was a child. Who could bear to kill him? Senior White glanced at Song Shuhang silently, then took out a small notebook and noted down something on it. No, he wasn't killed. In fact, I later found out that Little White was not a human being. He was a special body born from the desert, an existence similar to a living magical treasure. One day, the desert changed, and because of those huge changes, Little White, who relied on the existence of the desert, could no longer sustain himself, causing his body to suddenly begin collapsing, Senior White 2 slowly said. As such, I chose to refine that desert. From that day onward, I became White. Senior White was the desert? Song Shuhang looked dumbfounded. But after a while, he fell into thought once more. In this world where banknotes and stones could gain intelligence and cultivate, there was nothing wrong with a desert assuming a human form. While in thought, Song Shuhang looked at Senior White again. Senior White, do you have similar memories? For example, do you have memories of disappearing or memories of being refined? Senior White said calmly, the problem indeed lies here. In fact, I also have memories of this part. However, my memories are different from fellow Daoist White Rabbit, too. Senior White too turned his head and glared at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang? I didn't think of anything dangerous in my head. Why is Senior White too mad again? He's truly worthy of being a ruler of the netherworld. His mood sure can change at random. Wait, hold it. I can still save myself. Senior White said calmly, in my memory, I indeed lived in the desert for a while. Then, I met Big White, who was dressed in green robes and rode a white horse. From what I can remember, he guided me in laying the foundation, resulting in me making contact with the world of cultivation. There was no problem with this plot so far. Senior White said, then one day, Big White died. Senior White too. How did he die? Song Shuhang asked. This time, he wasn't thinking about the different plots. Senior White continued, it was the heavenly tribulation. He failed to transcend his tribulation. I was meditating when I suddenly started to feel anxious. As I left my seclusion, his body was already burnt by the tribulation fire, and he could barely breathe. I didn't even have the time to look for treasures to heal his wounds. Song Shuhang asked, what happened afterwards? Senior White continued, before Big White died, he wished that I could take care of his family on his behalf. He was the disciple of a cultivation family, and he had an excellent aptitude for cultivation. However, he had a younger brother who did not have a great aptitude. He hoped that I could help him take care of his younger brother so that his brother could live his life peacefully. Senior White said calmly, afterward. I should have used an innate skill or something of the sort. I don't remember exactly what that skill was, but I assumed the appearance of Big White, returned to his family, and lived as him for over 70 years. During that time, I took care of his brother until he died a peaceful death. After that, I left Big White's family and started to venture outside alone. What about the desert? Did you refine it? Song Shuhang asked as the desert seemed to be an important factor. Senior White recalled with difficulty, and said, when I used that special skill, the price seemed to be having to swallow most of the desert. Two Senior Whites, two different experiences. Moreover, no matter which white it was, they both experienced a scenario where the other white died. So, the only thing that didn't die was the white horse. Song Shuhang found the key point. Chapter 1587 My luck value today is at its peak. There is only one truth. In fact, Senior White, you're both the white horse. Song Shuhang stood on one leg like a golden rooster and spread out his arms as if they were the wings of a crane. This posture was particularly sensational. After seeing it once, he couldn't help but imitate it. And when Song Shuhang made this pose, behind him, the virtuous Lamia and fairy creation stared at him intently, their two pairs of beautiful eyes shining brightly. Senior White too, can you stop posing in this damn posture? Sure enough, letting Song Shuhang stay by their side was of no use. It only served to make things even more chaotic. In fact, with the realms that he and the main world's white were at, there was no need for a bystander to oversee the situation. In short, the concept of those involved being unable to see the situation clearly did not apply to them. Sure enough, I should just send him flying or kill him once first. Song Shuhang saw Senior White 2's expression worsening again and knew that he had to save himself once more. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this situation. When it came to resolving the doubts about the identities of the two Senior Whites, he had a very convenient ability. Song Shuhang said, actually, Senior Whites, I might have a way to get you some information and maybe even resolve the questions you want to be answered. Senior White said, let's hear. My secret appraisal technique, Song Shuhang said. As long as you two cooperate with me, I might be able to use the secret appraisal technique to get some useful clues. Just thinking about using the secret appraisal technique on a ruler of the netherworld and the mysterious Senior White brought him great excitement. If it was before, Song Shuhang definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. Even if he were to use his feet to think, he would be able to figure out that the price for using the secret appraisal technique on either Senior White or Senior White 2 was definitely not something that he could bear. But now, Song Shuhang had gotten a lot more proficient with the secret appraisal technique, and he could control the price he'd pay to a certain extent. When the price of the secret appraisal technique reached a critical point, he could forcibly stop it. As such, as long as he was careful, there would not be any danger to his life. Moreover, as long as the two Senior Whites actively cooperated with him, the price he would have to pay would be a lot lower. On top of that, he now had a lot of information about the two Senior Whites, and that would help in reducing the price even more. He only needed to appraise them for a specific portion of information. With a clear goal, the scope of the appraisal would be reduced, further reducing the cost. The most important thing was that he now had the pseudo-eternity smoky mode as well. This mode was a huge, exploitable bug when it came to the secret appraisal technique. With it, Song Shuhang could be even more unscrupulous when using the secret appraisal technique. Under such a controlled situation, they might really be able to find some vital information by relying on the secret appraisal technique. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, ever since Song Shuhang swallowed that rebirth pill, his entire person seemed to have changed. There was now a sense of self-indulgence in his actions. Appraising the ruler of the netherworld was something Scarlet Heaven Sword did not even dare to think about, yet Song Shuhang actually dared to bring it up. Then you can start with me, Senior White said. I will cooperate with you as much as I can. He had a certain understanding of Song Shuhang's mysterious, secret appraisal technique. He knew that it was a very practical magical technique that would cause Song Shuhang to spew out a lot of blood. Senior White rolled up his sleeves and passed his hand to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took a deep breath. Actually, he had wanted to appraise Senior White since long ago, but this was definitely akin to seeking death if he were to do it without Senior White's consent. But now that he had Senior White's consent, things were different. Senior White nodding represented his approval. As such, Song Shuhang's next appraisal would be blessed by Senior White's mysterious luck. In the coming moments, his luck value would be at its highest it had ever been. Pseudo-eternity smoky mode. Song Shuhang activated the skill of his colorful monster core. Afterward, the portion of the defiant whale warrior's glove that was at his fingers receded, allowing him to touch Senior White's arm. 88,888 voices rose in his mind, and the secret appraisal technique was activated. Song Shuhang had guessed right. The moment his fingers touched Senior White's wrist, his luck value had been buffed and boosted. When his finger touched the wrist, many things on Song Shuhang's person underwent a change. Inside the inner world, the two seeds which he had produced through the Impregnating Gaze and Embryonic Gaze combo instantly germinated and bore fruit. The first seed was the seed that contained the ancient heavenly city's canteen number 111. When the seed germinated, the ancient heavenly city's canteen was born. After being birthed, the canteen directly fused with Song Shuhang's inner world and became one with it. At the same time, the fusing of the ancient heavenly city's canteen and the inner world became the final push that the inner world needed to evolve. Song Shuhang's inner world burst out with dazzling light. In the next moment, it entered a phase of evolution. This was the evolution that Song Shuhang had been waiting for. What was certain was that after this evolution, the inner world would obtain new functions, and the future inner world would certainly not hide as fast as it did currently. This was extremely convenient. Then, there was the second seed, which had been produced from the sixth stage celestial and contained a drop of ancient divine witch blood. This drop of blood was originally the equivalent of a fifth-stage golden core. But after the curse within it had burst out and swallowed the energy of 55 celestials, its quality had surely improved. Similar to the ancient heavenly city's canteen, after the ancient witch blood was born, it went through a process of purification and became incomparably pure. It then quietly remained suspended in Song Shuhang's inner world, right beside the branch of the monster tree Miruru. The branches of the monster tree did not show weakness. Its roots seemed to have been pierced with an epidural needle as they continuously extended and pierced into the depths of Song Shuhang's inner world. At the same time, there were several emerald green leaves that began to grow on them. In addition, from Miruru's branches, there was a faint emotion of joy. Although it was still very faint and difficult to detect, it implied that Miruru's new shoots had begun to develop their own consciousness. This was a good start, and it meant that her new shoots had the potential to become a monster tree again. The 7 colors wonder fruit seed was also stimulated and quickly sprouted and grew. It exuded a strong vitality, and as long as it did not die halfway, it would definitely grow up healthily and eventually bear many fruits for Song Shuhang. Finally, even the invisible saber insect underwent some changes. It repeatedly expressed the idea of evolving to Song Shuhang and asked to be supplemented with energy. Song Shuhang's clone was transferred to the inner world, where it used the saber-nurturing technique and half of a demodragon medicine vial to provide nourishment and energy to the invisible saber insect for its evolution. Good things happened again and again. Good things came at him in waves. Moreover, these were only the lucky things that happened in his inner world. There were also some other forms of luck that Song Shuhang still could not understand and would silently develop on their own. For example, deep in his consciousness, he seemed to have been enlightenment on the 3000 sabers scripture. Now, his saber intent armor was one step closer to its next transformation. Another example, his royal blood demon core began to resonate with his body. This was a prelude to it soon entering the golden core composition phase. Another one, Papa Song and Mama Song, who were on vacation, played a lottery at a roadside and won the grand prize, which was a couple's 3-day tour of Moonlight Island. Another one, Gao Momu, who was originally worried about his word count, suddenly had his brain go into overdrive. His fingers were flying on the keyboard, and he couldn't stop himself from typing madly. Gao Momu hadn't enjoyed this feeling for over half a year. With Song Shuhang as the center, luck began radiating outward. This was how it felt to be loved and taken care of by the heavens. How wonderful! From Song Shuhang's pupils, golden runes came out and fell on Senior White's body. The golden runes condensed a golden clock, whose hands began to move counterclockwise. Song Shuhang's smoky body burst apart, with smoke leaving his body in great quantities. If he were in his physical state. At this time, he would have been spewing out blood as if he were a shower nozzle. And depending on the amount of blood lost, he might have even died. Fortunately, I have the smoky state. I haven't reached my limits yet. I can still hold on for a while longer. All I need to identify is information about Senior White, the young man in green robes, the white horse, and the desert. The scope of the appraisal has been reduced to only these. The information I already have can also be added to the results of the appraisal. Senior White is fully cooperating with me, my luck is heaven-defying at the moment. I can do it. After 10 full breaths and a long appraisal process. The smoky Song Shuhang was only left with what looked to be his skeleton. The smoky state could either manifest itself as a cloud of smoke or could realistically imitate all the detailed structures of Song Shuhang's body. However, it was still smoke in essence. The clock shattered, and the golden rune returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. At the same time, the information from the secret appraisal technique appeared in his mind. The secret appraisal technique succeeded. Song Shuhang originally felt that the chance of failure would be great. But since Senior White himself wanted to see the result of the appraisal, the secret appraisal technique worked smoothly. Name, white. Race, human. Realm, unknown. Age, unknown. Parents, unknown. Life-bound magical treasure, meteor sword, 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. Hair color, black. Hair length, long hair that reaches his back. The first portion of information from the appraisal was a string of unknowns. However, Song Shuhang still saw an important point. Race, human. This meant that he wasn't a spirit born from the desert. In addition, the realm is unknown. Isn't Senior White at the 8th stage profound sage realm? While he was in thought, more appraisal results emerged in his mind. Because his friend White died suddenly, he impersonated him and lived for more than 70 years as him. After these 70 years, he traveled through the universe, and because of an accident, he arrived in the present world. Chapter 1588 Song, I Survived Another Day, Shuhang. Judging by the second part of the information from the appraisal, Senior White's memories were the correct ones. He lived as his friend, the young man in green robes, for 70 years, taking care of the other party's younger brother before traveling throughout the universe. Then, since Senior White's memories were correct, was there something wrong with Senior White II's memories? The possibility was quite great. This was because Senior White II's memories had very likely been tampered with by Wielder of the Will White. After all, Wielder of the Will White had even managed to quietly cut off his leg, which increased the likelihood of his memory having been tampered with as well. Wait, I should put this topic aside first. I can't continue this thought process lest I bring about my own death. There was a particularly sinister bug-like skill that existed in this world, the mind-reading technique. At the side, Senior White II's face became slightly stiff. Going back to the main topic, the last line of the appraisal piqued Song Shuhang's interest. Arrived in the present world. What was the word world referring to in this line? Was it referring to Earth or one of the many other worlds in the universe? Was Senior White an alien? Perhaps someone from another world or realm? Moreover, if we were to consider the broader meaning of the word world, did it mean that Senior White did not belong to this world? Song Shuhang pinched his chin and fell into thought. There was one more point for consideration. When did the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure become a life-bound magical treasure of Senior White? Hadn't Senior White's life-bound magical treasure always been Meteor Sword? And, didn't the combined magical treasure need to be forged before one reached the 5th stage realm? So when did Senior White forge it? Could he have gotten it when he was in the sealed space? Senior White asked, what was the result? At this time, the smoke that had burst away from Song Shuhang's body began to return, recondensing a complete Song Shuhang. Song, with the smoke mode, I can use the secret appraisal technique whenever I want, Shuhang. However, it was only the physical damage that would be negated, the same did not apply to the mental damage. The price he had to pay was akin to having all the blood violently drained from his body, which brought him tremendous pain. It was as if he was cut apart millions of times, and only his skeleton had remained. And one had to remember that since he was in this smoky mode, he had to take additional damage to his mind to compensate. Song Shuhang couldn't speak due to the pain. His entire body trembled as he fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. Senior White stretched out his hand, and placed it on Song Shuhang, casting several healing techniques and mind-soothing techniques. Song Shuhang tremblingly said, there were no problems with the results of the appraisal. The results were essentially, as Senior White said. However, the results of the appraisal technique were still coming. The extended period it had taken to conduct the appraisal had resulted in the acquisition of more information. These messages slowly appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. A unique existence. In this world, please select a number. Do you have a resurrection magical treasure? If yes, please select 1, if not, please select 2. Song Shuhang. Wait, these options are quite disturbing. The secret appraisal technique wasn't going by its standard routine today. It was almost as if slow-witted Song's secret appraisal technique had a screening function. For example, when he used the technique in the past, there was some information related to slow-witted Song himself that would be blocked when it was obtained through the secret appraisal technique. Now, the options presented reminded Song Shuhang that the following information would be very costly. There was a possibility that he would die. Song Shuhang fell into thought. His resurrection magical treasure was still on cooldown, but he had a rebirth pill. So, should he choose one? Bah! Even if I'm carrying a resurrection magical treasure and have this pill, I shouldn't waste them. I'd only choose one if there was something wrong with my brain. As such, I should definitely choose two. Although I'm very curious about Senior White's past, the things that need to be appraised have been appraised, the results of the appraisal have already confirmed that there is no problem with Senior White's memories. Therefore, there was no need for him to lose his life to obtain additional information. But at this moment, another wave of violent pain suddenly assaulted him. It seemed to be the price of the secret appraisal technique. Song Shuhang convulsed in pain once again, curling up into a fetal position. At the same time, a new message emerged in his mind. Confirmed selection 1, in this world, White is a very special existence. He is unique, and the origin of his existence is different from the masses. Hey, listen to me, I choose two. Oh, no. I'm done for. There's a high chance of death by choosing one. Song Shuhang was in great pain and on the verge of losing consciousness. Comprehensive analysis, you can try to find White's hometown to get more information. That was it. Song Shuhang. That's it? Senior White is a very special and unique existence. No sheet. As long as they aren't blind, who in the entire universe can't see how heaven-defying his luck is? You want to have my body explode into smithereens for such a meager amount of information? You even want to cheat me of my resurrection magical treasure? Don't even think about it. Senior White asked, what's the matter? Why is your expression so sour? What new information did you get? Song Shuhang twitched, and said in a trembling voice, I got some fundamentally useless information. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Right, Senior White, do you still remember your hometown? My hometown? Senior White squeezed his chin and fell into thought. It should be possible for me to find it, I think. Is there any problem? Yeah. Based on the information I got, I have a bold conjecture. Song Shuhang tremblingly said, Senior White, actually you are a reincarnator. Your hometown is probably not in this world nor the netherworld. Senior White. Senior White too. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with Senior White's memory. However, we need to find Senior White's hometown before we can solve more of the puzzle. Song Shuhang climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Pain tolerance value +10. He maintained his smoky state as he did not dare to go back to his physical state for the time being. After all, the prompt from the secret appraisal technique left him greatly unsettled. Senior White sat next to Song Shuhang, resting his cheek in one hand, deep into thought. His hometown, huh? He seemed to have some distant memory of it. But what was strange was that he couldn't remember the coordinates for his hometown, or where exactly it was. Sure enough, I shouldn't go into seclusion for now, Senior White said gently. I'm going to spend the following month searching for my hometown. It wouldn't be too late to close up after finishing up with this matter. Now, Senior White too, it's your turn, Song Shuhang said after sitting upright. Senior White too asked, are you not going to rest for a while? Song Shuhang firmly said, no, painful matters should be taken care of at once. I'll just grit my teeth as I bear with it. Extended pain is worse than a short burst of pain. Then, you can go ahead and try. Senior White 2 stretched out his arm and handed it to Song Shuhang. I will fully cooperate with your secret appraisal technique. Since the memory of the main world White was the correct one. Then, could his memory really have been tampered with by wielder of the will White? The likelihood of Song Shuhang's previous guess being correct was very high. Wielder of the will White had even quietly cut off his leg, so it wouldn't be strange for his memory to have been tampered with. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and placed it on Senior White 2's wrist. It was cold, just as if the other party had no body heat. The secret appraisal technique went to work once more. After a while, the result of the appraisal was sent to Song Shuhang's mind. White 2, the ruler of the netherworld. Boom! Song Shuhang exploded. His entire body of smoke exploded, drifting around everywhere, and it felt like it couldn't recondense at all. Senior White 2. Why did he explode? It was so sudden. Senior White asked, could the price have been too great for his body to bear? Senior White 2 replied, but didn't he say that he could control his secret appraisal technique, and that once the price was too high, he could stop? Senior White. The two Senior Whites got busy as they manually gathered Song Shuhang's scattered body of smoke, and put it back together. Can he recover? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked. His body was so broken apart that it felt like he couldn't be saved. Senior White said, his life force is still there, so he should be able to recover. Song Shuhang's smoky body began to recover, actively fusing together. After a long time, his body returned to its original state. I felt like I was going to die, Song Shuhang said with lingering fear in his voice. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, why did you suddenly explode? Song Shuhang smiled wryly, and said, I don't know. The secret appraisal technique had clearly yet to reach a critical point, so I'm not clear on why I suddenly exploded. Had it not been for the smoky mode, he would have had to waste a resurrection magical treasure. Senior White 2 asked, did you get any information? I only managed to discover that you, Senior White, are the ruler of the netherworld. Then I exploded, Song Shuhang replied honestly. I can only say that you're indeed the ruler of the netherworld. While speaking, Song Shuhang's body had already gone back to being flesh and blood. His smoky mode had a time limit, and the explosion this time had broken him up way too much, causing him to consume a great amount of spiritual energy to regather and recondense. Song Shuhang said, Senior Whites, you can keep talking amongst yourselves. Senior White 2. I suddenly feel quite tired. I will go back to the inner world and take a break first, Song Shuhang said. If something happens, you can call me. Anyway, the passage is still there. After saying that, he waved his hand, stepped out of the world of the Black Lotus, and returned to his inner world. He willed it, and his figure appeared on the edge of the living spring, where the monster tree Miruru was planted. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, are you okay? Song Shuhang curled up on the ground, smiled bitterly, and said, this pain makes me feel like I'm going to die. The pain from having his body explode assaulted his senses. The cost of appraising Senior White 2 had been too great. Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, I have to rest for a while. Call me if anything comes up. Then, the intense pain made him lose his consciousness. Scarlet Heaven Sword fell beside Song Shuhang. It thought that with Song Shuhang's recklessness today, he would have been done in several times over. It really didn't think that he would get to live and return to the inner world. Song, I survived another day, Shuhang. Chapter 1589 Wonderful. Song Shuhang had a dream. With the improvement of his realm, he no longer needed to sleep under normal circumstances. And when he did fall asleep, it would usually be due to excessive fatigue, and he usually wouldn't dream during such times. Unless, it was a dreamland. Therefore, after feeling that he was dreaming, Song Shuhang's heart thumped. Was he going to enter a dreamland again? But, whose dreamland was he going to enter this time? Was it the unfinished dreamland of the Heavenly Emperor? Was it the unfinished dreamland of Su Xian? Or, was it a dreamland related to Senior White and Senior White II, who he had made contact with today? Whichever it was, it would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial to him. As he thought about it, he grew slightly excited. In short, as long as it wasn't the kind of dreamland like Lady Onion's, where he would be planted on the peak of a mountain and forced to spend hundreds of years there, Song Shuhang had nothing to fear. The dream unfolded. The first thing that appeared in front of Song Shuhang was a phone screen. It was a very familiar phone model. Wait, isn't this my phone? At this moment, the him in his dream was holding his new phone and playing games on it happily. He was playing a PvP game. This game was downloaded by Lady Onion, and Song Shuhang had hardly played it himself. F***ck, this isn't good. This time, he seemed to have hit the Dreamland lottery and entered Lady Onion's dreamland again. It's over. What was he going to experience next? Was he going to experience how it felt to have one's onion sprouts pinched? The plot of the dreamland advanced peacefully and steadily. Lady Onion played happily, performing all kinds of tricks and moves. She played in a very skilled manner. It seems that the dreamland this time is to simply watch this silly onion play a game. Song Shuhang let out a sigh in his mind. It seemed this dreamland was going to be a waste of his time. Anyway, I can't let this silly onion keep wasting her cultivation talent. When I wake up, I will immediately urge Lady Onion to practice and make full use of her talent. I'll strive to make her a powerful pet. While thinking about it, Song Shuhang suddenly realized something was wrong. The hands that were playing on the phone weren't Lady Onion's little hands, they weren't those of a female at all. Boom! At this moment, the scene in the dreamland trembled. Then, the car flipped over. Was the subject of the dreamland inside a car? Fairy Dongfang VI's voice sounded, not good. There was a car accident. This time, it really wasn't my fault. I was following the traffic regulations when the other party came at us head-on. It was too late for me to avoid them. Not good, he was actually in a car that Fairy Dongfang VI was driving. Heavens, I'm done for. Still, the subject of the dreamland should not be Lady Onion. The person who was recently riding in Fairy Dongfang VI's car was Dharma King Creation, right? But why is Dharma King Creation holding my phone? Many doubts surfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. Fairy Dongfang VI said anxiously, "No, our car is going to be flattened." At the side, a huge truck came over, and went over Fairy Dongfang VI's car, directly squashing it. The subject of Song Shuhang's dreamland was also squashed by the truck. The feeling of being crushed was transmitted back to Song Shuhang, causing his entire body to be in pain. The sharp pain assaulted his nerves. Anyway, it looked like he wasn't Senior Creation this time. If it were Dharma King Creation, with his powerful body, it was absolutely impossible for him to be crushed by a mere truck. So, who was the subject of the dreamland this time? Song Shuhang became increasingly curious. At this time, something even stranger happened. The subject of the dreamland had clearly had their body crushed, but they were still holding the phone and fiddling with it. Even death couldn't stop them from playing games. "Brother, why were you motionless just now? I nearly died there." The voice of one of his allies sounded from the phone. "It's nothing. It was just a car accident, and I'm already dead. However, don't worry, death can't stop me from playing. We'll definitely win this match. Even if my body breaks apart, it won't affect my play. Good luck then." Then, the subject of the dreamland continued to perform wild moves on the phone. What kind of mess was this? Even if it was a dreamland, this plot was excessively weird. Am I really in a dreamland this time? Such a thought emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. Maybe, it's just an ordinary dream. Or maybe I'm having a nightmare. While he was in thought, more changes happened in the messy dream. The car in the accident suddenly deformed and turned into Song Shuhang's mecha immortal boat. At this point, Song Shuhang could finally be certain that it wasn't a dreamland. It should just be an ordinary nightmare. "Help me get up, I can still be saved," Song Shuhang said tremblingly. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and woke up. Right in front of his face, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was using its hilt to hit his head. "Stop, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. You are an immortal level divine weapon, you hitting my face feels really painful," Song Shuhang said. He then reached out to stop Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword from slapping his face. However. "Wait, where's my hand?" Song Shuhang looked down and saw a terrifying scene that immediately gave him a huge scare. His body had turned into a pool of blood, and only his head was left. At this time, his body was slowly gathering and regrouping. This was the rebirth pill at work. Song Shuhang shouted, "F***ck, my blood is all over the floor." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, "What happened?" "I just went to sleep." "Like hell anybody knows." "Not too long after you went to sleep, your body suddenly melted," Scarlet Heaven Sword said. "If it weren't for Fellow Daoist Chu mobilizing a large amount of living spring water to maintain your head, even your head would be gone." Pavilion Master Chu was in the living spring, blowing bubbles silently. Song Shuhang, could it be that the price of appraising Senior White 2 had yet to be paid? Or, could it be that bug from his 33 Divine Beasts technique that caused him to explode? Fortunately, I bought the rebirth pill today. Otherwise, with my resurrection gold coin still on cooldown, would have truly died, Song Shuhang said with fear lingering in his heart. "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, isn't it because you bought the rebirth pill that you died today? Think about it, the past few days, while your resurrection gold coins were on cooldown and you had no other resurrection items, weren't you living just fine every day?" Song Shuhang asked with a wry smile, "When will I recover?" "Perhaps in an hour?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword estimated. Song Shuhang sighed. At this time, on an asteroid in the Milky Way, the Almighty Merchant was giving supplies to his disciple, Fairy Almighty Seller. Suddenly, the Almighty Merchant raised his head and looked at the distant solar system. Fairy Almighty Seller asked curiously, "What happened, teacher?" "Wonderful." The Almighty Merchant showed a huge smile, and he tightened the sheet around his body. "Fairy Almighty Seller?" The Almighty Merchant said with a smile, "I'm in a great mood today. We'll be giving customers a 20% discount." Fairy Almighty Seller looked at her teacher in horror. Did she hear that right? Her teacher was actually going to be offering customers a 20% discount? Did he take the wrong medicine today? At this time, the corners of the Almighty Merchant's mouth rose, his expression clearly full of joy. That was because he sensed that the rebirth pill he sold to Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song had been used. What did this mean? It meant that Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song had died. Wonderful. To be honest, he himself did not expect that this rebirth pill would be used so soon. The rebirth pill that he sold was absolutely genuine, and its quality was guaranteed. After all, he never sold fakes as it was related to his reputation. However, he added a small sensing technique on that rebirth pill. Once the pill was activated, he would be able to sense it. He had sold the pill to tyrannical Song just a few moments ago, but Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song had ended up using it right away. The frequency of his death was truly jaw-dropping and admirable. The Almighty Merchant said in his mind, "It looks like I'll have to remove Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song from the blacklist." Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song was similar to a jinx for him, and meeting him usually meant nothing good. However, he was someone who had a large demand for resurrection magical treasures. In all his years, he had never seen anyone like fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, who was so diligent and dedicated when it came to dying. As the strength of fellow Daoist tyrannical Song increased, the level of the resurrection magical treasures he'd need would also rise, and the price would increase as well. He was a potentially huge customer. The almighty merchant murmured, "I'll observe for a while before contacting him in secret." Fairy Almighty Seller looked at her teacher's ever-changing expressions as a multitude of dramas seemed to be playing in his mind. She quietly stored away her goods, opened a spatial gate, and left. Her teacher had fallen ill, so it was best to get away in order to avoid contracting the same illness. In the inner world, Song Shuhang's body slowly condensed back to an embryonic form. "I feel that my body has changed. Was something added to my body?" Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and Pavilion Master Chu. "You've finally sensed it, huh?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. "Previously, there was a drop of ancient divine witch blood floating beside this small tree. I put it in your body. Ancient divine witch blood has the ability to strengthen a body's ability to heal. Your body collapsed into a pool of blood, so I had the witch blood fuse with it in order to increase your recovery speed." "Thank you, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword," Song Shuhang said, but his heart was actually in some pain. That crystallized, ancient divine witch blood had merged with 55 celestials, so one would be able to guess how precious it was. If it were used to forge a magical treasure, the resulting item would be top-notch. It was only in such a way that its effectiveness could be fully drawn out. Directly consuming it like what had happened just now was definitely the most inefficient way of using it. What a pity. "There's also your steel manifestation," Pavilion Master Chu said. "After you turned into a pool of blood, your half-bodied steel manifestation ran to your side. Then, it stepped into your pool of blood and melted down." Song Shuhang. "It melted? What was with my pool of blood that it could even melt the steel manifestation?" "My chat group clone, which I'd just gotten, is now gone just like that." Song Shuhang felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. He'd been planning on having his main body focus on studying and practicing every day. Meanwhile, his clone would be responsible for keeping watch on the store, teaching his disciples, and learning the language of the ancient era. Then, his steel manifestation would be responsible for chatting in the group chat, and taking care of the spirit plants and spirit beasts in the inner world. However, just as the saying went, man proposes, but God disposes. His steel manifestation was gone in the blink of an eye. Song Shuhang silently let out a sigh. If it weren't for his firm will, he might have fainted from anger. While he was in thought, the virtuous Lamia exited his body, which was currently nothing but a pool of blood. With her tail laid down like a plate, she sat next to Song Shuhang before stretching her hand out to gently touch his head. "Fairy #%times, are you comforting me?" "Thank you, Fairy waiting for a promise." Song Shuhang was moved. There were times when the fairy gave him a heartwarming feeling. At this time, Fairy Creation also appeared. She sat opposite the virtuous Lamia, and stretched her hand out to touch Song Shuhang's head in the same way. "Song Shuhang. Why do I feel like I'm being fought over by two pets?" While he was in thought, Fairy Creation spoke. She said in a singing voice, "Choose a way to die." "How do you want to die?" Opposite her, the virtuous Lamia said, "I'm giving you 10 seconds. Choose how you want to die." Song Shuhang. Immediately afterward, the two fairies stood up at the same time, and surrounded Song Shuhang from his left and right. Fairy #times' tail went upright as she supported herself on the tip of her tail. Fairy Creation raised her left leg and assumed the pose of a golden rooster standing on one leg. The two fairies then spread their hands like the wings of a white crane, and said in Song Shuhang's voice, "Refreshing death maybe?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. After Fairy #times met Fairy Creation, the two started competing, and they would occasionally cooperate with each other. Song Shuhang's head tilted, his face devoid of emotion. He couldn't believe that he was moved by the virtuous Lamia's actions initially. As fairy creation and the virtuous Lamia played around by his side, the long time that was needed for his body to recondense passed by unknowingly. Song Shuhang's body recovered to how it was before. The virtuous Lamia took out the sheet they'd received from Senior White II, and put it on Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "How do you feel? Is there anything weird with your body?" Song Shuhang lightly clenched his fists. "It seems that there is no problem at the moment. The rebirth pill from the Almighty Merchant was quite powerful. Other than a slight feeling of weakness, there aren't any other after-effects. Even the painful price for my previous appraisal of Senior White is completely gone." It might be because Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had fused the ancient divine witch blood with his body, but Song Shuhang felt that his flesh had become stronger. With a thought, he circulated the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. First, a huge Holy Ape appeared. This was the Holy Ape from Senior White II, and it was very strong and big. Immediately afterward, another 23 ancient Holy Apes emerged. There was also a scholarly scripture in the hands of each Holy Ape. "Sure enough, my body has grown stronger," Song Shuhang said. Previously, he only had a total of 21 ancient Holy Apes, but now there were 3 more. The ancient divine witch blood truly was a good thing. It had brought an immediate increase to the strength of his physique. Since he now had a total of 24 Holy Apes, they could no longer be arranged in an arrow formation. This time, the Holy Apes formed a triangular formation. The largest Holy Ape was at the tip of the triangle, while the remaining 23 Holy Apes formed the rest of an isosceles triangle. Apart from the strengthening of his physique, Song Shuhang found no other changes to his body. There was no trace of his steel manifestation. It was completely gone. Song Shuhang even used his inner sight, but still found no trace of the steel manifestation. Could it be you? Song Shuhang quickly sent his consciousness into the Dantian with his whale core. After all, this thing had quite the criminal record. Did this guy forget the virtuous Lamia's terrifying little hands and swallowed the core reactor? But after using his mind to check the whale core, he found that there hadn't been any changes to it. Its lower abdomen did not swell, and it just lay quietly in his Dantian. It wasn't the fat whale golden core? Then, where did my steel manifestation go? Should I use the appraisal technique on myself? Song Shuhang's right hand got ready to move. However, he quickly restrained the urge to use the secret appraisal technique. He had just used up the rebirth pill. What if activating the secret appraisal technique caused his body to explode again? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It looks like your body is fine." Pavilion Master Chu said, "Also, you seem to have gotten slightly stronger. Have you already mastered how to become stronger by relying on death?" "How could that be?" Song Shuhang said in distress. He stood up, got another set of clothes from the inner world, and put it on. He also took his magical bracelet, phone, and ring-like objects that had fallen off his body after he burst apart, and put them on. "I'll have to buy some clothes." Song Shuhang turned his phone on and checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "I've got plenty of time right now. I should have time to go shopping." Currently, his inner world's coordinates were set on Western Orchid Island, so it was very easy for him to go shopping if he wanted to. Song Shuhang wondered, should I make use of the time while Senior White has yet to return to go shopping with someone? After saying that, he looked around. Pavilion Master Chu had only her head left. The virtuous Lamia and fairy creation had returned inside his body, and they had no intention of going shopping with him. Before the virtuous Lamia went back to his body, she had swallowed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was the only one who had been chatting with him, was now gone. Song Shuhang murmured, "Should I go and look for Lady Onion? What's the matter?" While he was talking to himself, Senior Turtle slowly crawled over with Lady Onion in tow. Senior Turtle said, "I smelled the scent of blood, so I came to take a look." Sure enough. "Shuhang, you blew up again. Why were you going to look for me?" Lady Onion asked, her eyes locked on Song Shuhang's phone. Song Shuhang asked, "Do you want to go shopping?" "Nope, there's nothing interesting about shopping. I prefer to stay at home," Lady Onion replied. Song Shuhang. Does this silly green onion really have the qualifications to become the wielder of the heaven's will? Could Senior Scarlet Heaven have been mistaken? Song Shuhang said, "Come with me. It's time for you to have your own phone. In addition, I'll be buying one for Senior Turtle as well to make contacting you guys easier. There's also the Puppet Maiden and Inju whom I will be buying phones." Lady Onion heard this, and immediately jumped off Senior Turtle's shell. Afterward, she transformed into her human form and landed gracefully. Shopping is very interesting, after all. Shall we go right away? Senior Turtle. While they were talking, the passage between the inner world and the world of the Black Lotus opened. Senior White stepped out of the evil Lotus world. Behind him, Senior White too waved gently. "See you next time. Next time, we can continue researching." Senior White nodded. "I look forward to seeing you in the future." Song Shuhang. Why do I feel like during the time I was away, the two Senior Whites grew much closer, and have already become good friends? After Senior White descended next to Song Shuhang, he reached out and threw a phone-like object at him. It was the magical power top-up device. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, weren't you going to study this?" Senior White reached out again, and threw another magical power top-up device to Lady Onion. Song Shuhang. Senior White said, "We've already completed our research on it. Fellow Daoist White Rabbit, too, and I studied this magical power top-up device, and we've even developed a bunch of imitations of it. However, how to charge it is still a problem. Regardless of whether it was spiritual energy, spirit stones, netherworld energy, or magic, none of them could recharge the magical power top-up device." Fellow Daoist White Rabbit relied on his power as the ruler of the netherworld, and made it such that the device could use converted evil energy of the netherworld and store it. However, I still feel that something is missing. Song Shuhang replied, "Black Dragon Spirit Stone seem to be what is needed to recharge it. They probably have a special kind of energy." Senior White said, "It's not something that can be solved with just Black Dragon Spirit Stones. I discussed this with fellow Daoist White Rabbit. In addition to energy, it should be lacking something similar to a signal network. The magical power top-up device probably uses that network to cast magical techniques. It should be a relatively complicated structure." Song Shuhang said, "Why do I feel that this thing is more and more like a phone? In addition to charging its battery, it also needs to be topped up, and it also needs something like a phone SIM card to connect to a network before it can be used." "That's indeed how it feels," Senior White said. Anyway, fellow Daoist White Rabbit had temporarily converted some energy to recharge this magical top-up device. They should allow you to release 9 fifth-stage magical techniques. Song Shuhang inquired, "Then, can it be combined with a phone?" "Yeah, it's something I'll try it out next time," Senior White happily said. In addition, besides this magical power top-up device, we're still studying a few other things. There's the medicine that can deal with the evil energy virus that the other ruler of the netherworld created, and we're also studying the metal heart of that big-eyed planet, attempting to understand its structure. After a while, we should be able to make imitations of them. We also studied the universe-piercing flying shuttle. Finally, I also taught fellow Daoist White Rabbit how to produce small blackroom-breaking disposable flying swords. Today has been very fulfilling and satisfying. The two senior whites had found common ground on dismantling and researching things. This was also the reason the two had quickly grown closer. Song Shuhang said, speaking of which, I still have a few celestial aircraft. Senior White, you can take a look at them, and see if they pique your interest. Senior White nodded. Okay, I'll take a look at them next time. Right, what's next up in your plans? Song Shuhang replied, I want to buy a few sets of clothes, buy a few phones, and finally set up an account for Lady Onion for her expenses. After that, I'll exchange the celestials for spirit stones and points, and that should be it. Senior White said, then let's go and take care of your affairs first. After that, I'll take you to the ruins in the chaotic sea in the early morning hours of the morning. That's where the magical power top-up device was found, so we might be able to find more clues there. The exit of the inner world was currently situated in the restaurant at Western Orchid Island. Song Shuhang's clone had stayed behind in the inner world to take care of the invisible saber insects, and manage the other matters in the inner world. As for his main body, Senior White and Lady Onion, they stepped out of the inner world together. When he came out, Song Shuhang found that Chu Chu was currently hanging off of the roof of the restaurant, looking like she was repairing the roof. Song Shuhang curiously asked, Chu Chu, you know how to do building repairs? Chu Chu lowered her head and smiled. Teacher, I'm only adding several stabilizing and strengthening formations to the roof. The weather forecast warned of a typhoon coming to Western Orchid Island the day after tomorrow, which is why I'm taking precautions. Good job, Song Shuhang said. Right, do you want to go shopping? Chu Chu said, I'm quite busy right now, so I can't. Right, teacher, can you buy some ingredients for me when you go shopping? I made a list, and it should be on the counter. She had already strolled around Western Orchid Island a few times, so staying in the restaurant felt more interesting to her. Moreover, Senior White seemed to be in an especially good mood today, having a smile on his face all the time. It was too charming. Her instincts told her to keep her distance from Senior White today. Song Shuhang said, all right, then I'll be leaving the place to you. Song Shuhang, Senior White, and Lady Onion opened the door of the restaurant, and went shopping. Song Shuhang said, it seems that Chu Chu really does have the talent to become an immortal chef. Senior White, does immortal fairy Bishwe still lack disciples? Senior White asked, are you thinking of sending Chu Chu over to her? Song Shuhang nodded, and said, I want Chu Chu to study with immortal fairy Bishwe for a period of time. I haven't chatted with Bishwe recently, so I'm not sure if she's lacking any disciples. Senior White thought for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Right, Shuhang, you could ask fellow Daoist White Rabbit to talk with Fairy Bishwe and gather some info. Then, you can have Fairy Bishwe display her cooking skills to fellow Daoist White Rabbit. He'll definitely be satisfied with her cooking. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, why do I feel like you're trying to throw the hot potato over to someone else? However, not bad when he had the time in the future, he could invite Senior White too to have a meal over at Immortal Fairy Bishwe's place. Perhaps he could even get to eat immortal dishes for free. That was a good idea. At the side, Lady Onion timidly said, can we stop talking about Immortal Fairy Bishwe? She had suffered some trauma because of Immortal Fairy Bishwe, who was her archenemy. Lady Onion said, also, can we hurry it up a bit? This food street we're currently in is making me very uncomfortable. Bursts of fragrance wafted and lingered all around the food street. All kinds of food from various countries could be found in this part of Western Orchid Island. High-end, ordinary, and even street food were all available here. For example, there were scallion pancakes, fried shallots, onion puff pastry, scallion twists, and onion and meat-filled dumplings. A look around would let one see stall owners skillfully chopping little onions, their knives flying everywhere as they minced the little onions into smaller pieces. Lady Onion burst into tears. This was extremely cruel for her. Song Shuhang. After letting out a sigh, Song Shuhang said, Lady Onion, you can't continue living like a salted fish. I think you should begin practicing diligently again. Senior White glanced at Lady Onion, and said, indeed, after all, she was a monster spirit that had the tremendous potential needed to become the wielder of the heaven's will. If you're talking about practicing, I do it every day, Lady Onion said. I practice the tome of never-ending tears and train with the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber every day, practicing each for 1 hour for a total of 2 hours of practice. That's too little, 2 hours of practice time is too short, Song Shuhang said solemnly. You must be more strict with yourself and must not waste your talent. After all, your cultivation talent is at least 4.5 times higher than mine. Huh? Lady Onion raised her head and stared at Song Shuhang. My talent for cultivation is 4.5 times yours. Don't lie to me. This is something that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword told me personally, Song Shuhang said. Lady Onion squeezed her chin and thought. If that's true. Since you took a little over a month to ascend, doesn't that mean that I should be able to ascend after a week's worth of practice? Then, after a month, I should be able to surpass you. And in 2 months, I'll be able to beat you black and blue? I think that the ascension algorithm doesn't work that way, Song Shuhang responded. Lady Onion asked, then, how long will it take me to ascend? Senior White said, your realm is still low. If you begin practicing often, you should be able to ascend to the next realm in around 10 years. 10 years? Lady Onion stretched out her small white hands, and looked at her 10 fingers. Afterward, she raised her head to look at Song Shuhang, and pointed at him. It took you 1 month. You big fat liar, do you think that I don't know how to do math? How can someone who takes 10 years to ascend have 4.5 times the cultivation talent of someone who takes a month to ascend? How did you get the 4.5 times, huh? Tell me. Song Shuhang said, regardless, your cultivation talent is very good and should not be wasted. I'll tailor a cultivation plan for you so that you aren't always this decadent. Lady Onion raised her head and stared at Song Shuhang. I have a question. Song Shuhang asked, what is it? Lady Onion asked, I practice for at least 2 hours a day, how about you? Song Shuhang paused and froze. This silly green onion cultivates for at least 2 hours a day, but what about me? Song Shuhang began to recall the amount of time he'd used for practice recently. To be honest, he was very diligent in his cultivation. As long as he was free, he would make use of the time to practice. The problem was, that he didn't have much free time recently. Song Shuhang turned his head, looked back at Lady Onion, and then the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Every day, as long as I am free, I will start practicing. As long as I have the time, I won't waste it. 8 Because he was speaking the truth, Song Shuhang could speak confidently. Lady Onion. As long as he's free, he starts practicing immediately. Isn't he a cultivation madman then? Perhaps I really do have to start practicing diligently, Lady Onion thought to herself. Song Shuhang turned his head in satisfaction, very good, he'd successfully fooled her. When winter break came, he would prepare to close up for a month. As a 5th stage spiritual emperor, the fact that he had never even performed a month-long seclusion was quite embarrassing to say. Shopping with Senior White was like carrying an all-purpose discount card around. This world was truly a world where one's looks mattered the most. Song Shuhang didn't have to bargain when he took Senior White to buy a phone. He only needed to bring Senior White and Lady Onion to a store, point out how many phones and what model he wanted, and the store owner quoted them a price that was close to the manufacturing price. Song Shuhang bought 16 phones in one go. He bought one each for Lady Onion, Senior Turtle, Pavilion Master Chu, the Puppet Maiden, and Little Inju. He bought one for Su Clan 16 since her phone had exploded. 1. As for the remaining 10, they were bought for Senior White's experiment. Senior White wanted to try and see if he could combine the magical power top-up device and a phone together. With a large box of phones in hand, Song Shuhang left in satisfaction. Afterward, they went to clothing stores, and then went to buy the ingredients Chu Chu needed. They bought everything at the lowest price possible. It felt illegal, but it was really refreshing. Song Shuhang said in his mind, "Tonight, when I go and exchange the celestials I have for spirit stones and points, it would be best to have Senior White sit by the side. Senior White doesn't have to do anything, just there and drink tea. At that time, the 6th stage celestial will definitely sell for a good price." The price of 4th stage and 5th stage celestials was fixed, but the value of 6th stage celestials had yet to be set. It still needed to be inspected before a suitable price could be given. To top up Lady Onion's account, Song Shuhang would have to wait until they got back to China since he needed to make a bank deposit first. Nevertheless, the next step was to arrange a training plan for Lady Onion. "However, I previously promised her that I would top up her account, and I still need to do that." Still, it wasn't like Lady Onion would have much time to play games in the near future. After handling the affairs on Western Orchid Island, Song Shuhang and Senior White set off to return to the Jiangnan area. He had arranged with Fairy Little Ko for the location of the transaction to be Medicine Master's building. Song Shuhang's clone and Chu Chu stayed behind to look after the restaurant. On their way back, Senior White didn't use his spatial abilities. He took out a new type of immortal shuttle. This was White 2's imitation of the universe-piercing flying shuttle. Senior White wanted to test out its performance. The immortal shuttle soared into the sky. This speed would definitely leave one brushing shoulders with the god of death. While sitting in the shuttle, Song Shuhang felt that he was constantly at death's door and could die at any moment. The speed of the shuttle still continued to rise. Senior White entered a happy state, while Song Shuhang had unknowingly fallen asleep again. The reason he fell asleep was not his fear of high speeds. After all, Song Shuhang also liked the excitement of riding an immortal shuttle as it had an outer shell that made him feel safe. During his sleep, Song Shuhang had another dream. But after having the morning experience, Song Shuhang didn't immediately think that he entered a dreamland. He first began to observe and ponder the plot that unfolded in the dream. In the dream, a familiar figure appeared in front of Song Shuhang. It was the scholarly sage. At this time, the sage was treading the air and clouds. He was holding a scripture, and he was reading its contents while walking in the air. And Song Shuhang's point of view remained constantly behind the sage. As he walked and walked, the sage suddenly stopped. The sage suddenly said, "There's actually a flaw with my impregnating gaze. This is a huge oversight." Song Shuhang. There is an oversight in the impregnating gaze? Is it that it couldn't bring about the birth of a child? If you really wanted to cause others to give birth to a child, then this secret technique is 2F***ed up. When a woman is pregnant, there is a possibility that she carries twins. However, the impregnating gaze can only make people experience single pregnancy, not the hardship of twins, the sage slowly said. 5. Song Shuhang. Sage, please go and take your daily medicine. I'm being serious here. If you go and take your medicine now, there's still a chance for you to be saved. The sage said, "As such, I'll try having both eyes use the gaze of maternal love at the same time." Then, a strange light flashed in both his eyes at the same time. 3. Chapter 1592 Shuhang, you're at the age where you'd want children. No. Sage, don't stare at me. The pressure was humongous. Regardless of whether it was a dream or a dreamland, Song Shuhang had no desire to be stared at by both of the sage's eyes. If this is a dreamland, it's probably an experience of fairy creation. After all, she was the only one in his body who had made contact with the scholarly sage. The impregnating gaze was already very terrifying, so now that both of the sage's eyes were flashing with a strange light, Song Shuhang could feel his legs going limp. There was no longer any saving the sage. I don't want to get hit by the twins' impregnating gaze. Song Shuhang struggled subconsciously, vigorously thrusting both his legs. After that, he woke up. I woke up. It wasn't a dreamland? Song Shuhang felt like he'd just managed to save whatever was left of his life. If he had entered a dreamland, he wouldn't have been able to wake up even if he wanted to. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary dream. But why did I have a dream today? Song Shuhang wondered. With his current realm, things like dreams were no longer supposed to happen. But today, he had two strange dreams in a row. In the first dream, he had been crushed into mush by a car. And after waking up, he ended up using his rebirth pill. Then, what about the dream this time? Song Shuhang quickly entered the state of inner sight. Afterward, he immediately sent his consciousness to the fat whale golden core. The sage's twins' impregnating gaze in his dream had immediately made him recall his fat whale golden core. After all, one should always learn from past mistakes. However, the fat whale golden core was still lying silently in his dantian with nothing unusual happening to it. Song Shuhang deliberately stroked its belly, but there was no sign of pregnancy. However, Song Shuhang was still not at ease. After all, the steel manifestation in the core reactor had disappeared into thin air, and it was most probable that they had entered the whale core. As such, he prepared to take a closer look at his whale core. We're here. At this moment, Senior White braked. The flying shuttle violently came to a stop, and Song Shuhang's body slammed forward, almost getting thrown out of the vehicle. Senior White turned his head, and said, "Remember to fasten your seatbelt when you get in a vehicle." Song Shuhang. Senior White, I really wanted to do that, but your shuttle doesn't have any, okay? Senior White asked, did you have a nightmare? Song Shuhang sighed. I guess it was a nightmare. I dreamt that the scholarly sage was flying in the air with me. Then, he suddenly mentioned the impregnating gaze and twins, sending a twins impregnating gaze at me. You think about it during the day, and dream of it during the night, Senior White said. Shuhang, do you want children? Basing it on age, you've indeed reached that age. How could that be true? Song Shuhang burst into tears. Moreover, I'm only 18 years old. I don't have any thoughts of getting children yet. As he thought of this, he suddenly remembered Li Yinzhu for some inexplicable reason. 3. Song Shuhang. Night descended. Song Shuhang and Senior White sat side by side, with a pot of immortal tea between them. The two were waiting for fairy little Ku and the fellow Daoist she had arranged to come over to collect the celestials. In addition, taking advantage of Senior White's free time, Song Shuhang asked him some questions regarding cultivation. Recently, he had gained a deeper understanding of saber intent, and felt that it would soon go through a significant transformation. Therefore, he asked Senior White for some advice on saber intent. Although Senior White practiced sword intent, it had many similarities with saber intent. Song Shuhang said, I feel that my saber intent will transform into a powerful attack-type saber intent. The first form of his saber intent was the saber intent armor. The second form would definitely be a powerful attack. A powerful, attack-type saber intent doesn't have anything special to it. It would be better to change it to something like a steamrolling type, Senior White replied to Song Shuhang while modifying the phones one after the other. 2. Steamrolling type. Song Shuhang pictured it in his mind, and he immediately thought of Fairy Dongfang's 6th tank. A steamrolling type saber intent. So a saber intent wheel? Song Shuhang sighed, and said, I still want a normal saber intent. At this time, Song Shuhang's phone rang. It was a call from Fairy Little Ku. Fairy Little Ku said, Senior Tyrannical Saber, are you at home? Our staff will be arriving shortly. Song Shuhang replied, I am. You can just knock on the door when you arrive. Fairy Little Ku said, okay, Senior Tyrannical Saber. I will tell them. Song Shuhang responded, Fairy Little Ku, are you not coming yourself? Fairy Little Ku seriously said, Senior Tyrannical Saber, I am only responsible for answering the phone. I'm not responsible for door-to-door delivery service or teaching the ancient language. Song Shuhang. Ding dong, the sound of the doorbell rang from downstairs. They're here. Song Shuhang opened the window, and then leaped out, jumping down from the 4th floor. There were layers of defensive and illusory formations around Medicine Master's building, so Song Shuhang didn't have to worry about being discovered by others whenever he jumped out of the window. After landing, he opened the door. Outside the door, an extended container truck was parked. 6 tall and strong cultivators jumped out of the truck. The cultivator who was responsible for conversing said in shock, Hello, Senior Tyrannical Sab. Ah, tyrannical. Tyrannical Song. The Celestials had face blindness, but the same was not true for him. He had firmly etched profound sage Tyrannical Song's appearance in his mind, and decided that he would avoid him should he ever meet him. However, the plans of people were not the heavens. He had only come to collect some goods, but he had unexpectedly gone to profound sage Tyrannical Song's lair. I should have guessed it earlier. The area around Jiangnan University Town has already been reported to be the place where profound sage Tyrannical is experiencing a mortal life. In this area, only profound sage Tyrannical Song would have the ability to capture a 6th stage celestial. Don't look at me. Senior Tyrannical Song, please don't look at me. Daoist priest Eternal River, the monk in charge of communication, covered his face with one hand and his lower abdomen with the other as if he would become immune to profound sage Tyrannical Song's impregnating gaze by doing so. 1. Song Shuhang. At this time, he missed being invisible like the mysterious scholar. Don't worry, fellow Daoist. I'm not going to use the impregnating. Ah. Song Shuhang suddenly clutched his belly and screamed while he was in the middle of speaking. When profound sage Tyrannical Song screamed while holding his stomach, Daoist priest Eternal River and his companions all held their stomachs and trembled. It hurts. Song Shuhang hugged his belly tightly. At the same time, he used inner sight to check his dantian. In his dantian, the fat whale golden core was tumbling around vigorously. Its abdomen had swelled to a large size, much larger than it had ever before. It looked like it was carrying twins. Song Shuhang. Twins, how depressing. Senior White descended from the air, and landed beside Song Shuhang. What's the matter? He heard Song Shuhang's sudden scream, and thought that an enemy had come. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, It's fine, Senior White. It's just that my golden core is pregnant again. Moreover, this time it felt like it was pregnant with twins. The ancient divine witch blood and the core reactor? Or was it the core reactor and the steel manifestation? Senior White. Give me a moment. I'll finish the transaction first. Song Shuhang turned his head to Daoist priest Eternal River, who had come to receive the goods, and said, Fellow Daoist, I have a lot of 5th stage celestials with me, around 120 of them. Will you be able to take them away in one go? Daoist priest Eternal River cautiously said, We should be able to. But, Senior, we might not have enough spirit stones to pay you right away. Profound sage Tyrannical Song was a ruthless person. He wasn't only ruthless to others, but to himself as well. Just now, if he had not heard wrong, it seemed like he was testing the impregnating gaze on himself. Was he improving it so that it could make someone really give birth to a child? Song Shuhang said, It's fine. You can take away the celestials first, and send the spirit stones and points afterwards. No problem. We'll use delivery flying swords to send Senior Tyrannical Song the spirit stones tonight, Daoist Priest Eternal River said. Then, Senior Tyrannical Song, where are the Celestials right now? Wait a bit. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and began to release all the Celestials from his inner world. All the Celestials were neatly released into the small courtyard. Because the area of the small courtyard wasn't that big, the Celestials could only be piled up on each other. The Celestials were still in a state of paralysis at this time. While detaining them in the inner world, Song Shuhang had the invisible sword insects slash them at intervals to reapply the poison. One of the Daoist priests responsible for receiving the goods said, "How well arranged." Song Shuhang asked, "Do you have a way to restrain them?" "Our truck has been modified. It is a mobile prison, and has the effect of restraining spiritual energy. With this powerful formation, there should be no problem transporting 5th stage Celestials," Daoist Priest Eternal River said. Moreover, the Celestials in Senior Tyrannical Song's possession are all unconscious, which can reduce the burden for us. In that case, I'll give you another layer of insurance. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to bring out the invisible sword insects, and gave all the Celestials another shot. Daoist Priest Eternal River and the others couldn't see the invisible sword insects, but they could see the blood that kept on dripping out from the waists of the Celestials. Senior Tyrannical Song had used invisible means to pierce the waists of every Celestial. After being pierced, the Celestials foamed at their mouths, and fell into a deeper state of paralysis. Senior Tyrannical Song's scare value in Daoist Priest Eternal River's heart went up by 101 after counting the number of the 5th stage Celestials. Daoist Priest Eternal River calculated the points and spirit stones to be awarded to Song Shuhang. He said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, we do not have enough spirit stones at the moment. We can only pay you the spirit stones and points for 10 living 5th stage Celestials, 2 dead 5th stage Celestials, and 3 living 4th stage Celestials. We will send you the remaining spirit stones for the 120 living 5th stage Celestials later on." Song Shuhang responded, "Sure. Thank you for understanding, Senior Tyrannical Song," Daoist Priest Eternal River said before opening the trunk of the truck, and taking out a large box. The box was a storage magical treasure. There were a lot of spirit stones in it, as well as a crystal for recording points. After the spirit stones were handed over to Song Shuhang, the box was stored back. Then, the several other cultivators moved the 5th stage Celestials into the truck. Song Shuhang's eyes also moved to the truck. There were already 2 4th stage Celestials being held inside. At the same time, in the corner of the carriage, there was an ugly puppet. Song Shuhang. The puppet maiden? Heavens, why did the puppet maiden, who he had been unable to contact the past few days, appear here? Holding his belly, Song Shuhang went into the truck, reaching the puppet maiden's side. "Senior Tyrannical Song, what's the matter?" Daoist Priest Eternal River asked upon seeing that there seemed to be something wrong with Song Shuhang's expression. Song Shuhang frowned, and asked, "Why is this puppet in your car?" At the same time, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the puppet maiden to examine her body. "Her core is gone. Is this Senior Tyrannical Song's puppet?" Daoist Priest Eternal River replied. "We found her on our way to Senior Tyrannical Song's home. She had fallen by the side of our truck. I felt that she was of very high quality, so I moved her into the truck." Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, is there a way to reactivate the puppet maiden?" The puppet maiden had gone out with Li Yingzhu for the past few days. And now, her core had been dug out, and Li Yingzhu was nowhere to be found. Senior White said, "Use spirit stones. No matter what type of puppet it is, they can be activated with spirit stones." Song Shuhang opened the box of spirit stones. 3 living 4th stage Celestials, totaling 1,500 4th stage spirit stones. 10 living 5th stage Celestials plus 2 dead 5th stage Celestials, totaling 9,206 stage spirit stones. The spirit stones for this event were all provided by various cultivator families and forces. They did not convert them into higher stage spirit stones. Therefore, the number of spirit stones that were rewarded by the event appeared particularly large. Song Shuhang grabbed a handful of 6th stage spirit stones, and looked at the puppet maiden. "How do I use them on her?" Song Shuhang said in distress. He couldn't find any spot where he could input the spirit stones. "Right. In the past, when I accidentally placed spirit stones next to the puppet maiden, she quietly ate a lot of them. Perhaps I just need to place the spirit stones close to her?" And so, Song Shuhang placed the box containing the spirit stones in front of the puppet maiden. He had guessed right. As soon as the spirit stones were near the puppet maiden, they were continuously absorbed. The skin of the puppet maiden had the function of absorbing spiritual stones. In just 10 breaths, the box of spirit stones was completely absorbed. Song, poor once again, heart hurting as if it were stabbed by a knife, Shuhang. The spirit stones he had just acquired, let alone getting warm in his hands, he didn't even get to touch them before they were gone. After absorbing a whole box of spirit stones, the eyes of the puppet maiden glowed orange, and she was reactivated. Song Shuhang quickly asked, "Puppet maiden, you're awake. What happened? Who took your core away? Where is Yinju?" The puppet maiden slowly said, "I don't have enough energy, please supply me with more spirit stones." Song Shuhang replied, "I'm poor. I don't have any more spirit stones. My core was dug out by a strange man. He said that the core was originally his. Yinju is safe. I launched her on a flying sword. She should be back by now." The puppet maiden's voice seemed slightly jammed. Song Shuhang asked, "Launched? Then why isn't she back?" As he said that, a flash of cold light came from a distance, and pierced Song Shuhang's waist. Clang 1. Chapter 1593 Royal Father's Kidney is Mine. Clang, the sound was particularly crisp. The sword's tip had directly pierced Song Shuhang's waist, resulting in the sound of metals clashing. Song Shuhang. If it weren't for my powerful physical body, and the 2 top-tier body tempering techniques I practice, my kidney would have been pierced again today, and there would have been no saving it. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked behind him. After doing so, he saw little Yinju in her 3-year-old form hanging from the flying sword with a bewildered look on her face. The flying sword had pierced through her coat, causing her to hang from the flying sword like a mascot. "Ah Song," little Yinju said after seeing Shuhang. "She was safe. Royal Father's kidney is mine." Song Shuhang reached out and hugged little Yinju. The flying sword that she was hanging from turned into a fingernail-sized metal fragment, and returned to the puppet maiden's finger. By simply looking at her, the puppet maiden did not seem to be carrying any weapons, but in actuality, she could split off numerous types of offensive magical treasures from her body. She could do more than just crouch down while holding her head to defend herself. She could also use the youre-style defense. At this time, the puppet maiden intermittently said, "The enemy was too strong. I couldn't stop them. I could only focus on sending Yinju back first. I set the flying sword's destination to be this building in the Jiangnan area. And if you were here at home, the flying sword would prioritize your aura as its destination point. The enemy was even stronger than you. Were they a 9th stage tribulation transcender?" Song Shuhang asked with a frown. The area at his dantian was getting increasingly painful, but being in front of several fellow Daoists, he had to endure this pain and act as profound sage tyrannical Song would. Fortunately, this kind of pain was completely within the scope of what he could tolerate. Daoist priest Eternal River and the several fellow Daoists who were responsible for picking up the goods quietly swallowed their saliva. He truly was worthy of his title of first sage in 1,000 years. His enemies were those at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. For little cultivators like them, let alone Tribulation Transcenders, they would rarely even get to meet 7th stage Venerables. It would already be a great blessing for them to see a living profound sage, right, except for profound sage tyrannical Song. Yes, he was definitely at or above the Tribulation Transcender realm. When I faced him, I could not fight back at all, the puppet maiden replied slowly. Moreover, he knew too much about puppets. When I faced him, I was completely powerless. In the end, even my new core was taken away. That core you gave me, what exactly was its origin? The only thing that guy wanted was that core. After taking out my core, he threw me aside. The puppet maiden felt slightly disheartened. Regardless of what was said or done, wasn't she still an 8th stage puppet? If one were to take away the materials on her body, even her fingernails would fetch a sky-high price. Despite that, the other party had thrown her aside like she was trash. In addition, the other party had no malice towards Li Yinzhu. When she sent Li Yinzhu away, the other party did not prevent it from happening at all. From beginning to end, all they wanted was her core. Song Shuhang responded, that was the core of a half-spider puppet king, and it used some technology called pseudo-eternal furnace. At that time, the puppet had been over 89% destroyed, but its energy core had remained intact. As for the creator of that puppet, it should be the immortal from the Jet Black sect. F***ck. An existence that could completely suppress the puppet maiden, knew puppets like the palm of his hand, and said that the puppet core was originally his. Couldn't the person who had taken the puppet maiden's core only be that mysterious immortal from the Jet Black sect? Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. Song Shuhang smiled wryly, and said, if it really was that person from the Jet Black sect, then we wouldn't be able to retrieve that puppet core for the time being. However, wasn't that puppet core something that the immortal had created before stepping onto his path? With that being the case, wouldn't the technology used to create it already be outdated, resulting in it being pretty much useless for him? Why would he even take that puppet core back? Were there other secrets hidden in that puppet core? The puppet maiden slowly came to Song Shuhang's side, and stretched out her small hand to pat his shoulder. Can you find me another core? The energy from the spirit stones you just gave me is being consumed very quickly. I feel like I'm going to be switched off at any moment. Song Shuhang put little Yinzhu on his shoulders, and replied, how can a core of that level be so easy to find? Fairy Maiden, maintain the minimum possible level of activity while I support you with spirit stones. Turn off all your unnecessary functions first. After that, you'll just have to wait until we find a suitable core for you. The puppet maiden slowly said, I don't have such a function. Song Shuhang. Was she going to run out of power? Fairy Maiden, I just gave you a big box of spirit stones. Although they were all at the 6th and 4th stage, there were a lot of them. There were over a dozen 9th stage spirit stones worth of them. You're an 8th stage puppet, why do you consume so much energy? The puppet maiden's speech rate returned to normal, and she softly said, the quality of the spirit stones you gave me was too low. Hence, the spiritual energy can't be extracted stably, resulting in the output power being insufficient and the intermittent crashes. Song Shuhang. How about we work together to steal the core back? The puppet maiden sat on the stone bench in the yard, placed her hands beneath her chin, and said, I met that guy at noon, so he might still be nearby. There's a chance that we can find him. In other words, that immortal from the Jet Black sect might still be nearby. Song Shuhang replied, I feel that we shouldn't waste our efforts chasing him. After I sell the 125th stage celestials here, I'll get another large batch of spirit stones. At that time, I can give them to you so that you can absorb them over a period of time. When he said this, Song Shuhang's heart was in extreme pain. He had finally managed to get a small fortune, but before the spirit stones could even get to his hands, they were already set to be used up. At this time, Senior White said, how about I do some modifications to your body, and give you a function that will allow you to maintain a state of minimum consumption. For example, you can choose to only keep the functions of walking and talking. This way, the energy consumption would be decreased to the lowest level, and a fourth stage spirit stone should be able to sustain your activity for a very long time. The puppet maiden sighed, and said, that's fine as well. Fellow Daoist White, I'll be troubling you. It's fine, just raise your hand, Senior White said. Actually, I'm quite interested in your structure. Song Shuhang. What should I do? Should I stop Senior White? Or should I look for Senior White too? After Senior White and Senior White 2 get together, since they complement each other so well, there should be no risk of any explosions as they dismantle and modify things. After Daoist Priest Eternal River and his companions finally moved all the 5th stage celestials into their truck, Daoist Priest Eternal River said to Song Shuhang, Senior Tyrannical Song, we'll be going then. We'll send the spirit stones we owe you using a flying sword in the evening. Song Shuhang said, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoists. Also, I have to thank you for delivering the puppet maiden back to me. If it weren't for you finding her, I believe that it wouldn't have been easy for me to find her. Senior Tyrannical Song is too polite, we just casually picked her up. Daoist Priest Eternal River smiled. Well then, Senior Tyrannical Song, we'll be going. Fellow Daoists, please wait for a moment. To show my gratitude, I will be giving you something. Song Shuhang smiled. Daoist Priest Eternal River and his several companions couldn't help but take half a step back in unison. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song said that he wanted to give us something. What should we do? Waiting online for a reply, extremely urgent. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and got fresh water from the living spring in his inner world, giving Daoist Priest Eternal River and his companions a cup each. Song Shuhang explained, this is the water of a living spring. It can prolong one's life by 50 years, and also has the effect of strengthening one's body. If it weren't for these fellow Daoists bringing back the puppet maiden by coincidence, Song Shuhang would have not known where to look. Thus, he felt the need to thank them. However, because he was too poor, Song Shuhang had nothing to give as a gift to them. After giving it some thought, the only thing he had that was suitable was the water from the living spring. When Daoist Priest Eternal River and his few companions took the water from the living spring, a particular fragrance wafted from the water that made them want to drink it all up right away. However, not knowing why, they were immediately reminded of the legendary mother-child river water, which would make people pregnant once drunk. They weren't going to get pregnant if they drank this, were they? Fellow Daoists, please have a taste. However, 1 cup is 1 serving, and it must be drunk all at once in order for the full effect of a 50-year increase in lifespan to eventuate, Song Shuhang reminded. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, are you saying that we must drink this on the spot? Daoist Priest Eternal River looked at Song Shuhang, gritted his teeth, and drank the spring water in one go. If they drank it, there was a chance that they might get pregnant. But if they didn't drink it, they wouldn't be giving Profound Sage Tyrannical Song face. And if they did not give Profound Sage Tyrannical Song face, how many pregnancies would they have to go through? Daoist Priest Eternal River's companions saw him drink the spring water, so they similarly gritted their teeth, and drank the spring water in one gulp. After drinking the spring water, the abdominal pain they were expecting did not come. On the contrary, they felt comfortable all over. They felt that they had become younger, and their lifespan had increased. Thank you for the gift, Senior Tyrannical Song. Daoist Priest Eternal River cupped his fists and bowed to Song Shuhang. A treasure that prolonged one's life. Even if it was just a lifespan increase of 50 years, it was still something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Moreover, the taste of this water was truly amazing. Therefore, they felt that drinking it all in one go had been quite wasteful, they should have instead savored its taste. After bidding farewell to profound sage tyrannical Song, Daoist priest Eternal River and his companions drove the truck away from Medicine Master's building. On their way back, Daoist priest Eternal River sighed. Today, we were lucky and escaped a calamity. It really is a great fortune that we did not get pregnant. And we even got to drink spring water that increased our lifespans by 50 years. If I'd known earlier, I would have stored it away as it would definitely fetch a high price. We're still young, so we don't need to use such spring water. However, there are surely cultivators out there whose lifespans are about to reach their end, and they would be in urgent need of this spring water. A pity. Daoist priest Eternal River glanced at the location of Medicine Master's building. But in the future, I will definitely not come here again. After sending these goods back, the spirit stones will be sent to profound sage tyrannical Song via a flying sword. Back at Medicine Master's building, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Wait, my 6th stage celestial still hadn't been inspected. But for now, he would let this matter wait. Song Shuhang summoned the virtuous Lamia. He would first have the twins in the whale core's belly squeezed out. Song Shuhang summoned the virtuous Lamia. At the same time, fairy creation also appeared, curiously floating behind Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia had become quite fond of squeezing the whale core. The reason for this was that fairy creation couldn't do it. The Dantian and Golden Core are the most important locations for a cultivator, and they were something that outsiders couldn't touch. The virtuous Lamia was a part of Song Shuhang's own light of virtue, and so was a part of himself. As for fairy creation, even if she could merge with Song Shuhang's body, she was still a foreign object in the end. Inside Medicine Master's building, the puppet maiden sat gently on the sofa, remaining completely motionless as she tried to save as much energy as possible. Senior White sat on the sofa opposite her, holding a teacup in his hand as he took a sip from it. His long hair hung behind the sofa, and Yingzhu was currently behind the sofa, braiding a small part of Senior White's hair. Song Shuhang leaned against the sofa and gritted his teeth. Fairy waiting for a promise, please squeeze the new golden core out in one breath. The virtuous Lamia's small hands turned into pure light of virtue, entered Song Shuhang's Dantian, and grabbed the fat whale golden core. It was not the first time that she'd helped the fat whale golden core with its delivery, and she was actually very familiar with the process now. The first time, she was still new to it; the second time, she could properly help with the delivery; the third time, she could have the birth go very smoothly. However, she had no experience with twins. The fat whale golden core ran for its life in the Dantian, but the Dantian was only so big. In addition, the fat whale golden core currently had a much larger belly than in the past, so it couldn't swim as well as before. The virtuous Lamia's small hand easily grabbed its tail and lifted it up. Then, her other small hand grabbed the whale's body, and began squeezing it. One squeeze. Nothing was squeezed out. Perhaps due to it being pregnant with twins, the task had become relatively harder. The virtuous Lamia changed the positions a bit, and then squeezed again. The fat whale golden core struggled hard, but the new golden core still didn't come out. Fairy creation, who was behind Song Shuhang, finally found an opportunity and sang, Master Madam is experiencing difficult labor." The virtuous Lamia raised her head abruptly and also sang, Madam is experiencing difficult labor. The mother, or the child? Song Shuhang. The puppet maiden. Senior White. Li Yinzhu. Fairy creation continued to sing, whether it's the mother or the child it's a difficult decision. The virtuous Lamia followed, the child, after being conceived for 1 day, will still end up dead. So, of course, choose the mother. These were lines that they had gotten from a drama. The voice sounded familiar, and it seemed to be the voice of a certain female celebrity. Stop playing around. Song Shuhang wanted to die. The next day, he would pay a visit to Dharma King creation, and return fairy creation to him. When the virtuous Lamia and fairy creation were together, people were not left with any means to live. This afternoon, he had already felt depressed several times. The virtuous Lamia blinked, and said, "I can't do it." It was very rare for the virtuous Lamia to use her original voice. Song Shuhang. It still hasn't completely developed, it needs some more time, the virtuous Lamia said. Twins. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. In other words, his fat whale golden core had become pregnant with 2 little golden cores at a time? Senior White came over, patted Song Shuhang, and comforted, twins are, at least, better than triplets. Triplets would be even more difficult. When Senior White got up, Li Yingzhu, who was quietly braiding his hair, was also pulled up. She was hanging onto Senior White's hair and was dragged along. But even at this time, she didn't give up, and she still continued braiding his hair. Triples. The sage only had 2 eyes, so he shouldn't be able to produce a triplet's impregnating gaze, Song Shuhang said. He got the feeling that the circumstance of his fat whale golden core becoming pregnant with twins had a lot to do with the scholarly sage's twins impregnating gaze. Therefore, golden core triplets should not be able to appear. Fairy creation tilted her head, and fell into a state of contemplation. How many eyes did the sage have? Tuesday, October 22nd. 1:20 in the morning. Song Shuhang's resurrection CD was reaching its end. As dawn came, Song Shuhang was having a big crisis. At this time, in his own room, the 33 divine beasts technique in his body was constantly active, circulating crazily. Song Shuhang couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. With the frenzied circulation of the 33 divine beasts technique, the spiritual energy in his body continued to increase, and his efficiency was greatly enhanced as well. A great increase in efficiency was a good thing. However, if the cultivation technique could not be stopped at all, then that was not a good thing. This was the precursor to cultivation deviation. If others were to encounter such a thing, they still had a chance of living. However, in Song Shuhang's case, he was very likely to explode. It's over. Song Shuhang tremblingly took out his phone. He called Senior White. Before the call connected, he heard Senior White's voice. "I'm right beside you." Senior White, who had been studying the Celestial's aircraft upstairs, sensed the changes in Song Shuhang's aura, and directly crossed through space to arrive beside him. The celestial aircraft that Senior White had disassembled and was playing with was Song Shuhang's battle spoils, which he had given to Senior White for research, or for disassembling. Song Shuhang cautiously asked, "Senior White, can I still be saved?" Senior White stretched out his hand, placed it on Song Shuhang's body, and gently sensed Song Shuhang's state. Senior White explained, "In general, this isn't a bad thing. Right now, inside the belly of your fat whale golden core, there are 2 golden cores that are about to be born. With a total of 7 golden cores, the spiritual energy in your body will finally approach a state of balance. However, the reason the spiritual energy in your body has gone berserk is that it is taking the initiative to search for that balance before the 2 small golden cores are born." Song Shuhang was unconcerned about all this. "Senior White, will I blow up?" "Yes. If this continues, you're likely to explode before the small golden cores are born. Moreover, even with 2 additional small golden cores, you will not be able to achieve true balance," Senior White said. Afterward, he stretched out his hand and placed it on Song Shuhang's abdomen, directly sealing the whale core in Song Shuhang's main body, and forcibly putting a stop to his circulation of the cultivation technique. In addition to the original Dantian, cultivators also have the 7 small dantians. The dragon tail, dragon claw, dragon body, dragon palm, dragon neck, dragon head, and dragon horn dantians. You're about to have 6 small golden cores, not including your whale core. If you want to achieve true balance, you cannot do without that last small golden core, Senior White said. Anyway, don't put too much pressure on yourself and focus on birthing the 2 small golden cores in your whale core's belly. After that, you need to have it get pregnant one more time so that you can get that one last golden core. Song Shuhang. The door to the room was opened, and a slow-moving puppet maiden entered the room. She had also sensed Song Shuhang's chaotic aura and hurried over. However, she was currently without a core, and couldn't move that well. When she entered the room, she said, "Actually, fellow Daoist Shuhang. You can also consider having triplets, and be done with it in one go." Song Shuhang. Anyway, how did your 6 small golden cores come about? Senior White wondered aloud. I've got some materials here. I might be able to help you get your final small golden core, Song Shuhang said. The first small golden core was condensed from my own body, the second came from a colorful monster core, the third came from the virtuous golden diamond the virtuous Lamia produced after drinking the mother-child river water, the fourth was originally a royal blood demon core. As for the 5th and 6th, they haven't been born yet, but if I have to guess, they're either the core reactor, the ancient divine witch blood, or my steel manifestation, 2 of those 3. Senior White nodded. He then snapped his fingers to condense a clone. Main body, what's your order? Senior White's clone said in a firm voice. The clone this time had a serious face, and looked like just a soldier. This was definitely a reliable clone. Senior White said, "Check our treasury and see if there is anything that can help little friend Shuhang produce another golden core." Senior White's clone solemnly said, "Roger, main body. However, I think that the possibility for this is relatively low. Objects at the 5th stage realm are of a low level, and we normally don't keep such things." After saying that, he went to the treasury, and began a meticulous search. Senior White said, "That's true. I'm afraid there might not be anything of that level in my treasury. Let's ask the fellow Daoists in the group." He took out his phone and entered the 9 provinces #1 group. As they were cultivators, they had no concept of day or night. And so, there were still a lot of people online in the group. When Senior White entered the group chat, Immortal Master Copper Trigram had posted a picture. It was a picture of long legs. The legs were white and slender, beautiful and smooth. The thighs and ankles were of perfect proportion as well. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, when did your taste change? Didn't you like fairies with big breasts before? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, you've remembered wrong. That definitely isn't me, since my own breasts are very big. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, you mean your pectoral muscles? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, whether it's my chest or pectoral muscles, they're both big. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, I shared the picture with Senior G Ziwo, and he said that these legs are very beautiful, he likes them very much. He asked if there was a chance he could meet this fairy. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, there is a chance. This pair of legs belongs to one of the fellow Daoists in the group. Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked, Fairy Lychee? Fairy Lychee, I haven't taken pictures like this before, and my legs don't look like this. These legs look more like soft feathers. At no Daoist name today soft feather, they're not mine, maybe Big Sis Dongfang 6. It's impossible for Copper Trigram to have photos of me. I don't seem to be his type, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. He has always liked those that are honest and upright. Although he hides it well, I discovered it long ago. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team asked, could it be my daughter, Yu Jiao? Northern River's loose cultivator, based on my knowledge of Copper Trigram, these legs must be his own. Thrice reckless, those fellow Daoists that felt that these legs are beautiful should go to bed. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Tisk, I've been found out. Thrice reckless Mad Saber. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, a huge picture of a left eye, tyrannical Song's gaze. Get pregnant, Copper Trigram. Tyrannical Song. Chapter 1595 Great Benefits to the West, Let's Head East. It was a picture of the scholarly sage's left eye. During his lifetime, the scholarly sage had cultivated all the way until standing at the top of the world. Therefore, even if it was just a photo, when cultivators stared at it, they would feel their hearts start palpitating, just as if the scholarly sage really was staring at them. Moreover, there seemed to be a strange light flickering faintly in this picture. As soon as Song Shuhang saw Senior Thrice Reckless post this picture, he knew he was done for. He had sent Senior Thrice Reckless this HD picture of his left eye, and in the end, it had been reused this way. Heavens, it's really little friend Shuhang's eye. Thrice Reckless, where did you get this photo? True Monarch Fallout said with a stifled heart. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, little friend Shuhang sent it to me. Ha ha ha, the effect of this picture is superb. Every time it appears, it can cause 200% damage to the target. I have already sent it to others in private a few times now. Right, I'm currently considering using this picture to create a template for an illusory technique, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's Gaze. If I succeed, I'll send the results to the group. Thrice Reckless was not only good with saber techniques, but he was also talented when it came to creating magical techniques. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, Thrice Reckless had been the one to research the must-learn, charging technique that all the fellow Daoists knew. Unfortunately, his talent at creating magical techniques had been wasting away as he tended to create only weird techniques. Many of the fellow Daoists in the group became excited. If Thrice Reckless was truly able to create such an illusory technique, it might be very useful. Stupid Thrice Reckless. Immortal Master Copper Trigram sneered. Look at this, Tyrannical Song's twins impregnating gaze. Give birth to twins, Thrice Reckless. 2 Immortal Master Copper Trigram stole Thrice Reckless' photo, and used Photoshop to edit it. The original photo had only been the left eye, but thanks to Immortal Master Copper Trigram's Photoshop skills, it had turned into a pair of eyes. The left eye was copied to make the right eye, and both of Song Shuhang's eyes now appeared as the scholarly sage's eyes. Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang felt like he was being ignored. The seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group didn't seem to notice him at all. In addition, the twins' impregnating gaze was like a curse. Not only had it appeared in reality, it was now also in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. The word that he was the most sensitive to today was twins. If there was anything that he was even more sensitive to than twins, that could only be the word triplets. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, you wanna do things this way? At no Daoist name today Soft Feather, make an edit with 3 eyes. You can use the deity Erlang Shen as the model. One Soft Feather quickly replied, leave it to me, Senior Thrice Reckless. After just over 3 seconds, Soft Feather posted a picture. 3 sages' eyes in the Erlang Shen style occupied the chat screen of the 9 provinces number 1 group. As if that wasn't enough, this picture was even an animated one. In each of the sages' eyes, there was the flickering of a strange light. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber used a voice message to laugh and say, triplets impregnating gaze. Accept Tyrannical Song's gaze and become pregnant with triplets. Take that, Copper Trigram. One Song Shuhang, sure enough, if there was anything that could make his heart feel even more stifled than the word twins today, it could only be triplets. He silently changed his nickname in the group. Tyrannical, Heart-Stifled, Song. One Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Tyrannical, Heart-Stifled, Song. From beginning to end, only Senior Yellow Mountain had been paying attention to the messages Song Shuhang had sent after coming online. Soft Feather, Senior Song, do you want to fight back against Senior Thrice Reckless and Senior Copper Trigram? I can make an edit with 100 eyes for you. One Song Shuhang, no thanks. Okay, Senior Song. Soft Feather quietly went offline. She decided to go and check on when exactly her father would exit his seclusion. As the discussion of the topic finally came to an end, Senior White sent a message without delay. Sage White, everyone, do you have something on hand that isn't a golden core, but is at the same level as a golden core? A monster core? Northern River's loose cultivator was the first to reply. Senior White asked, there already is a small golden core and monster core. There's also the virtuous golden diamond, cosmic demon core reactor, and ancient divine witch blood. Is there anything else that can be added? Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, other than a monster core, golden core, and ancient divine witch blood, I really can't think of anything else. Northern River's loose cultivator, all these things are actually Song Shuhang small golden cores, right? Wait. This number, has Shuhang small golden cores increased again? Song Shuhang, Northern River's loose cultivator, I'll be blacklisting you. Let's avoid talking to each other in the future. To Song Shuhang, don't, Senior Northern River. It's going to be over for me. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, are you going to blow up again? Senior White, soon. This is why I want to try and see if I can fill up all of Shuhang's 7 small dantians with small golden cores in order to strike a balance in the energy. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, I really can't think of other things at the moment. Celestials don't have anything like a core. If I think of something, I will immediately tell little friend Shuhang. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, that's right. Senior White, I still haven't returned the little dragon tail I borrowed from you previously. I will return it to you when I have time. Anyway. Little friend Shuhang, should I conduct a divination for you? Song Shuhang quickly asked, the one where you use your feet? Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, divining with one's feet is just a joke. I will divine your fate seriously without charge this time. How about it? Song Shuhang, okay. Although Senior Copper Trigram's divinations were shady as hell, they could still be viewed in reverse and made use of. Since Senior Copper Trigram was going to be doing it for him for free, he naturally would not refuse. Alright, I'll conduct live divination for you. Copper Trigram activated the group video function. Song Shuhang clicked to enter and watch. In the video, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was wearing a bathrobe as if she had just come out of a shower. At this time, Immortal Master appeared as a super fierce blonde big sister. I learned a new trick today. I'll now dazzle your eyes. After Immortal Master Copper Trigram said that, he took out a huge trigram and placed it on the bed. Afterward, he said, little friend Shuhang, send me a picture of your palm. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, took a photo of his left hand, and sent it to the group. Immortal Master Copper Trigram took out another phone and tapped on it. The magically modified phone directly projected Song Shuhang's palm onto the trigram plate. The fingerprints were clearly visible, and they were reflected on the plate. Immortal Master Copper Trigram stretched out his hand and spun the plate. The plate combined with Song Shuhang's palm constantly experienced variations. In the end, flames, a silver-white phoenix, and small golden swords appeared on the plate. Flames, a silver-white phoenix, a golden sword. I see. This divination is interesting. Shuhang, tell me something first. What do you want to know this time? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked. Song Shuhang immediately said, besides ascending to the 6th stage, are there any other ways to deal with the danger of self-destructing for me in the near future? Immortal Master Copper Trigram swung his blonde hair, smiled slightly, and said, sure enough, it fits perfectly with the divination image. Go, little friend Shuhang. The divination image shows that great benefits await you in the west. Go west and keep heading west, you will be able to find what you desire by doing so. 3 Song Shuhang nodded silently, and softly said, great benefits to the west. This means that I should absolutely not head west, or I might die. Senior White, it may also mean that we should head in the opposite direction. Since great benefits are to the west, let's head east. Looking at a shady divination in reverse wasn't a simple matter. Sometimes there were many ways to reverse the meaning, and it was not easy to determine which one was right. In the video, Immortal Master Copper Trigram put away his trigram plate. Then, he blew a kiss to the camera. Old Northern River, are you familiar with my current bearing? Yes, it's a modified version of your past inner demon. Since this blonde woman could become your inner demon, you definitely have a preference for this style. As such, I combined her looks with modern aesthetics to achieve what I look like now. How is it? Does it make your heart go wild? One thrice reckless mad saber, was he seeing wrong? Previously, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Northern River's Loose Cultivator held mutual hate for one another. But recently, the way they showed this hate had changed slightly. For Northern River's Loose Cultivator, the history that came with this inner demon was a dark part of his past. Therefore, he was burning with anger every time Copper Trigram mentioned it. Immortal Master Copper Trigram turned off the group video function and opened fire at Northern River. Song Shuhang suddenly reached out, eager to click the button to turn on the group video call. At this time, he really wanted to turn on his camera to show the sage's eye to Senior Thrice Reckless and Senior Copper Trigram, and launch an Impregnating Gaze. However, he remembered Senior Yellow Mountain, who was so tired that he wanted to retire. Finally, Song Shuhang moved his finger away. For the time being, he didn't want to give Senior Yellow Mountain any more trouble. 3 Senior Yellow Mountain belonged to everyone, so he should be cherished and left with a healthy heart. 1 at 4 o'clock in the morning. Above the boundless sea. Senior White, Song Shuhang, Li Yinzhu, and Lady Onion, who was in her green onion form, were riding an immortal boat as they flew over the vast sea. The place where they were going was the ruins that Senior White's clone had once explored. At that time, Senior White's clone failed to explore the whole immortal cave, and only managed to bring back the magical power top-up device. Senior White was now taking Song Shuhang to look for that immortal cave again. He was very interested in how the magical power top-up device was supposed to be recharged. In addition, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divination told them that benefits awaited Song Shuhang to the west. The immortal cave that Senior White was going to was in the depths of the East China Sea. As far as the location of the Jiangnan area was concerned, it happened to be directly to its east. As it had previously, the small boat arrived at the Chaotic Sea. Senior White said, "We'll be breaking into the Chaotic Sea from the east this time, sit tight." After saying that, he took out a golden magic rope and tied Song Shuhang, Li Yinzhu, and Lady Onion to himself. Then, he stretched out his hand and pushed at the air, as if to open an invisible door. Below the small boat, a whirlpool suddenly formed, swallowing Song Shuhang and his party. This time, with the golden magic rope, Song Shuhang and the others were tied to Senior White firmly, and were not swept away. After getting through the whirlpool, Song Shuhang and the others appeared next to a huge seabed plant. Senior White calmly said, "My luck this time isn't bad. We directly fell beside the Chaotic Age tree. 5. This is the tree of the Chaotic Age fruit?" Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at this strange plant. On this huge plant, there were fruits growing here and there. The Chaotic Age fruit was a treasure that could randomly change a person's age once eaten. It could cause one to enter a state anywhere from when they were just an embryo up to when they would soon die of old age, and this was decided completely at random. However, it did not affect one's lifespan, and only changed the outer appearance of one's body. If one did not have good luck, it would be better to avoid trying it out. Otherwise, they could end up in a state where they were an old grandpa or grandma, causing their heart to be stifled. Having said that, for cultivators, their appearance was merely an outer shell, and it didn't really affect their strength. Senior White transmitted his voice, and said, "My clone also found such a tree the last time, and grabbed 2 of these strange chaotic age fruit. They taste quite good." Afterward, he put down Song Shuhang, Lady Onion, and Li Yinzhu before leaping gently toward the chaotic age tree. He then reached out to pluck all of the strange, chaotic age fruits on the tree. Natural treasures generally had things like unusual beasts, spirit beasts, or monster beasts protecting them. And the strange chaotic age fruit was no exception. When Senior White was plucking the fruits, a strange snake-like fish leaped out of the bushes, and opened its mouth to bite him. However, when the strange fish was halfway through its actions, it suddenly slammed on the brakes. It stared at Senior White for a while, and then carefully retreated back into the bushes. Before it went back, it even used its head to smooth out the leaves that it had ended up messing up while leaping out. Song Shuhang. This felt just like a cute little child stepping out, and shouting, "Don't move." But in the next moment, it discovered that it had run into a group of big shots. And so, the cute little child hurriedly retreated and left, and it even silently closed the door in an orderly manner while leaving. Senior White didn't make things hard for the strange fish. He simply plucked off a few mature, chaotic age fruits and jumped off the tree. Afterward, he gave Song Shuhang, Li Yinzhu, and Lady Onion 2 fruits each. This was Senior White's old rule: always share the benefits. The size of the chaotic age fruit wasn't big, only about the size of a green jujube. Then, Senior White took out a water-repelling bead, and hung it around his neck, creating a safe space. "This fruit tastes pretty good. You can try it." Senior White wiped the chaotic age fruit, and then took a bite. Subsequently, Senior White's age experienced a slight change. His appearance seemed to have grown older, but the change was really small. Senior White's luck today was as strong and reliable as always. Lady Onion caressed the 2 fruits in her hands, and asked, "Eating it will change my appearance?" Song Shuhang said, "Yes. After eating it, your age will change randomly, and so will your appearance." Li Yinzhu tilted her head and thought for a moment. "I don't have any use for this, so I'll give it to you, Song." She could change her appearance at will, and go from being a 1-year-old child to a young woman by controlling the cold in her body. Because of that, the chaotic age fruit was not attractive to her. "I'll keep it for you then." Song Shuhang took the fruits, and put them in his magical bracelet. "I want to try one out," Lady Onion said while holding a chaotic age fruit. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Are you not satisfied with how you look at your current age?" Lady Onion's current human form was that of a young woman. Wasn't this the most suitable appearance for her? The corner of Lady Onion's mouth rose upward. "I want to look more mature. That way, I will look more powerful." After saying that, she held the chaotic age fruit and bit down on it. Song Shuhang asked, "Aren't you going to change to your human form before eating it?" After being drawn to the bottom of the chaotic sea, Lady Onion had transformed into her green onion form, becoming a small green onion growing on the enlightenment stone. Song Shuhang felt strange when he saw a green onion stretch out its small hand to hold a green jujube-sized, chaotic age fruit, and gnaw at it. Lady Onion replied, "In my human form, all kinds of natural treasures would only take a few bites to eat. But because of my relatively small size in my green onion form, I can enjoy it for much longer." She had a point. In the meantime, the strange chaotic age fruit was quickly eaten. Lady Onion happily asked, "Have I changed?" Song Shuhang responded, "I'm not a botanist and you're a green onion, so I can't tell how much you've changed. If you change to your human form, I might be able to tell." As he was speaking, Lady Onion's body suddenly began withering. Within a short period of time, she withered and became deformed, with her leaves turning yellow. Obviously, Lady Onion belonged to the type with insufficient luck. "You don't need to change forms anymore. I can see the changes that have happened to you with my naked eye. You've withered. If you changed to a human form, I'm afraid that you will look extremely old, Song Shuhang said. Extremely old? Then I'll try eating another one. Lady Onion picked up another chaotic age fruit. Song Shuhang said, don't waste it. You should save it in case you really need it in the future. After all, it is a natural treasure, and it wouldn't be good to be too wasteful with it. Lady Onion wondered, then how do I change back? I'll help you. Song Shuhang reached out, and pinched her green onion body. Snap! Lady Onion exclaimed, Aya, my green onion sprouts. Song Shuhang put away the old green onion sprouts, and kept the Enlightenment Stone and the Chaotic Age fruit together in his coat pocket. When a green onion sprout grows old, you can simply pinch it off and have it regrow. Just keep the other Chaotic Age fruit for now, and don't waste it. What if an old sprout grows out? Lady Onion asked with some uneasiness. Song Shuhang replied, don't you still have another Chaotic Age fruit? You can try your luck if it happens. However, do remember that you have only one Chaotic Age fruit left. Lady Onion. Shuhang, are you not going to try one? Senior White got another Chaotic Age fruit and took a bite. Song Shuhang said, I'm fine with how I look. If I become old like Lady Onion, I can't simply cut off my head and have it regrow. It would be better for me to keep the fruit in case I need it in the future. Senior White nodded. That's true. I feel that this Chaotic Age fruit will be of great use to you when you're at the 7th stage and about to ascend to the 8th stage. Song Shuhang. Everybody in the universe knows your name and what you look like. If there comes a day that you show your divinity again and deliver a speech, you will scare everyone as soon as the live broadcast starts. At that time, you probably won't be able to get sufficient virtue from your profound sage speech, and your 8th stage inner demon tribulation will then prove to be very troublesome, Senior White explained. As such, before you begin your profound sage speech, you could choose to eat a Chaotic Age fruit to change your appearance. If you become a white-bearded grandpa, even better. When you start the speech, as long as you don't mention your identity, nobody will know that you're profound sage tyrannical song, and you will be able to receive the virtue from the profound sage speech without a hitch. During the profound sage speech, the true appearance of a cultivator would be shown to everyone in the universe. For this reason, there were a lot of fellow Daoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group that were looking forward to seeing Immortal Master Copper Trigram reach the 8th stage and show his divinity. It was only at that time that everyone would have a chance to see Copper Trigram's true appearance. Song Shuhang mused, Senior White's words make a lot of sense. There was no refuting it. His current appearance was already well known in the world of cultivation. If he were to deliver another profound sage speech one day, a large portion of the people in the world of cultivation would recognize his face, and it could be expected that they would all give him a bad rating. Even if his speech were akin to flowers drifting down from the sky with heaven and earth manifestations appearing en masse, it would still be difficult to change the opinions of the masses. Without the virtue from the profound sage speech to offset the 8th stage inner demon tribulation, things would indeed become very troublesome for him. Furthermore, he had already delivered a profound sage speech twice. If the time came for him to do it again, he himself would feel quite embarrassed if his appearance had remained unchanged through 3 consecutive profound sage speeches. He definitely had to store these Chaotic Age fruit well, as they could be of great use in the future. Looking at Senior Copper Trigram's divinations in reverse was really accurate. After he and Senior White reversed the divination and headed east, they really did come across great benefits. The Chaotic Age fruit was a good start. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Senior White led the way, and Song Shuhang followed behind him with Lady Onion in his pocket and Li Yingzhu on his shoulders. The group had spent 3 hours in the chaotic sea before finally arriving at the immortal cave that Senior White's clone had broken into. The journey was not that long, actually. The reason it had taken them 3 hours was that Senior White's luck was going ham today. They had found some natural treasures almost at every step. Those treasures prolonged one's lifespan, strengthened one's physique, strengthened one's mental energy, strengthened one's recovery ability, and transformed the quality of the spiritual energy in one's body. Every step of the way, they were raking in benefits. After the 3-hour journey, Song Shuhang's physical strength had already experienced a slight increase, and he now had a total of 25 holy apes. This change was enough to match the increase in strength that an ordinary beast realm cultivator would experience after several years of bitter practice of the holy ape dragon power technique. As for Lady Onion's share, Song Shuhang kept it in his magical bracelet, and left it there for her to take when she had regrown her body. Li Yinzhu, who was sitting on his shoulders, was holding onto several strange fruits and gnawing at them. She couldn't even finish them that Senior White had already found some other natural treasures. "Ah Song, I can't eat any more." Li Yinzhu touched her little belly. "I feel both happy and troubled." Becoming so full from eating natural treasures that one felt like vomiting was truly the most blissful trouble for cultivators. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "You don't need to finish all of them at once. I can keep them for you to eat at a later date if you can't finish them now. I'll give them to you for safekeeping." Li Yinzhu handed the remaining natural treasures and fruits to Song Shuhang. She was at the 4th stage realm, and she had already reached the limit of what she could eat. She needed some time to digest everything. Song Shuhang looked at Senior White, who was in front of him, and gulped. With Senior White's luck having gone crazy, what would be the misfortune that awaited them? Wealth and danger went hand in hand. With the amount of wealth having already skyrocketed, what about the danger? Should I turn around and go home now? No, absolutely not. If Shuhang were to turn around and head back home, he would be heading west. Then, wouldn't he be following Senior Copper Trigram's great benefits await him to the west, divination? At that time, he would definitely die without anything left of his body. Still, if he continued to follow Senior White in exploring this secret realm. According to the danger going hand in hand with wealth rule, with the massive amount of wealth they had just acquired, it was quite likely that the danger would be especially intense. When following Senior White, the danger and wealth would always strike a balance. Although this danger might come late, it would absolutely not fail to come. Song Shuhang silently thought to himself, could it be that I misunderstood Senior Copper Trigram's divination? Could it be that great benefits to the west only meant that there was danger to the west, and not that there were benefits to the east? Maybe I should have just stayed at home today and not moved at all. Even if the phrase were to be split apart and then reversed, it would still end up as calamities, east. Perhaps both heading east and west would lead him to calamities. Song, I'm very worried, Shuhang. Sometimes, things like divinations were just too difficult to understand. This was especially so for Senior Copper Trigram's shady divinations. When looking at his divinations in reverse, it would be difficult to ascertain which meaning held the correct divination. At this moment, Senior White was standing in front of the ruins' immortal cave, deep in thought. He did not immediately enter the immortal cave. After a while, he took out a talisman from his arms, turned around, and threw it to Song Shuhang. "Shuhang, here, take this." Song Shuhang took the talisman, and asked, "What is it?" Senior White said, "It's a defensive talisman. You can activate it to use an 8th stage defensive magical technique. There's something off about my luck today, so you need to be careful." Not good, even Senior White himself feels that his luck today is abnormal. Even Senior White, whose luck was generally heaven-defying, had not experienced such exaggerated luck in the past. Don't be too nervous. Perhaps things will go in reverse today, and our luck will increase even further, and we won't encounter any calamity at all, Senior White said. Let's go. Follow me, and don't fall behind. Senior White stretched out his hand, and opened the barrier of the immortal cave. This barrier had been hijacked by Senior White's clone once before, making things go smoother this time. Senior White stepped into the ruins of the immortal cave, and Song Shuhang followed. After entering the ruins, they first went through an excessively long tunnel that seemed like a mine shaft. At set intervals, luminous pearls could be found hanging on the tunnel walls, illuminating the path. These luminous pearls had been hanging there for an unknown length of time, but they still continued to exude a soft light. Song Shuhang had the urge to take them with him, thinking that he might be able to exchange them for some spirit stones. When people were at a certain level of poverty, they would find themselves with such impulses. At this time, Song Shuhang wondered when he would get the second batch of spirit stones from the Cultivator Alliance. The puppet maiden was currently at home, waiting to receive this second batch. After I return home from exploring these ruins with Senior White, I have to contact Fairy Little Ku again, and get her to arrange some people to receive the 6th stage celestial. From their previous encounter, it appeared that Daoist Priest Eternal River had some fate with him, and it was thanks to him and his party that the puppet maiden had gotten back home. At that time, he would request Fairy Little Ku to arrange for Daoist Priest Eternal River to be the one to receive the goods. It was rare to have such a good fate with a fellow Daoist, so there was no need to change them for another group. In addition, Song Shuhang was currently in the middle of considering whether or not to summon his clone. The clone was still in the restaurant on Western Orchid Island with Choo Choo. Right now, Senior White's luck was popping off more and more. If he were to summon his clone, it should be able to defend against a few waves of danger, right? Just as Song Shuhang was occupied with his thoughts, Senior White came to a stop in front of him. Did something happen? Song Shuhang instantly entered combat mode. The tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades appeared in his hands as he waited for action. At the same time, the clone on Western Orchid Island was cancelled and then resummoned to the side of the main body. The clone summoned the Black Panther commander's flag, using it as a spear and wielding it coolly. There is a corpse in front of us. When my clone had explored these ruins, it hadn't seen this corpse, Senior White said. Wait for me here, I will go ahead and take a look. Senior White took a few steps toward the corpse lying on the ground in front of them. It was a humanoid creature with black scales all over its body. It looked like it had been in a lot of pain when it died. Still, there didn't seem to be any wounds on it. Its eyes were wide open even in death, and its right hand seemed to be trying to grab at something before it died. This guy's dead, and the body wasn't poisoned or cursed. Shuhang, you can come over, Senior White said. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the body of the black-scaled creature, his consciousness sweeping on it to detect the cause of its death. Soon after, Senior White found out the cause of death. He said, it died while crossing through space. It received some internal injuries from the spatial turbulence. On the surface, it doesn't look like there are any injuries, but its insides were torn into a mess by spatial energy. However, the origins of this black-scaled creature were still unknown. With the great changes happening to the wielder of the heavens will, there had been an increase in the number of passages between the universe, making it difficult to determine from which world it had come from. Song Shuhang said, should I try appraising it? Senior White nodded. Go ahead. Song Shuhang willed it, and his body became smoke. He came to the side of the black-scaled creature, and placed his fingers on it. The secret appraisal technique was activated, and the price was paid. The price paid for this appraisal wasn't much. Only over a dozen superficial wounds appeared on his arm, which weren't even enough to cause Song Shuhang pain. This small bit of pain wasn't even enough to tickle him. Immediately afterward, the secret appraisal technique transmitted back the information on the other party. Name, Black Pupil 13, the strongest fighter of the young generation of the Dragon Blood clan of the Black Dragon world, a 5th-level magic warrior. In order to get past the 5th-level realm, he passed through an ancient teleportation formation to forcefully break through the boundaries of the Black Dragon world and force his way into the main world. However, when he broke into the main world, he lost his magical power top-up device, and without the device's recovery abilities, he died. Song Shuhang. Pain, brother. Senior White asked, what useful information did you get? Song Shuhang nodded. It's quite the coincidence, but this guy is the owner of the magical power top-up device that we have, and his name is Black Pupil 13. He passed through an ancient teleportation formation, arriving in the main world from the Black Dragon world. But because he lost his magical power top-up device while being teleported here, he was unable to heal his injuries and died. I didn't expect to find him here. In other words, it was better not to randomly try out teleportation formations. It was a very dangerous matter. Senior White had entered the ruins of the Immortal Cave to look for clues on the magical power top-up device, and he found them immediately. Lady Onion. Senior White responded, so that's the case. No wonder I felt the aura on his body to be somewhat familiar. It turns out that he's the original owner of the magical power top-up device. Did you get any information regarding the Black Dragon Spirit Stones? Song Shuhang shook his head. Senior White regretfully said, it's a pity that he isn't carrying any on him. It's possible that they were lost to spatial turbulence while he was crossing space. If there was a Black Dragon Spirit Stone, would at least be able to know what it looks like, and maybe even find a substitute for it. While saying that, Senior White stretched out his hand again, and pressed it against the air. After a while, he showed a disappointed expression. I found no traces of a spatial channel. This Black Pupil 13 should have been dead for several days already. He probably failed to head back to the Black Dragon world through the spatial channel that brought him here. Song Shuhang asked, then, should we continue onward and explore the ruins? Senior White replied, we're already here, so of course we should continue to explore. He stretched out his hand, took out a cosmos bag, and poured its contents into the magical bracelet. Then, he stored Black Pupil 13 in the cosmos bag. If he further studied this visitor from the Black Dragon world, he might be able to find more clues. If he couldn't get anything useful out of the visitor, then he'd just look for a place to bury him. After collecting Black Pupil 13, Senior White continued to lead Song Shuhang into the depths of the passage. Along the way, they came across a lot of mechanisms that had been set off. These were the mechanisms that Senior White's clone had destroyed when he had broken into this secret realm. As the traps had been cleared, Song Shuhang and the others were very relaxed, and they didn't encounter any disasters. After an unknown amount of time, their party finally arrived at the end of the ruins. What appeared in front of them was a barren yellow land on top of which stood beautifully shaped stone pillars. Each stone pillar had a different style. Senior White said, When my clone entered this place the last time, it had seen a strange jungle. Yet, this time it was barren yellow land plus some stone pillars. Song Shuhang asked, could it be a spatial gate that makes it such that every time you pass through the tunnel, the place would be different? Senior White shook his head, and said, I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations, but we can test it. He stretched out his hand, and said to Song Shuhang, hold my hand. Song Shuhang hugged Li Yinzhu tightly with one hand, and grabbed Senior White's hand with the other. The two then took a few steps back, and returned to the tunnel. Then, they went forward again, and exited the tunnel. Rumble, the barren yellow land and stone pillars in front of them really did begin to change. It was as if an elevator was rising. The scene with the barren yellow land and stone pillars descended and disappeared. What appeared in front of them now was a lake. There was an altar in the middle of this lake, and a giant, 2-meter-long sword was inserted into the said altar. At the side of the altar, there was a stone stele on which the words of the ancient language were carved. Senior White translated, Anyone who can pull this sword from the altar will become the Lord of Destiny of the Four Seas and will inherit my, the Lord of the Four Seas, legacy. Why not a saber? Song Shuhang subconsciously thought. This thought had subconsciously emerged in Shuhang's mind, completely out of his control. When this thought emerged, Song Shuhang couldn't help but feel a strong sense of frustration. He found that he'd actually given up on being treated at some point. He no longer had a strong desire for the sword, and had completely accepted the saber. In fact, if one were to think about it, the saber was also very cute. For example, the invisible saber insect was especially cute when it pierced others' waists and secreted paralyzing toxins. Another example, the treasured saber Broken Tyrant had accompanied Song Shuhang from the first stage until the fifth stage, and it even had guardrails installed on it now, making it particularly safe. Another example, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had its own saber intent, and it was very likable. Senior White looked at Song Shuhang, and asked, "Do you want to try to pull the sword out?" Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, are you not interested in this altar and sword?" Senior White said, not really. If you're interested, you can go up and try. After you finish trying it out, we can see if any changes happen. After giving it some thought, Shuhang gave an order to his clone. The clone put away the Black Panther commander's flag, and then leaped gently to the altar in the middle of the lake. However, when the clone was mid-jump, his body suddenly plummeted down, falling into the lake. Song Shuhang doubtfully said, "A flight-restricting formation? A gravitational magical technique?" A cultivator at the fifth stage and above possessed the ability to tread on air. However, his clone had been pulled down from the air by an invisible force similar to a combination of the two kinds of formations. The clone lifted his foot and stepped on the air lightly. A black lotus flower appeared under his feet, supporting his figure. After taking 2 steps, the clone reached the lake's surface. Black lotus flowers blossomed on the lake, supporting Song Shuhang's clone. After stepping on the lake, the suction force and gravitational force disappeared. At this time, Song Shuhang's clone was about 200 meters away from the altar, and it seemed that flying was not permitted within this range. Since that was the case, then he'd just have to honestly ride the waves. Song Shuhang's clone used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk movement technique, and sped through the lake. Every time he took a step, a black lotus would blossom in advance for him to step on. Senior White said, "Your main movement technique is still the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk." He remembered teaching Song Shuhang this movement technique when he was at the first stage realm. He was now at the fifth stage realm, yet he still hadn't changed movement techniques. Song Shuhang replied, "I only know how to use the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk and its advanced, burst-type movement technique, the celestial sprint." Senior White said, "The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk is a bit too weak for you now. After all, you are already at the fifth stage. If you have the time, you should contact Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire, and see if you can get a more advanced scholarly movement technique from him. I remember that the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk has an even more advanced version." Song Shuhang suddenly remembered. "Actually, Senior Eternal Fire asked me if I was free before, and invited me to make a trip to the scholarly faction. I'll reply to him later and set a date." In order to exchange for a more advanced version of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk from True Monarch Eternal Fire, he would have to prepare something of equivalent value. This was something that the entire 9 provinces number 1 group tacitly agreed upon: services should always be repaid. Senior White said, "Having a good movement technique is very important." While they were talking, Song Shuhang's clone had already arrived at the altar. The giant, 2-meter-long sword was slightly taller than Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's clone lightly leaped and grabbed the hilt. After getting to the altar, the flight-blocking effect had disappeared. He stepped on the air without the lotuses, grabbed the hilt with both hands, and pulled the sword upwards with all his strength. the 25 ancient holy apes appeared behind him. As the number of holy apes had increased once again, their formation similarly changed. The large holy ape that had been given to him by Senior White II was above his head, while the remaining 24 holy apes surrounded them in a square formation. Afterward, all the holy apes took out their scholarly scriptures and began to recite them, rhythmically cheering for their master. The rhythm was catchy, with the tone smoothly rising up and down. It was like a group of students swaying their heads as they read early in the morning. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and gathered all the strength of his body into his arms. The variant steel hands technique added a layer of black steel onto his arms. When it came to pure brute force, the power that Song Shuhang was exerting at this time had even surpassed ordinary sixth-stage true monarchs. However, the giant sword on the altar did not budge. Song Shuhang's clone stopped pulling at the sword. Although a sixth-stage realm-level pulling force wasn't enough to move mountains or drain the seas, it was more than enough to allow one to lift up a huge truck. Logically speaking, there was no reason that this 2-meter-long sword couldn't be pulled out. Unless he was pulling the sword the wrong way. Song Shuhang's clone stretched out his hand, took off the swordsman wooden ox's glove of passion, and then placed his hand on the giant sword. The secret appraisal technique was activated. Puff! A large amount of blood burst out of the clone's arms. The price wasn't that serious, it was still within an acceptable range. In the next moment, the pain from using the secret appraisal technique, as well as the results from the appraisal, were transmitted back to Song Shuhang's mind. Nameless giant sword that was forged to be one with the 4 Seas secret realm. Young man, do you have the power to lift the entire 4 Seas secret realm? If so, then you can lift this nameless giant sword. If not, take a bath and go to sleep. Song Shuhang. F***CKU. If I had the strength to lift the entire 4 Seas secret realm, do you think I'd care about your stupid sword? Sure enough, he really had no fate with things like swords. Song Shuhang's favorable impression of swords -100. In other words, the Lord of the 4 Seas left this altar and sword here just to tease future generations? Song Shuhang was somewhat unwilling to accept it. The clone squatted down again, stretching out his hand to place it on the altar. Then, he used the secret appraisal technique again. According to the usual routine, if the sword was something meant to fool the public, shouldn't the real treasure be the altar or the big lake? Shuhang's clone urged the secret appraisal technique once again. The price he paid this time was much heavier. The clone's back and arms burst with blood at the same time, and the amount of bleeding was relatively high. But the degree of pain was still within a tolerable range. The stone altar of the 4 Seas secret realm. There is a hidden compartment in the second step of the altar which contains the treasures left behind by the Lord of the 4 Seas for his successors. There really was a treasure here. Joy could be seen in the eyes of Song Shuhang's clone. He gently jumped to the second step, and reached out to knock on it. Senior White asked, "What are you doing?" Song Shuhang replied, "That sword can't be pulled out at all, it's merely a cover. The real treasure is hidden at the second step of this altar." Senior White pinched his chin. This method is really old, so the secret realm must be old as well. This kind of routine is despised by new cultivators. It has long been replaced with new and more elusive tricks. On the altar. Song Shuhang's clone found the secret compartment and opened it. In the secret compartment, there were 2 golden beast skin scrolls. The clone grabbed the 2 beast skin scrolls, and said, "Why do these look so familiar?" Senior White explained, "These are scrolls made from exotic beast skin. In the past, cultivators used these to record cultivation techniques with special powers. After all, some cultivation techniques contain the power of the Great Way, and could not be recorded with just ordinary pen and paper. It was only this kind of exotic beast materials that could contain the special powers of those cultivation techniques." Song Shuhang said, "Cultivation techniques? If these are cultivation techniques, then they're of no use to me. He was now practicing the 33 divine beasts technique, and he had no plans to change to other techniques. Senior White remarked, it could also be martial skills, magical techniques, meditation techniques, or secret techniques. Anything is possible. Song Shuhang's clone carried the 2 golden beast skin scrolls as he stepped on lotuses to return to shore. Should I open them and take a look? Song Shuhang took the 2 beast skin scrolls and looked at them all over. The 2 scrolls were sealed. Li Yinzhu asked, Song, why not try appraising them first? Song Shuhang said, that's right. It would be safer to appraise them first. Feeling pain once was painful, and feeling it twice was also painful. It didn't make much of a difference anymore. With that said, the clone used the secret appraisal technique again. The place where blood burst out from this time was the clone's legs. Now, he was completely covered in blood. The pain that the clone was feeling would be experienced by the main body as well. As such, the pain from using the secret appraisal technique was also transmitted back. Profound Sage Speech Manuscript Gift Package, 7-star speech manuscript that contains 7 kinds of high-quality speech manuscripts for Buddhists, Daoists, scholars, demons, monsters, beasts, or those of the sea races. When the user opens the package will automatically take feedback from the practitioners in the universe, looking for the manuscript that the practitioners are most fond of. There are no issues with the copyrights for the various manuscripts. This package is exclusively for VIP customers. P.S. Officially produced by the Ancient Heavenly Cities Buddhist and Daoist Department, so it's definitely of high quality. 5-star rating please, piracy will be punished. Song Shuhang. He finally realized why this scroll felt so familiar to him. When he first acquired the Ancestral Witch's Blessing glove, there was also a set of manuscripts contained inside it. It was the 3-star manuscript Demon Seed in One's Heart, which he used during his demonic sage tyrannical scholar speech. However, the manuscript had been wasted as half of it was switched out to make space for the scholarly sage's 3 questions on pregnancy. The 2 scrolls he just got were also profound sage speech manuscripts, but they were considered 7-star manuscripts. Moreover, this thing was an official product of the Ancient Heavenly City. Back then, the Ancient Heavenly City even sold profound sage speech manuscripts. Li Yinzhu asked, Song, what is it? Have you appraised it? Song Shuhang nodded, and replied, it's a profound sage speech manuscript, and it seems to be a gift package. When I reach the 8th stage and have to deliver a profound sage speech, they might be of use. Song Shuhang stored away the 2 beast skin scrolls. Senior White said, okay, let's go back again. I wanna see what else this 4C's secret realm can change to. Song Shuhang hugged Li Yinzhu again, moved together with Senior White, and went back into the passage. Afterward, they went forward again. The scene before them really did change again. This time, the 4C's secret realm turned into the strange jungle Senior White's clone had been in. Chapter 1599 The Inner World's Death Forest. Senior White looked at the strange jungle in front of him, nodded, and said, this is the place. This is where my clone was done in. Song Shuhang still remembered that when Senior White's clone had returned to the restaurant at Western Orchid Island the last time, half of its body had been lignified, and it had shoots growing out of its body. Senior White's clone was an existence that was genuinely at the 8th stage profound sage realm. Moreover, according to the result of Song Shuhang's appraisal, Senior White's realm was unknown, meaning that the actual combat power of his clone might be even higher. Just what was the abnormality within this jungle that could even trouble Senior White's clone? This jungle consists of a large group of formations. You can find some auxiliary flight restricting and gravitation formations underground, as well as the frame of a larger formation. Senior White pointed toward the large formation, and said, at the same time, each of those trees that was planted inside the formation was carefully selected. All of them are spirit plants. After being put together, they've evolved, forming over 300 different kinds of death traps. My clone had been very curious as to how many kinds of death traps there were, so it went and triggered them one by one, recording them all. However, it ended up playing too much. After it had triggered over 300 traps, the traps combined into a death trap chain, which merged with the large formation underground, becoming a 9th stage level lignification type curse attack. In addition, the clone had very happily taken that lignification curse on, wanting to try out its effects. This ultimately causing its death. Song Shuhang. Senior White's clones were really amazing. Their personalities seemed to be completely opposite of Senior White's personality. All of them seemed to be a combination of Senior Thrice Reckless and Skylark. As long as they didn't die, they would continue to recklessly head to their deaths. And even if they knew that they were going to die, they'd still continue to be reckless. Song Shuhang asked, then, how are we to deal with this jungle? Senior White pinched his chin, and suddenly asked, how much space is there in your inner world? Song Shuhang said, after the last upgrade, a lot of open space has appeared. I used a small portion of that space to fuse the living spring and the ancient heavenly city spring fragment, making a spirit plant garden. Another small portion was merged with the ancient heavenly city's desert oasis fragment, creating a pasture. However, there's still a lot of empty space. He still wasn't too sure on how to operate his inner world, leaving many parts of it idle and unused. Senior White said, then, you can move this jungle into your inner world. Just wait for me to dig it out. You are to plant the trees one by one in the inner world according to their original positions. Don't make a mistake. Song Shuhang responded, okay, I'll make some space for this in the inner world. Senior White strode to the edge of the jungle, and chose a place where to start breaking the formation. Afterward, he stretched out his hand toward a giant, 10-meter wide tree and lifted it forcefully. The giant tree was suddenly pulled out from the ground, with even its roots coming along. Song Shuhang seemed to hear a feeble scream come from the giant tree. Senior White said, there was barely any resistance. It seems that when my clone came in and used its body to break formations, it consumed all of the energy of this jungle formation. At this time, the jungle has yet to recover. Because its energy had been extracted, this jungle couldn't even activate the large formation now. It could only maintain a few basic functions, like creating some attacks such as illusory formations and strangling traps. But for Senior White, these basic attacks were too weak. Here. Senior White turned around, and threw the giant, 10-meter wide tree to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang didn't know if it was just him, but he seemed to have heard loud cries as the giant tree was thrown toward him. It was just like when he had experienced high-altitude bungee jumping. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and placed it on the giant tree. After that, he opened the inner world in front of it. The inner world had not gone into hiding this time. However, since it was still evolving, its opening speed was slightly lower than usual. Song Shuhang sent the giant tree into an open space in the inner world, aligning the open space with the jungle in front of him before forcibly planting the giant tree into the ground. Song Shuhang's will could change the grounds of the inner world to a certain extent. When the giant tree was being inserted into the ground at that location became extremely soft, easily allowing the roots of the giant tree to be inserted. After the giant tree was planted, the ground was restored to its original state. Senior White said, let's up our speed a bit. This jungle has a lot of trees. The sooner we pull all of them out, the sooner we can move on to the next scenes of the Four Seas secret realm. While he was saying that, one giant tree after another was sent flying toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang circulated the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk with all his strength, moving around and working together with Senior White to constantly send the giant trees into the inner world, and planting them according to their original positions. His clone was also at the side, assisting the main body in receiving the giant trees. The main body and the clone working together could barely keep up with Senior White's tree-pulling speed. Li Yinzhu asked, "Song, do you need my help?" Senior White responded, "Little Yinzhu, follow behind Song Shuhang and use your sword orb to cut apart the land where we pass. There is a set of formations hidden underground. Later, we'll also transfer the land to Song Shuhang's inner world, then repurpose it so that it can become a formation for our usage." "Sure." Li Yinzhu leaped from Song Shuhang's shoulder. She brought out her sword orb and used a sword flying technique. She flew high up into the sky on her sword orb, and sent strands of sword chi down to the ground. This sword chi cut into the ground, cutting the earth piece by piece. She'd learned this exquisite sword flying technique from Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Although there were only 3 of them, they cooperated with each other in digging the trees, planting them, and cutting the ground. And so, the entire jungle could be seen disappearing extremely quickly. Neatly organized potholes were left behind in the areas these 3 people passed. Because it was very neat, onlookers would feel particularly satisfied when seeing it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3 of them had spent about half a day moving the huge forest away. Even the land and formations had been cut out and transferred into Song Shuhang's inner world. Little Yinzhu was exhausted and slowly fell toward the ground. She sat weakly on Song Shuhang's shoulders with her chin resting on his head, not wanting to move anymore. Senior White said, "That took a while." The main reason it took so long was that the entrance to Song Shuhang's inner world was too small, greatly limiting their speed. If the entrance to Song Shuhang's inner world had been large enough, moving the jungle would have only taken 2 steps. Step 1, Senior White would use his sword to directly cut out the entire jungle along with the tree's roots. Step 2, Song Shuhang would open the inner world and transfer everything in one go. Senior White asked, "Your inner world isn't rejecting the jungle, is it?" Song Shuhang shook his head. "Not at all. Still, receiving this forest seems to have been a great stimulant for the inner world. I found that the speed of its evolution has increased a bit. It is just like when the fragments of the ancient heavenly city are added to it, they bring it great benefits." Senior White responded, "Your inner world surely welcomes everything. I kind of want something like your inner world. Alright, open the entrance. I'll go in and do some modifications to that jungle so that it can be transformed into a death forest. If you encounter enemies in the future, you can consider pulling them into the death forest." With the death forest, Song Shuhang's poor offensive arsenal could be said to have received an upgrade. Senior White entered Song Shuhang's inner world, and began to tinker with the formation of the death forest. The formation of the death forest was overall very good. However, a few of its formations were no longer up with the times. Some areas needed to be upgraded, others needed enhancements, and others again could be made to have more interesting functions. Senior White set about making changes to the formation. With the multitude of inspirations in his mind, the formation became more and more terrifying. Inside the 4 Seas secret realm, Song Shuhang carried Li Yinzhu on his shoulders, wandering in the large hole where the jungle had once been. In the last area of the 4 Seas secret realm, there was an altar, a giant sword, and a hidden, profound sage speech manuscript gift package. Could there be similar treasures hidden in this jungle area? Song, what else are you looking for? Li Yinzhu's chin rested on his head. Song Shuhang felt the top of his head become itchy when she spoke. He smiled, and said, "I'm looking for treasure. My instincts are telling me that there must be something good in this jungle area." After walking a few steps, Song Shuhang's figure paused slightly. Li Yinzhu blinked. "Did you find something?" Song Shuhang laughed, and said, "No, it's just that my resurrection gold coins have finally gone off cooldown." He had been waiting for a long time for this day. In the past few days, he had been filled with anxiety, being extra careful with every move he made. However, he had finally made it to the day where his resurrection CD was gone. Immediately afterward, his clone in the distance waved at him vigorously. The clone had found a strange place in this area. In the big pit where the jungle had been, a piece of land was slowly emerging. It seemed that something was about to squeeze out from the ground. Go and use the appraisal technique, Song Shuhang instructed the clone. The clone took off the swordsman wooden ox's glove of passion, stretched out his hand, and pressed on the raised ground. The secret appraisal technique was activated. The cost of the appraisal was very small, just a few superficial wounds. A sealed ancient spatial formation. It exudes power that does not belong to this world. It is impossible to determine where this ancient formation connects to. Song Shuhang's clone leaped slightly and jumped back. On the rising ground, a layer of mud moved apart, revealing an incomplete tower made of steel. The tower was already in ruins, being left with only its base. The ancient spatial formation was engraved on the base. At the same time, a few words were also written on the side. It was in the language of the ancient era. Song Shuhang knew these words. The unknown of the future is the driving force behind our progress. These words seem to be there to inspire people to go to that mysterious and unknown world. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. After several days of studying the ancient language and getting electrocuted day after day, his hard work had finally paid off. Although his pronunciation wasn't up to par, he finally managed to recognize some text in the language of the ancient era. Li Yinzhu looked at the text. Future. I don't know the words in the middle, driving force. She'd also studied a bit of the ancient language, but she was still worse at it than Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang explained, this entire line means the unknown of the future is the driving force behind our progress. It sounds quite cool. In short, it means that the world is huge, and you should explore it. Li Yinzhu said, oh, is it telling us to proceed? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose further. Yeah, but we won't do so. A lesson from those who came before them was currently in Senior White's Cosmos bag. That visitor from the Black Dragon world had stepped into an unknown and long-neglected teleportation formation, getting transported to the main world. In the middle of teleporting, he'd been fatally injured by spatial turbulence. And misfortunes never came alone. He had also lost his precious, magical power top-up device, leaving him unable to heal himself, and ultimately leading to his death. After recalling his experience and seeing this mysterious spatial formation, especially one that looked very old and neglected, they definitely shouldn't be rash and activate it, lest they suffer the same fate. Li Yinzhu obediently said, then we won't proceed. She was not the kind of child with strong curiosity. Since Shuhang said that they shouldn't proceed, then she wasn't going to mess with the formation. Li Yinzhu asked, but Song. Does this formation have something to do with that Black Pupil 13 guy from a while ago? Black Pupil 13 had reached this 4C's secret realm through an ancient teleportation channel and died. And now, they coincidentally found a mysterious formation that led to who knew where. Therefore, Li Yinzhu speculated that this teleportation formation inside the secret realm might have something to do with the ancient formation that Black Pupil 13 had used to teleport over. Due to the lack of maintenance over a long period of time, the channel between the two formations was no longer stable, causing Black Pupil XIII's transfer to fail. Song Shuhang pinched his chin. That is very likely. If the Black Dragon world lay on the other end of the teleportation formation, there was value in exploring it. By doing so, they might figure out how to recharge the magical power top-up device. After giving it some thought, Song Shuhang carried Li Yinzhu and headed back to the tunnel of the 4C's secret realm. Afterward, the clone strode toward the teleportation formation. Before stepping into the teleportation formation, the clone activated the variant Steel Hands technique. This caused its whole body to be covered with a layer of pitch-black metal, making it look like it was made of steel. After that, saber intent burst out and turned into armor, covering its body. There were also the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. 25 Holy Ape projections, each holding scriptures, appeared above Song Shuhang's clone, buffing it. Had the clone opened its mouth, one would have found that even its teeth had been covered by the layer of pitch-black metal from the variant steel hands technique. Armed to the teeth indeed. Song Shuhang had wanted to give the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure to the clone, but after recalling the strange spatial turbulence, he decided against it. On the off chance that the combined magical treasure was lost to the spatial turbulence, he would suffer a big loss. The clone was fully armed as it stepped into the teleportation formation. It first checked the teleportation formation. There were no manuals, so he did not know how to operate it. After feeling around for some time, the clone found a small raised platform, and tried pouring some spiritual energy into it. This was a sickness of all cultivators. After encountering anything mysterious, they tended to try infusing spiritual energy into it to test it out and activate it. After all, spiritual energy was very versatile and extremely convenient to use. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the ancient teleportation formation was activated. Majestic singing came from the formation, and colorful rays of light enveloped the surrounding area. Song Shuhang. It's just a teleportation formation. Does it need to be so loud? And, there's even singing and colorful lights? But after giving it a second thought, he found that there was nothing wrong with it. For ancient big shots, such formations were a means of transportation. Adding luxury onto means of transportation was simply human nature. It was just like how some people like to drive luxury cars. Song Shuhang himself preferred a unique immortal boat, and turned his own into a transformer. Unfortunately, the mecha immortal boat was gone before it could even debut. Rumble, a thunderous sound echoed, and Song Shuhang's clone disappeared. Li Yinzhu asked, was the teleportation successful? Song Shuhang replied, I'm not sure. The sense sharing between the clone and me was cut off, but the clone might have fallen into some spatial turbulence. While he was talking, a wave of tingling sensations surged. The sensory connection between Song Shuhang and his clone had been restored, and the damage suffered by the clone was transmitted back to the main body. Sharp pain reached his mind, while the pain from getting cuts and heavy beating assaulted his body. There was also an extreme pain that came from the spatial turbulence messing with the insides of his body. Faced with waves of severe pain, Song Shuhang's face was completely calm. He reached out and took out a table and a chair from the inner world. Song Shuhang had bought several sets of this stuff the last time he'd gone shopping. It was useful for doing homework or providing guidance to Lady Onion or his disciples. After taking out the desk and chair, Song Shuhang slowly sat down before crossing his fingers, and resting his chin on them. Then, his body began to twitch slightly. Li Yinzhu asked, Song, are you in pain? Song Shuhang calmly said, this is nothing. It's completely within a range I can tolerate. Black Pupil XIII had been greatly damaged physically at the time, and his insides were a twisted mess, so I had long prepared myself for this. As he spoke, his body would twitch from time to time. Li Yinzhu could only stroke his head lightly to comfort him. While the clone shared the damage back to the main body, it also shared what it could see. Song Shuhang saw that the clone was tumbling around in the spatial turbulence. Under normal circumstances, the clone would have surely died upon encountering such spatial turbulence. However, beside the clone, there was a faint light curtain protecting him. It was the colorful light from the teleportation formation. This layer of colorful light curled around the clone, allowing it to firmly move towards the destination. The clone's eyes gazed into the distance, and saw the destination. At the limits of its gaze, there was a black dragon hovering in the void. Its wings covered heaven and earth. Overall, it bore the appearance of a Western dragon, but there were too many differences in the details. The evil energy of the netherworld was overflowing from its scales and skin, just as if it was breathing. The black dragon's body was too huge, just like a continent, and every one of its scales was the size of a city. When Song Shuhang saw this black dragon, a strange feeling of familiarity arose in his heart. Had he seen this black dragon somewhere else before? Or